Hello there everyone, welcome to the stream. I hope you're all having a fantastic Saturday so far, a relaxing, nice time playing video games, chilling, eating good food and so forth. Since it is Saturday, that means we're doing another Kingdom update today. And hello there Bambalam and DSX75, Tuxie, good to see you guys, and Kamano, good to see you all. J-Popper, welcome on in everyone, and everyone there in the background as well. So man guys, we have so much to talk about today. There has finally been released a roadmap by Samul on the forums, and we'll have a nice juicy look through that. We'll read through the entire thing a little bit later. But then a lot of stuff has been going on here on the Kingdom project as well. Not so much in the structure of the place itself. The terraforming hasn't actually progressed like pretty much at all since a week ago, but a lot of like little stuff has been going on. So first of all, I would like to share with you guys that it's a very exciting day, because today, as most of you know, I have been working very hard to get a horse market going on here, and I did get my animal husbandry up to over 60 about a week and a half ago, and that means I can now make 5-speed horses plus have spark in its eyes, so they live twice as long. But the only problem has been in this whole process is that most of the foals that are born are crappy ones, like 70 to 80% are just crappy ones, and I then have to kill them off because I don't have a faux priest myself, and there's a few priests that I bug from time to time, but you don't want to always be like hassling people, right? But here's the big announcement. So I think it's this little guy. Is it this little guy over here? No. Where is the little guy? Let's see if we can mouse over. That's a 2-speed, 5-speed. Look at that, guys. So I got my very first 5-speed foal today. And of course, that's not the full thing, because I would like to have 5-speed plus spark in its eyes. But this is off to a good start. So it's a skewbald pinto baby over there, and actually it's quite funny because up till now I only had 1-speeds, 2-speeds, a couple of 3-speeds, not any 4-speeds whatsoever, and then suddenly now I just got this 5-speed this morning. So I'm really happy about that, and so that's a big milestone. I still haven't opened the horse market yet though, and I do know that a lot of people are already selling 1-speeds, 2-speeds and so forth out there, but you know, I'm not in any big rush. I do understand that now the prices are like super high and I should be making use of that, but every 2 or every 1 or 2 speed taken away from my herd means 1 less to breed, to actually fast forward to the end result that I like to have. So what I have on Xanadu, you see, all of the horses I sell on Xanadu, every single one, they are all 5-speeds plus spark in its eyes. And that makes it really simple for people when they come over to buy the horses. They know that every single one has the best possible qualities. They don't have to like inspect and like figure out which horses are more valuable than others. It's all very straightforward, and I kind of want to get to that same point here as well, so that people can, you know, sort of trust that they know exactly what they're getting. Now, I don't know, maybe that's not the wisest thing to do, but that's probably what I'm going to be doing. And another benefit is that I'm also, unlike on Xanadu, where I haven't been selling hell horses for some reason. Well, I know the reason. The reason is because all these years I assumed that hell horses need to be tamed in order to be able to breed them and use them, but that is not true. You can lead and you can breed hell horses, and you can also attach them to your carts and wagons as long as they're in a certain age range. you can without taming. The only thing you can't do is that you cannot ride them without them being tamed first. So that's one update. It's a huge milestone, huge day. So another thing is that you might be noticing that I did get this bridge done that I was wanting to do. I forget when I last talked about it. Was it a week ago or was it during the Wurm Roulette stream? I'm not sure. I don't think so. I can't remember now. But I did finally get a bridge here so I don't have to go climbing up this steep hill here. And for those of you who have not been to my Kingdom Update streams, and you might be looking at this and you're just like, oh my god, that looks so ugly, like cats. What is wrong with you? How come you've made your place look so horribly disgusting and ugly? And there's a logical reason for that, guys. So I think most of you already know, but for those of you who do not know, this is just all temporary. This is all going to turn into... It's all going to turn into... let me just put this in the order of names. It's going to turn into this one of these fine days. And these two bits here of land, that one and that one, are going to be these sections here. So they've already been terraformed to the correct shape. And of course, those who have seen the Wurm Online trailer, the new one, will recognize this city from the trailer. And actually, I always show these same screenshots, but I actually have some new screenshots to show you guys. So some night screenshots. What do you say to that? So this is what it looks like at nighttime. And was it page up and page down, I think? Yeah. No, hold on. I wanted to go full screen. There we go. And then page down. It looks quite magical at nighttime, guys. And of course, you guys haven't seen these types of screenshots of the kingdom yet. So yeah, that's what all this ugliness is going to be one of these fine days. And let's just look at who else has arrived into the stream here. We have Rixif, hello, welcome to the stream. And Rocket Pants and Queequitty and Kiyomak. You want to buy a 5-speed horse, J Popper? Yeah. Well, I can tell you that 5-speed horse is not going anywhere for now. I'm gonna use that. It's actually a mare, unfortunately. I wish it would have been a stallion, but I'm gonna be breeding her up for quite a while before we get to that point where I can actually sell them. And DS, you're a full priest. I can ask you anytime. Oh, so DS, are you here on the new servers as well? I'm guessing you must be. And thank you, Tuxie. And hello, Limewood Gaming. Welcome on in. And well, this is what I wanted to show you guys. Limewood was asking, oh, did you decide on a name for the city? And hello, Boogard, Reganation. Good to see you, Reganation. It's been a while. Baobus, Dizzy Lurker. You're on Harmony, but you sail over often, DS. So do you have like, I mean, I'm sure you don't give away your Genesis casts free. Do you have some kind of like price for your Genesis casts? Or what kind of deal do you usually do for those? Yeah, about the name. So no, I haven't, but I really need to get to this moment of finally deciding upon a name. And so you guys like saw this. So here's some, I've started to narrow it down a bit, guys. So what I really would like it to be is something Sans Citadel. So here's like 5 of the options that I kind of am thinking of here, and I'm not sure what you guys think. So we've got Towering Sans Citadel. Now what I really like about that is, of course, you've got the high towers there in the middle, and then the flowing sands on the sides. So it's sort of like encompassing both of those, and it sounds quite regal, doesn't it? But it also has that kind of just like a tinge of like militaristic well, of course, the Citadel is militaristic in itself already, but it commands respect, I think. There's something about that. It has the soft flow of the sands, you know, this gentle, but then also the harsh, towering word. So this is actually my favorite so far. Then we've got Silver Sands Citadel, which is kind of generic. It doesn't have very much imagination, but it's beautiful. Not so much silver about it, though. That's the problem. Then there's like Ancient Sands Citadel. I like the ancient there because it, you know, the city looks like this kind of ancient city from Morocco or something like that. But then it's also kind of generic, and it's kind of, maybe there's a little bit, it's kind of too self-evident in a way, kind of corny. There's some corniness about it, perhaps. Flowing Sands. So somebody in one of the streams long ago was suggesting Flowing Sands, and I've just like added that Citadel at the end there. Flowing Sands could work, but my only problem with this one is it's a little bit too soft, because it's not really giving any kind of place for the high towers, which are quite a huge part of this place. And then we've got Shimmering Sands Citadel, which is quite lovely as well. The only problem with this one is that there is apparently a place in... what game was this called again? The one by Ubisoft. My god, I should know the name, shouldn't I? But there's a place called Shimmering Sands. Well, let's just look it up quickly. So I don't want there to be any reference. Let's just see. Shimmering Sands game. Yeah, Assassin's Creed. So Shimmering Sands is a place in Assassin's Creed, which I don't want there to be any kinds of connections to that. But of course, this does have Citadel at the end. Of course, World of Warcraft has shimmering flats, doesn't it? So I don't know, guys. I don't know. I think what we'll do is we'll have a look at this later on in the stream once we have more in the stream. Now we have 32, but once, well, hopefully we're gonna have even more folks a little bit later, and maybe we could do a poll. It's not like I'm not necessarily gonna decide based on the results of the poll, but it would be cool to hear which one, like, the majority feel is a good one. And if we just look back at the screenshots of to get a better idea, I'm sure most of you've already seen these, but for those who haven't, let's just do a very quick browse through to get like different perspectives and angles of this place. So you see that the towers there are quite like a significant part of this place. So it would be kind of nice to have both the towers. Oh yeah, I was watching this. There's a new documentary on Netflix, the one with David Attenborough. I was watching that, and then there was this shot in that, and I looked up what this place is, and I believe this is from Morocco, and I was like, there was something inspirational about it, like for this Kingdom project. But yeah, I don't know. So let's just see what you guys are saying right now about this whole topic. Let's just go back over here. And let's see what you guys are saying. And Parser says, logical reason is that all pales next to... Oh, God, Parser. Oh, my gosh. If only you knew. If only you knew how I look these days. And Tuxie, you think that's a beautiful name. DS says Golden Sands. Yeah, I was thinking about Golden Sands, but it's also such a commonly used phrase as well. It's very generic as well. But golden, what I do like about golden is the fact that it is a very sort of orangey color, this whole thing, isn't it? It is very golden, especially when it's sort of basking in the sunlight. And Tuxie, you liked Towering Sands the best. Flowing Sands makes you feel like it's eroding, falling down. Oh, that's true, yeah. And DS, Towering is your favorite as well. Shimmering Sands Citadel is nice, but kind of a mouthful to say. That is true, Tuxie, yeah. Dizzy Lurker asks, have you thought about Sandshine Citadel? I have not. I have not. That is an interesting idea. Sandshine Citadel. Maybe also a little bit hard to... I had to sort of like focus to be able to say it. It's also a little bit, not so much a mouthful, but quite a complex thing to say. Sandshine Citadel. Sandshine. I'll have to think about that one. Parser says, high sands, both altitude and regality. High sand, like a high sand citadel? That could be. Quick Quiddy says, towering sands for the win. Dizzy Lurker says, or just Sandshine. Tuxie says, definitely towering sands. It's elegant and regal sounding and inspires the imagination because towering isn't really something sand normally does. It suggests something special. Yeah, I agree there, Tuxie, because it does make you think like, how can sand be towering? And then you start to get these visions of sand castles. I mean, somebody was suggesting sand castle at one point, but that's, of course, maybe a little bit too childish in a way, because it is something that, you know, people... Oh, it's doing the thing again, guys. It's doing the thing again. It's doing the thing again where it's just like auto walking a bit. Oh my gosh. It's definitely related to the stream, because I don't have anything like that when I'm not streaming, but hopefully we're not going to be doing like traveling or anything today, so we're just going to be hanging around the island, so it shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, Tuxie, this thing about towering sands, it gives that little flash of an idea of perhaps like of somebody making this high like structure from sand when, you know, they have those like sandcastle competitions, and they, you know, adult people are making these really amazing like structures. I don't know. And Ronin Crisis, hello, welcome to the stream. Good to see you, Ronin Crisis. And I remember you. And I did eventually watch that documentary. It was nuts. I did watch it. It was absolutely crazy, crazy stuff. And you're digging Towering Sands as well, Ronin Crisis. No pun intended. And thank you so much for the follow. Xsevero, welcome to the stream. Are you a Wurm player as well? And so, what else do we have to talk about today before we get our hands dug into things? Let's keep on going through like all the stuff that relates to the updates of the kingdom stuff. So what else has happened? Yeah, so I did get this bridge done. So we do have a Dioptra and a range pole now in the alliance. So Griff from Factional Fight, he was able to provide me with those, and a big thank you to Griff for working his butt off to get those improved enough so that we could get like so the thing is that the higher the quality, the longer bridge you can make. So this one is 7 tiles. So he had to improve it quite a bit to get it up there. And another thing that I have been able to do this past week is I've now managed to make halter ropes. I've been working on my rope making skill, so I've been like giving out halter ropes to everyone. And actually, I owe a halter rope to one of our new members. I need to actually make one. Let's, you know, while we're talking, let's go make a halter rope for him. Because I forgot to do that. I was supposed to do it actually the other day. And another bit of progress is that, of course, you know, for the horse market, wherever that may be in the future, because obviously it can't be here because the kingdom is going to come here, right? But I'm going to have to figure out like where I'm going to have that horse market. It could be that it's just going to be a completely different deed. But I'm working very, very hard on my meditation with the Path of Love to get it up to level 7 so I can make the enchanted grass. And I'm now at level 5. So just 2 more levels to go, guys. And I'm really happy with that. So in about a week's time, I will be able to make it to level 6. And it won't be too far off after that. So that's going to be a huge, huge huge relief because, you know, struggling, anyone who is raising animals in Wurm, you guys know exactly how frustrating it is with dealing with the grass and keeping the animals fed and so forth. So, yeah, let's... Oh, and I did get this wagon done as well, but that, of course, was finished already for the last Wurm Roulette stream. So, let's get out the... You know what? I could put my armor away as well, because we're not going to need that. So let me just put this away so it's a little bit faster to walk around. Actually over here. And we could put this one in its place. So we're not completely butt naked. Oh, what are you doing, cats? Let's just put those ones away. And Farron from Factional Fight, he was able to improve these, almost all of them, up to 70. I had to grab them away from him before he got the improving finished, because I had to go and kill a lava fiend. But yeah, he's gonna get these up to quality 70 at some point, all of them. So we need the rope tool. Where are you? Or is it in my inventory? It is. So all we need is some wemp, and for a halter rope. So for, I don't know how many of you out there have made halter ropes, but I'm going to tell you right now, it is not like a normal rope making process. So if we just open it is a pain in the butt, guys. It's just horrifying. Oh, I put them in my inventory. I meant to put them into the magical chest. Cats, what are you doing? What are you doing here? So, rope tool, and so normally, let me just grab my wemp here, the highest quality that I have, because it's got to be pretty high quality to deal with this stuff. Let's just crush those. Now, normally when you're making a rope, you know, there's cordage rope, mooring rope, thick rope, those are all needed for making boats. And then the ropes, just the normal ones for leading animals and so forth. So you might be wondering, so where the heck is the halter rope? How come we don't see it in the list here? And that is because to make a halter rope, what you actually have to do is you have to make 2 very high quality ropes, and then you combine those, and then you have to add even more ropes to those to make the halter rope. So first you have to be able to succeed in actually making the high quality ropes themselves. That's why I'm using the highest quality wemp fiber that I have. So I have 52 quality here. So let's just get to work and try and make some high quality ropes. So yeah, it's such a pain to make these halter ropes, but man, they really say they're like they're game changers, really. So what you might be wondering, if you're new to them, you might be wondering, so what is a halter rope? What do you do with it? Is it something that you dress onto the horse, like a bridle? Like that's what it would be in real life, right? Or actually the halter would be like the bridle, and then the halter rope would be what you'd be attaching to that. But actually what it is, it's a single rope with which that you can lead 4 animals at the same time. And looks like we got 2 high quality ones, so let's just go ahead and try and combine these 2 52 quality ropes. There's the halter rope, and we're gonna like fail over and over and over again, and every time we fail, these ropes are gonna take damage. And the thing is, you see they took some damage now, and eventually they're gonna get to such, because this is now lowering the quality in a way, and every time I fail, they're becoming lower and lower and lower quality until I won't be able to actually even use them to make the halter rope at all. It could just be that with these ones I won't be able to make it. I'm just going to have to make more ropes. So, oh, look, guys, it's not going well at all. So that's the problem, is that you have to go through tons and tons of these normal ropes, and then there's nothing much that you can really do with them after. It's kind of like a waste, so it's not fun, I can tell you. The good thing about the halter rope is that if you keep it in your inventory, it doesn't actually take any decay so it can just be a quality 1 halter rope, and it doesn't really matter. And I wanted to get my rope making skill up, not only to make the rope bridge, but also to be able to sell halter ropes once the horse market opens, because it really does make life easier to have one of these things. And while we're making that, let's just see what you guys are saying. Hello, Taiki, welcome to the stream. And Just Filia, good to see you. Let's see. Yeah, I sure did watch it run in Crisis. I sure did. And X Severo was saying Citadel Q16. Is there a city called Citadel on Melody, X Severo? At Q16? Now I'm gonna have to dig out the Melody map, guys. Oh crap. Is there one called Citadel here somewhere? Let's see. Wurm. Let's go over here. Wurm roulette. And then go over to Melody. Where'd it go? Here. Melody, community map. And let's see. And Q16, where would that be here? Let's see. Q16, right about there. Oh, there is a place called Citadel here. Right. Well, I'm gonna have to think about that. Of course, you know, there's always gonna be some overlap with deed names regardless, right? And we would have like 2 other words in addition to the Citadel word anyhow. So yeah, maybe I'm just not going to worry about that too much. And how is it? Oh, we got the halter rope now. So now we have to add more ropes to it. These are too low quality. I don't think we're going to be able to attach those. So I'm going to have to actually make some more high quality ropes. We'll try and attach them. So Tuxie asks, what rope making skill do you need to make those? So my rope making skill is, it is 31.7 right now, and the highest WEMP fiber that I can do it with is, like, the WEMP fiber has to be 50 to 52, something in that range. I guess I could try still with 48, 49 quality, but it's gonna break pretty fast. Okay, there is 152 quality one. Let's try actually attaching that one now to the unfinished halter rope. And Just Filio, we're back with my favorite Finnish Canadian doing stuff. So what's up with you, Just Filio? And good to see you. Taiki needs to hire a stable boy. Oh, and do you notice, guys? I made it to 30 mind logic. So now I have 4 of these little dots, which is really nice. And Ronan Crisis, your village learned the hard way about animals last week. What happened on your village last week? About the grass? Did you mean that the grass got worn out and they were just like on dirt tiles? And Taiki, you love the music today. Well, actually, this is the same old playlist that I have every single stream. And I really wish I had more variation in the music. But I've also, I did look into Pretzel, guys. I did look into that. I just couldn't find from their playlists too much that I would be happy with. So I'm going to have to figure out this music stuff, what to do with it. And you just dropped in to say hi. You have to run, Just Filio. Oh, good to see you. Always good to see you, Just Filio. And thanks for stopping by. So we need one more. So we're just going to try this one that's quality 43. We'll see what happens. Oh, Parser, you're also calling fake news. There's nothing you've never done before in Wurm. Oh, there's tons of things, Parser, that I've never done in Wurm. So what we're going to be doing today is I have never, ever, ever gotten into the whole herb growing business. And right now, Antirk, who just lives up there, he has been like our... No. He has been our alliance chef, but he's taking a little bit of a break right now due to some stuff that he's dealing with. So Griff, Factional Fight Griff, he is our master chef now, and I'm sort of like harvesting crops for him. Oh, we got it done, guys! Yay, nice. But the guy, Kelos, that I wanted to give it to, in other words, also known as Chaos, who was a close friend of Titch's, he is not online anymore, but we'll just keep it in our inventory, safe and sound, and we can give it to him a little bit later then. So that's one task done. So yeah, that's one thing that we're going to do, Parser, is that we're going to look into the whole herb like growing business. And the second thing that we're going to do is I'm going to try net fishing. I have not really looked into the fishing stuff at all in Wurm, and I have heard that you can really get a lot of fish if you do it in the mines, and you can get clams in the mines. So we're going to give that a go. We're going to make a net. We're going to also make the stuff that we need for the herb growing stuff as well, because yeah, like I was saying, I've been providing Griff with so all of these he has access to, and he can just raid these whenever he likes. I'm got all my veggies in here, and I would like to be able to also provide him with some herbs if he's making if he's keeping our tummies full. It's the least I can do to help him out with that. And DS, you have to go. You'll send a message on Discord regarding Genesis. Okay, thank you so much for stopping by, DS. You probably already went, but thank you so much for that. And Holly, the new roadmap is hype. Yes, we'll have a nice juicy look into that in a while. And Taiki, you're reminded of Mass Effect from Citadel, right? Oh, so your animals ate all the grass, Run in Crisis. Oh. So, Ronan, did you know about the enchanted grass? And if we just talk about stuff that we're updating on, we come actually to some stuff that has been going on over on my old character. So let me just start up the other client here, and we'll have a look at what Milena has done. Although it's not related to the kingdom, it's still something I'm so proud of. Let's just log on with Milena here quickly. And Bogard says, yes, you do get some net fishing. It's pretty sweet, though you've not done it in a cave. Oh, well, we'll see how that works out. And you guys are playing... Oh, no, hold on. Parser says, oh, we're playing Never Have I Ever. I've never actually played that, by the way. Hello there, KZ Washington. Oh, no, that's a spammer. So let's just give a nice little juicy kick and ban to this guy. There you go, KZ. Bye-bye to you. Have a good day. And let's see what else we have here. And also there's another one. The nerve. So rude, so rude. Goodbye. And Taiki, you had the biggest adventure the other day when your friend and you were killed by a giant forest of thorn bushes. Oh yes, those thorn bushes are nasty. You want to stay away from those, that's for sure. Oh, they've been getting worse for you as well, Ronan. Yeah, I don't usually have too many problems with them, but I usually have one of those happen maybe once a month. But it's been a while since there's been 2 in a row. And hello, Joda, welcome to the stream. So the thing I want to share here with Malena, so that I'm so proud of, guys, like you guys know, who have been watching my streams now for some years, you know that I have struggled with making affinity foods in Wurm, and in general, like figuring out the whole cooking thing. And I know it must be a laughable and ridiculous thing. Like, how can it be so hard, cats? How can it be so hard? But I finally understand now exactly what to do. And I've been using, of course, you guys, most of you know these tools, but for those of you who don't, let's just bring those up here. So you've got, first of all, there's like 2 of these generators online. This one, and then this one. So basically, let's start with the easier. Well, actually, this I think is in a way is a little bit easier. So first of all, for those of you who don't know what affinity foods are, maybe you've just like started Wurm recently. So of course, if you want to just play Wurm and you just want to keep yourself fed and you really don't care about affinity foods, my advice to you is simply have a frying pan. Make yourself a frying pan, or actually make like several of them. I would make around 10 to start off with, and then put in just any kind of meat. Now I have a lot of horse meat myself because of course I have a horse market, so there's a lot of sickly horses that I have to kill. Just put one of those meats in there, and then also some kind of veggie. So something like, for instance, a potato, and this will result, and just of course heat up your oven, and this will result in a casserole, which is a nifty little package of food that you can carry around with you that it's not like a liquid form, so it doesn't have to be carried, you know, in a bowl or a dish or anything like that. So that's why it's pretty handy. And that's how I've been living all of these years in Wurm, to be honest. Nearly 7 years I've been keeping myself fed with just these simple casseroles. So that's the option if you really don't care about getting into the deep and dirty of making food in Wurm. That will get you off started very, very nicely. And let me just see what my cooking is with Malena after all these years. What her cooking skills are at, actually. So her cooking is 36.8 and her hot food cooking is 61.5. And that's just for making these casseroles. I mean, it's not too high, but she's able to, with those skills, she's able to make food that keeps her, you know, fed for a very long time and keeps all these like, you know, calories, carbs, fats, proteins up quite nicely. But then, of course, there's affinity foods, which will let you which will give you a bonus in skill gain. So you can make a food to every single skill that you have. And the way that it works is that there is this kind of list, how would I say? It's like there's this huge list of all of the possible foods, and the affinities, like the affinities go in the same order, but your affinity is different from other people's affinities because you have an offset, which is somewhere in the list. So you might be 10th in the list. Somebody else might be 48th in the list. So even if you have affinity foods that work for you, they're not going to work for anyone else unless they happen to have the exact same offset, right? And they give you a big bonus in skill gain. And I have never gotten into the affinity foods before until we started to, until this whole like Steam launch happened and we made this alliance over here, and Antirg over there started making affinity foods for us. And I was like, man, these have such a huge effect. And now I feel like I can't even live without affinity foods. And so I've been thinking I really need to learn how to do this finally. And so for instance, I have here I managed to make myself, I've made 2 so far. I made a cooking affinity pizza and a hot food cooking affinity pizza. And I'll make one for all of the skills. And when you just eat just a nibble, look at this, guys, just eat a little nibble, eat, and then just press ESC to stop it, and I got like 2 hours of this affinity. So for 2 hours, and of course if the longer I eat it, the longer the timer is going to last, but just a tiny little fraction of a second, and I already got 2 hours of cooking, like skill bonus. So so it's really worth actually getting into these. Now the only problem is it's really hard to figure out. Like I must be thick in the head, because I have tried again and again and again to figure this out, and it's just been so somehow confusing to me, even though I understand like the base mechanism of it. But there is these 2 handy dandy generators online. So you've got the Azure one, and then you've got the Ultimate Recipe Maker, and they work in a like a opposite way. So with this one, you would they want to know what your offset is. So it says here, using a plain oven, make a meal. So a meal would be made with a frying pan. So put a bear meat and put a corn whole, a whole bear meat, a whole corn, and what affinity do you get? And I get, I forget the one that I get. The first I thought it was actually beverages, and that's something I want to talk about in a bit. And then, so I didn't want to confuse you guys, but I'll explain it in a bit. Anyhow, you look at what affinity you get, and you can check the affinity from just tasting food, so you don't even have to eat it. And I know this is kind of going into a tangent here. We didn't mean to start doing a cooking tutorial, but I'm going to explain this anyhow. So you can just simply taste a food, and it will tell you that you have more insight about medium wooden shield with this food. And for instance, with these ones that I made, cooking, taste that one, insight about cooking, taste, insight about hot food cooking. So yeah, you make the meal and you check, you taste it to see what affinity you got. Okay, so now you decide what is the one you're actually wanting. Maybe you want to become a tailor, or you want to gain skills in animal husbandry, whatever. And then you would choose the number of ingredients you want. The more ingredients you have, the heavier the food, and the longer you're gonna be able to eat from it much more. And then the amount of sausages, this also affects like how long it's gonna last. And then you choose what kind of cooker you're gonna have. Oven, I have a rare oven over there, so I choose rare oven myself. And then I've been making pizzas, so then you just like click this. So let's just say that it was beverages, the one I have, for instance. And what I want is maybe animal husbandry. So then I just click this, and it will tell me. It takes a moment. You just have to wait for a second, and then it will tell you all the materials you need to make a pizza that's going to give you animal husbandry. Now, this one works in the opposite way. So you have to do your setup. So I'm just going to do something random here. Just something very random. This is your setup to to test what you got, what affinity you got. And if I were to make something with these options, and let's say I got archaeology as my affinity, let's use beverages to be on the same level as this one. So beverages here, and then we go to, so there's the setup, then you press the meal maker, and then here we can see that here's where I would choose the animal husbandry that I want to get. And you just start, like, first you'd have to set, okay, I'm going to be making it in an oven. My oven is rare, and I'm using, for instance, a frying pan. And then you start just adding it's going to keep on telling you, like, what you need to add or subtract to get to animal husbandry. Currently, it's at forestry. So I just keep on adding elements until it like matches up. So it kind of works in a reverse way. Yeah, I didn't mean to talk about cooking so much, but maybe that was useful to somebody. Anyhow, I'm so happy that I finally figured this all out, and that is also one reason that we are going to be making herbs today, because I really want to get a little bit deeper into this whole cooking thing now. I'm kind of hooked on it now that I finally figured it out. I'm kind of hooked. However, here's the one thing I wanted to talk about. So, if you have a character pre-Steam release, like an old character, it could be bugged. Now here's something, if you're like a older Wurm player and you've tried these affinity generators but they didn't work for you, it could be because you have a bugged character, and Milena is a bugged character. So there's this option here in when you go to character window and then you go to manage profile, there's this option here that I never knew about. I never knew. So there's this one called Fix Cooking Affinities, and I now have it turned on. And it looks like the off version, the off button has completely removed itself after I turned this on. Interesting, by the way, that I can't, it looks like I can't go back to having it turned off if I wanted to even. So that's, as soon as I got this fixed, then the generators were starting to work for me. And this is probably exactly why I've been struggling with this affinity food generator stuff all these years, guys, is because I didn't know about this bugged character thing, and I also didn't know about that option here in the profile. So that might actually be useful for some of you out there who also have old characters and have been struggling with the cooking just like me. And another thing I wanted to talk about was, we can actually shut this one down now. Something weird that happened to me was with, if anyone was watching the Wurm Roulette stream on Tuesday, you guys might remember that we took a trip over to, I think it was Harmony, and I was borrowing Antir's ship and two of his his creature cages, and the other creature cage had personal permissions for this character. The other one had alliance permissions, and I didn't know what kind of permissions he had actually set at all. So we went over to Harmony, and I was able to, here's the crazy thing. So I had the two cages, I loaded my horses in over here, loaded the cages into the boat, everything went perfectly well, but then we crossed the server over to Harmony. I unloaded both cages and I was going to unload the horses, but I was only able to unload from one of them. And the reason for that was, we eventually figured it out, was that the other one had alliance permissions. And of course, your alliance is on one server. As soon as you cross the server border, anything related to the alliance, it doesn't hold any merit anymore. Until you return back to your server. So, for instance, if you have horses that are branded to your deed, that has no merit on another server. Also, the fact that you're owner of a deed, like for instance, Safarina owns this deed here, if she were to go to another server, that server doesn't recognize that she owns a deed. So she could actually create another deed on another server if she liked with the same character. And the issue was, of course, that I was even able to unload the cage at all, because then I was not able to load it back in. I was also not able to unload the horse. And those of you who were here on Tuesday remember that we had to actually call a GM to load it back into the boat. So promptly after that, I made a bug report for the dev team, and hopefully they're able to figure out some kind of solution. Personally, I just think that it should be that if it has alliance options, you should not only get a warning when you're trying to cross the server border, but you should, and I think it might give some kind of option. I just probably wasn't watching when we were doing the stream. And second of all, it should not unload the creature cage. But for those of you who have alliances and you're giving alliance permissions to people, remember you probably don't want to give things like if you want to allow your alliance members to use your ships, your creature cages, anything that would cross the server border, make sure that you give them personal permissions and not the alliance permissions, because once they cross that server border, they won't actually be able to do anything with that thing anymore. So that's just one thing that sort of came up on Tuesday that you might remember. And I've been just jabbering on and on here. So let me just catch up with you guys for a change, see what you've all been saying here. Let's see. And hello there, Joshua. Welcome to the stream. And Chabney, hello, welcome to the stream. Good to see you always. Yeah, sickly horses. That's right, Chabney. Yeah, I'm afraid I do eat them, Taiki. A little bit stringy, the meat, but and hello there, Asham. Welcome to the stream. And you think that would make a meal if you made it in a frying pan? Yeah, so basically it does, but if you, Limewood, if you combine, if you, at least before they used to be called casseroles, I do believe it still makes a casserole even in a frying pan. We can test it out, because that's how I've been making those meals all these years, unless they recently changed something. I need to check this now, just so I know what the hell I'm talking about. Let's just get the kindling. And let's test it out. And we need to we'll probably be needing to make metal stuff for the stuff that we're going to build today anyhow, so might as well light up the forge. Good. And let's just get, I think all my frying pans are over here, aren't they? Let's just get one of these frying pans and we'll put one of the crappy meats in it. Oh, there's fillets. Let's just get a whole meat over here. Whole meat and a whole potato. And throw those into a frying pan and put them into the forge. This is how I've been making food for years now. We'll see if it's changed. Maybe it has changed. Kind of good to know about that if it has, because that's kind of been the reason I really want to test this out is because this is kind of like a guide that, or like instructions that I've been giving new players. That, yeah, just put together like a veggie, like a heavy veggie and a piece of meat together in a frying pan and cook that up and you'll get a casserole. And I want to see if it's actually changed or not. You love my kitchen, Joshua? Oh, it's quite messy though. I should spiff it up a bit, I think. But thank you anyhow. Your affinity twin, says Limewood. And hello, Donut Kebab, welcome. And Holly says you need a big range of raw materials to explore cooking, or else you're always missing the one thing you need. Yes, that I did notice. That is so true. So Taiki, personal permissions, yeah. So if we go over to, for instance, the creature cages I have over here. So if I were to set permissions, manage item, you can choose, of course, alliance, and that's what you should probably not set for a creature cage, because the whole point of a creature cage is to cross the server. And it looks like Cats is frozen a bit there. So the whole point is to cross the server with a creature cage, so don't ever set like alliance. But if you want to add like a friend, so let's say I were to add, for instance, one of my alts, Ferocia, then you just add player to the list, and then Ferocia, and that she can open and apply changes. And now you have like a personal, just like, you know, according to name. So that's another option for setting the permissions. You can also do this for your deed permissions as well. So if you go to settlement and manage roles, you can add a role here. And I don't have one for Ferocia, but we can just add one. So let's just go back so you can see me doing this again. So I did it quite quickly there. So up here in the upper right, add role. And then we're just gonna add role Ferocia. And I'm just going to call it, the role name is going to be the same as the player name. And then just save that. And then now when I go to settlement roles, manage roles, we can see that Ferocia should be here. Hold on. What's going on? Maybe? Huh, interesting. Let me just try this again. Do I have to set some kind of permission? What is it saying here in event window? Use normal roles in... Oh, because she's a citizen. Okay, let's just do it to somebody else. Manage roles. So apparently if the person is a citizen in your deed that it doesn't like that, you should add. Okay, let's just try another one. For instance, let me see, do I have Ivy Song here already? I do. See somebody here that I don't already have. Serena's there as well. Lily Song. Lily Song. Let's add Lily Song. Like so. Save. And I think it has done it now. Settlement roles. And now Lily Song is here. And you can go and edit that and just add or remove permissions at any time. Something to know, by the way, is that that I've sort of discovered recently is that any personal... So here's the thing. If you have your alliance or your... If you have alliance, like your ally permissions, any personal ones, if the person is in your alliance, which most of these people are, it will override the ally one. So, because I was wondering about it, because I had set like leading permissions for all my alliance members, and then I was wondering because somebody here could not lead, and the reason was because I had set like a personal one for them for the purpose of surface mining or something like that, and then they couldn't lead, and then I was like, oh man, it had overridden the ally one. So that's just something to know as well. Let's see how that... did we get a casserole or what did we get from our frying pan? Let's just check here. So horse meal, it is called a meal. Interesting. Oh, but yeah, maybe it was because I've been doing it in the... Okay, I think it's because... Huh. Of course, this is not emulating what I have over on Xanadu. Is it maybe a frying pan in an oven? Because I've been using an oven on Xanadu. I'm going to test this now. Unless something has changed. Let's just get a kindling. Let's get a kindling and some wood scrap. And we're going to test this on the oven itself. I have an oven inside. Now I am curious to see if we get a meal again or not. 1 meat and 1 potato. And let's see. Light up the old oven. Throw in a meat and a potato into a frying pan. And we'll see what happens. Actually, I don't even need to use wood scraps. It'll heat it up just with the kindling alone, to be quite honest. Okay, let's see. What else do we have to talk about here? Let me just check. I have this whole list of stuff. We're going to, of course, talk about the... We'll talk about the roadmap in a bit. And actually, we have so many people here now in the chat. We have 53 people in the chat. So let's do a poll now, guys, about the kingdom title. So we were talking about this a bit earlier, guys, but just as a recap for those of you who were not here in the stream about an hour ago. So basically, I've been thinking about the name of our kingdom project here, or rather of the city itself. And just as a recap, this place where we are right now is going to be turned into this. And just pay attention if you haven't seen this yet. I'm sure most of you have. I'm trying to think of a name for this place. So it's got the high towers. It's got this sand flowing down. And I've been thinking, like, all this time, guys. So this bit of land that it's going to be on, I claimed this land as soon as Melody went live. On the very first, during the very first hours of Melody's existence, and so we've been terraforming this bit by bit. It's been a lot of work so far, but it's going to be a lot of work to actually get it to look like that. But anyhow, here are some. So yeah, that's what I meant to say, is that all of this time I've just like had a placeholder name for this place, because when I placed the deed, I was just in this huge panic. I hadn't even thought about it beforehand. And so it just has a placeholder name of Sand City Kingdom, which is ridiculous. And I've been thinking about a final name for it. And here are the options that we have, that I've sort of like narrowed it down. So let's just look at these one more time. Then we're going to set up a poll on the stream. So we've got Towering Sands Citadel. It's got the towers. It's got the flowing sands on the sides. Then we've got Silver Sands Citadel, Ancient Sands Citadel, Flowing Sands Citadel, Shimmering Sands Citadel, and those 5 options. So I'm going to set up a poll now, and I'd be very curious to hear which one you guys like the most. Let's see if I can remember how the heck to set up a poll in Twitch. I've only done it a couple of times. So let's just do it. I think I have to do it over here. Let me just move this window over to the other screen there so it's not in the way. So poll, I think it's /poll. If you're new to streaming, I know some of you are new to streaming. I think you just put /poll in the chat and then create new poll. Okay. And actually this part I can show you guys. So let's put this here. That's not too bad now. Question. Which name do you like the best? And let's just look through these once more. So we've got Towering Sands Citadel. Then we've got Silver. Ancient. Flowing. And Shimmering. And duration 1 minute starts good. Sounds good, I'd rather. Let's start the poll and let's see what happens. Let's see if I did it right. So guys, which of these do you feel is the best match? And kind of weird. Oh, there I can see and I see the votes are coming in. Let's just look at those votes come in, by the way. Towering Sands Citadel is doing really well. Shimmering Sands Citadel. Oh, it's like a tie, almost like a tie between Towering Sands and Shimmering Sands. Flowing didn't get a single one, neither did Silver Sands. Ancient has 24%. Towering 1. So 41%. So, and Towering Sands is also my favorite as well. So I'm glad to hear that you guys are sort of on the same page as I am about this. I also think that it's a really nice combination of the towers, which is a very core element of the city, as well as the sands flowing down on the sides there. Nice. Okay, so that's done. And let me just see what you guys are saying here. And that was good to know for you, the permission stuff, Taiki. You play with your bestie. You live next to each other, so it's very possible that could have happened. Yeah. Yeah, Parser. I've gotten the HFC, the hot food cooking bug. I have, yes. Oh, we gotta go and check what happened. Is it still called a meal, even if it's now cooked in an oven? If it is, then it has just changed. Maybe it happened. The change happened during the cooking update. It's called a meal here as well. Well, I stand corrected, guys. I could swear that back in the old days, at least, if you were to combine those two, it was called a casserole. I swear it was called a casserole. Let's actually just grab that since we cooked. We might as well grab that and put that. Or we could just eat it, to be quite honest. Let me just see what. Let's taste and see what kind of affinity we would even get from this cloth tailoring. But eating this is not going to give us anything. We're not even getting like a single second because that my skills are so low here on with this character, I'm afraid. So here's what's going to happen next. I want to let's just shut that one down. So there's two things I want to make today, guys. I want to make a planter rack. And we're going to make some of these pottery planters, put in the herbs, plant them in there. Something I've never ever done in Wurm before. I've had these planter racks only because I picked them up from decaying deeds, but I never actually did anything with them. Just used them as decorations. And then we're going to make a fishing net, and we're going to try fishing underground because I've never gotten a clam in Wurm before. Let alone pearls. I don't even know what can you do with pearls in Wurm? Let's just check here what it says on Wurmpedia. A pearl is a shiny precious product of the clam, only known to be produced by clams, and handily enough the snowman statue on seldom occasion. Pearls can be made into pearl necklaces. That's cool. What does the black pearl do then? Same thing, you can make like a black pearl necklace then. Cool. Well then, well, okay. But let's start off with the easier stuff. I would imagine that the planter rack is going to be easier. And as we start building, we can also start to have a look at and discuss the roadmap stuff, right? Let me just check my list and make sure that there wasn't anything that I forgot from... No, I think we've sort of gone through everything that I wanted to talk about as far as updates go. Yes. Okay, so let's see what we need to build a planter rack. So we need large nails, wooden beam, and then we're going to need... Oh, it doesn't need very much, actually. Huh. Look at that. It's like 1 large nails, 1 wooden beam, 4 planks. That is hardly anything. We're going to have one of these built in a jiffy then. So, let's see. 1 large nails, 1 wooden beam, 4 plank. Okay, large nails. And wooden beam. And 4 planks, was it? And of course, I'm thinking about the wood that I want to use for this. These are all pine. The only problem is that when you make these racks, they don't actually match. So there's a pine wood. You see this pine wood over here? It doesn't actually match this pine wood at all. So it probably doesn't... Actually, this one, cedar one, the cedar wood looks like it would match this one better than the pine wood. Let's make it from cedar. Good. And we start off with large nails and a wooden beam. Okay. I can just shut that one off. And how's... we should probably drink a little bit. And probably eat a little bit as well. Just so we don't have to worry about this food stuff at all. And of course there's the meal over here as well, but it's too hot for me to even eat right now, so I'm just gonna stick it in here. And yeah, I think that'll be good. Let's just get a bit of a nicer view as we start to build this also. So, was it wooden beam and large nails? And a planter rack is what we need. Okay, good. Let me catch up with you guys as well while we're waiting for that to happen. Hello Viking, welcome to the stream. And Viking, have I seen your suggestion to name for my city? Oh, Viking, I haven't. Was it in Discord, or where did you put your suggestion? Taiki. Any creature in that cage right now is angry because they're falling over. Well, I don't have I don't have any animals in there right now, thankfully. But that's true. They probably wouldn't be too happy, would they? Let's just put those planks over here. And hello, Seren. Welcome to the stream, and thank you for the congratulations on the first 5 speed. Yay! Finally. Tuxie, you remember being taught that back when you first started, so it must be that you were using bowls. No, that's the thing, Tuxie, that I don't like the bowls myself, because you can't improve or repair them after they've been, you know, turned into the pottery version versus clay. So it's been frying pans that I've been using all these years, for sure. Because that was back in 2013, so you were told meat plus veg and frying pan meal, and that was the best food you could do at the time. I don't know what's up with my memory then, Tuxie, but I definitely stand corrected then. It's good to know, and I should definitely talk about meals versus casseroles from now on. A Flarding Sand Citadel? No, Viking. No, not gonna happen. Nope. And Joshua, you like shimmering sands due to the water reflection. Yeah, that's true. That is true. That it does look lovely in the reflection, doesn't it? So that was easy to make. Look at that. We've got ourselves a little planter rack. And I know, Viking, haven't you been also like growing the... I think you've been also growing the herbs, haven't you? I want to start doing that as well. So, the next thing that we get, I guess we need is... we need pottery planters. So let's see now. We need, for pottery planters, we need a clay planter. And then we activate hand on clay. Okay. I think I do have a whole bunch of clay here in my inventory. And let me just check how many herbs there are. I'm not even sure how many you can fit in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And if we go back, 12 can hold up to 30. So what we'll do is I'll make 24 planters. So there's like 2 of each herb type. Let's do that. And let's see here. And then we need the hand and clay planter. I guess that's the one, right? Let's just double check. Clay planter, yes. Okay. Now my pottery skills are really crap, so we'll see how this goes. And I guess I need to improve them a little bit before we actually burn them in the forge, so that don't go decaying on us too quickly. And Seren, give us 2 options, please. Well, here's the thing, Seren, is that the poll that I set there, that's not, I'm not going to decide it based on the poll. I just wanted to see what you guys felt. I'm still gonna think about the final decision on that, and I'm also gonna see what you guys, because of course I did post those also into the Alliance chat in the Discord. So I also want to hear about what others. I haven't had a chance to see if anyone said anything there, Serven. So we'll see what other people said there as well. Tuxie, it is cool that it updates live. So sorry, Tuxie, what did you mean updates live? Oh, it was the poll that was updating live. Yeah. And Ronan says, if it's an island floating sands. Yes, I think somebody did suggest that one time, which is a pretty cool idea as well. And Taiki likes floating sands. And hello, Wolfmare, welcome to the stream. And Wolfmare, you're saying that the whole casserole thing changed back with the big cooking update, right? That would then explain it, yeah. Hello, Zehtron, welcome to the stream. Let's see, how many do we have? We have 3 so far. Taiki, you can't grind rice into rice flour. It's broken for you, really? I have never made rice flour, so I don't even know how that's made. So I'm guessing you're using a mortar and pestle on rice, right? And Scarred, you keep getting clams with archaeology fragments inside. Ooh. Hello there, Ayla. Welcome to the stream. Now that could have happened, Tuxie. It might have been that I was using saucepans, because you know they look similar to the frying pan. That might have happened, actually. That would explain it. I wonder if it was saucepans I was using. It could be, actually. Hello there, Serotonin. And you always make casseroles, yeah. Oh, okay. So, Scarred, you're saying casseroles were bowls, meals were frying pans in the old system as well, right? So, Viking, you have a planter rack 30 times play planters. How have you been liking the whole herb growing experience, Viking? Is it a pain in the butt? Wolfmare says there is a vegetable casserole that is made in a saucepan. Huh. And Limewood says you can also grow 5 of the spices. Oh, I see. Oh, yes, the spices. Right, that's right, Limewood. That's right, because of course, this was only herbs. That's right. So hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Spices. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So actually, 18. Okay, so then that's not quite enough to make the double amount. So maybe we'll just make the full 30. We'll make 30 clay planters in that case and just try and mix and match. I thank you for that reminder about the spices. I completely forgot about those. A Wolfmare says there's also a meat and fish casserole recipe that is discoverable. Oh, can't grow sassafras, nettles, or nutmeg. Oh, so how do you get more of those then? Yeah, how do you get those if you can't grow them then? Is it just from foraging? So Ayla, how do you say your name? Sorry about butchering your name there. Many get confused about how to say your name. So it's not a pain to grow herbs, says Viking, but it's not fun either. Aw. Oh, I am saying it right, Ayla. Oh, right. Oh, good. That's nice to hear then. So you were just like, now I get you, Ayla. You were like kind of amused because most of the time people don't actually say your name correctly, but I was able to say it correctly. Good to hear. So Ayla, are you also a worm player? The pottery planter page has a list of what can be planted. Thank you, Wolfmare. So let's just go forward. Pottery planter, here we go. Okay, so here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. What do you do with woad? Can be used to create blue dye. I could grow me some woad. I would definitely like to get into the dyeing stuff as well. And by that I mean painting. Okay. Okay, so how do you get the ones then that you can't grow? And Limewood, you like the picking sound on the planters. Oh, is it like the sprout picking sound as well? Is it the same crunchy sound that I love so much? And Wolfmare says there was a change that makes picking the herbs a lot easier as the name changes to indicate if they are ready to be harvested. Oh, that's good to hear, Wolfmare. So Ayla, you started Wurm about a month ago, and you think I said in another video knowing your friend Donut Kebab. Yeah, I think Donut was actually here in the stream today, Ayla. So a big, warm, juicy welcome to you to the wonderful world of Wurm Online. How are you enjoying the game so far? And I always like to ask this from new Wurm players is what is your favorite thing so far about Wurm, and what is the thing that you hate the most about Wurm so far? And Taiki, you made a nice batch of purplish dye last night. Oh, nice. Was it your first time making dye last night, Taiki? And I know you love the color purple, don't you? I've seen you talking about that in your streams. So Serotonin says it does make the crunchy sound. Right. We've got 13 planters so far. Man, it's going to be a pain in the butt to improve all these because, of course, the thing with clay items or pottery items is that you can improve them, but you have to do it when they're in the clay format before they're burned in your forge or whatever heat source you're using. And this is something that I didn't even actually realize until later in my Wurm years. So Limewood says, sassafras, nettles, and nutmeg you just have to forage and botanize. Right. Ah, what a pain. I wonder if that's intentional, Limewood. I wonder, or do you think it's just an oversight? That's kind of weird. I wonder if that's an oversight. I'm gonna have to look into that. Yes, Joshua. Ayla is now a wormy. That's right. A wormian. And Taiki, so it was your first time making dye. Nice. It was accidental because it was low quality blue, right? I know, Joshua. That's right. Once you got the worm bug, you're doomed. No other game is gonna feel the same after that anymore. You won't be happy with other games anymore because you'll be like, man, this game doesn't let me do A, B, or C. The stuff that I could do in Wurm. And Tuxie, you hate that about pottery, that when they start taking damage and it can never be repaired. Bugs you to see the yellow-orange number all the time. Oh my god, yes, Tuxie, same here. It is really, yeah, so annoying to see that because you always want to keep everything repaired, right? It's like the sort of OCD thing that, man, everything needs to be nice and orderly and repaired, and it's so aggravating to see that. Ah, Coco cannot also be grown, says Wolfmare. And Ayla, you're obsessed. And you've played many MMOs. It's slow, too slow for your hubby, but maybe someday. Well, here's something you can tell your hubby, Ayla, is that, and this is probably something you've already noticed, is that in most other MMOs, the way that it goes is that things get progressively harder and more challenging, and everything's like super duper duper easy in the beginning, right? But in Wurm, it's the opposite. So actually the most aggravating, tedious, hard, boring, time-consuming time in Wurm is the very beginning, because your skills are so bad that every single time this little progress bar goes up, it goes up so slowly. You keep on failing when you're attempting to make things. The quality of them is really low. Everything keeps on decaying because all you can make is really low quality stuff. All your tools keep getting damaged and you have to repair them. And then the higher your skills get, the better the game gets. Everything starts to go faster. It's easier. You don't fail as much anymore. And it gets more and more rewarding. So this is probably something you might want to explain to your husband, Ayla, is that I really love the way Wurm is in that regard, by the way. I love it. I love it. I love it. For sure, of course, there are challenges, of course, for, there are their own challenges for, it's not like you get to like into the 90s of all the skills and then everything's like too easy. No. You definitely, so you start to get the skill ticks slower the higher your skills start to go. So once everything goes pretty fast up until about 50 or 60, and then it starts to get slower and slower, especially once you reach 70, it's getting really slow at that point. So there's the challenge there. But by the time you get to that point, the game is really pleasant to play anyhow. So you don't really mind. I don't find myself minding so much that it's that the skill ticks are slow, because to be honest, I'm not really following my skill ticks anyhow. I just play the game. If I need to build something, I build it. And for instance, we built this and we're making these clay planters. I haven't been paying attention to my skills. But of course, my skills have been going up all this time. Oh, and here's like a newbie tip, guys. For if you're new to Wurm, make sure, this is at least how I like to have it. So if you go to settings, see how I have all of these skill gains here. So if you go to, I think it was in UI, and if you go to the UI tab, and then you go over here to skill tab updates, I think the default was per 1 full skill point increase. Considering there's 100 points, full points, that means that the skill ticks are only going to show once in a while here. But I've put it to the very tiniest a bit because I want to see every single skill tick that I get. So I have the 0.001 increase, and I really recommend to have it, so it feels motivational to see that you're actually getting some progress with your skill. And I think a lot of new players probably don't know about that, but that's at least how I like to have it myself. We might as well just watch the skills go up there as we're working on this. So we have 21. We're still missing 9 more. And how much sleep bonus do I have? Maybe we could just put our sleep bonus on. I do have a little bit, although I'm trying to save it for my meditation, to be honest. But maybe we can afford to use a little bit of sleep bonus there. And thank you so much for the follow, Ayla. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself here on the stream. Let me just scroll back a bit here and just see what you guys were saying. And Taiki, you haven't got time for other games. You have chores to do in Wurm. Yeah, right? I know what you mean. And let's see. So Taiki, you were saying that unless your friend is a pest alt that can repair pottery, I don't think there's a way to repair pottery in Wurm. Or maybe you were joking around there about something. Limewood, you would think that sassafras, nettles, nutmeg being forage botanized only is intended, maybe to give more value to explorers, gatherers, new players. That could be, yeah. I mean, of course, it would be nice for there to be like a proper, like, something to lure people to do the foraging and botanizing, I guess. That's true. And Joshua says, after 8 years of playing, it's been playing Wurm is like a breeze. Yeah. Yep, 7 years for me. And thank you so much for that subscription. Is that either that's Kanos or Chanos? Which one is it? I would like to be able to say that correctly. And thank you so much for that subscription. And I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself here on the stream. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything here. How many more do we have to go? 8 more to go. Okay, we'll keep on going here. And Ayla, it's interesting, so it's good for your stress. Oh yes, definitely Wurm is so soothing and so relaxing to play, isn't it? Just all the grinding is actually, it's almost like after a very hard day at work, or you've had a really busy day, and you sit down to do like some very mundane task in Wurm, it's somehow like every one of those actions sort of grinds out the stress from your day. At least that's the experience I have myself. Oh, he's more of a fighter, and he likes fantasy, Final Fantasy. Right, yeah. Now I have to say, Ayla, that all the people I know, MMO players who are more into the whole fighting aspect of MMOs, they haven't been too interested in Wurm either. For instance, I can't get my I have 2 adult sons. They're both very much like PvPers. They have an absolutely zero interest in Wurm. And a friend also tried Wurm recently, Mr. Laggy. But he's more of a fighting person as well. Of course, Wurm does have fighting, but it's definitely not the most exciting experience. Although they are going to be doing some improvements to that. So Ayla, played RuneScape. You played RuneScape years ago, got so sick of it, right? Yeah, I was playing a game very similar to RuneScape back in the day, Ultima Online, which I believe is pretty similar to RuneScape. Parser, wait, did you say fast in Wurm? No such thing. Wurm is waiting. That's true. And Ayla, you have lots of time, so he didn't have much until now. So hoping while he's on unemployment till, and if he finds work again, right? So this time now he would sort of have a chance to play something a little bit more relaxed, like Wurm with you. I mean, you could tell him, Ayla, about the whole PvP side of things. He might be interested in that because actually the PvP side is kind of fascinating. You know how in other MMOs, the PvP side is all about just like killing or grabbing flags or temporarily like dominating an area. In Wurm, what they actually do is they spend months and months building up huge fortresses and building defenses and planting thorn bushes and building catapults and building guard towers and archery towers and designing how to keep themselves safe from invaders. So that's the sort of main chunk of it, and then they do raids on each other and try to break down and break into each other's fortresses. So that sounds pretty exciting. Like if I were into PvP, that would sound pretty exciting in my opinion, at least. So you might want to mention that to him. And also, here's the thing, Ayla, is that like there is this stone portal that anyone can build. Like I could build a stone portal right now. I could just plonk it right down here on the ground, and I could walk through it, and I would go over to the PvP server, and I could come right back through, back to my deed. So my thinking for you is that maybe you guys could live together on the deed that you have. I'm assuming you have a deed by now. And your husband, when he wants to go out and do some fighting, he could step through the portal over to the PvP side, go do his thing, and then come back home to you on the PvE side. Now, one thing to be aware of, though, is that they're like, and I might be saying this wrong, but apparently the first time you step through, it then will duplicate your skills. So it'll make two different sets of skills: the ones that you have over on the PvP server and the ones that you have on the PvE server. So it's something to decide, like at what point you want to step through that, right? Whether you want to grind your skills up to be higher first on the PvE server and only then go through or not. I'm sort of going off on a tangent there. How many do we have? Let me put my glasses on so I can actually see here. 24. We need 6 more. Okay. And, well, I'll say Kanos. You were saying both are fine for the way to pronounce your name. Kanos feels somehow a little bit easier. Oh, thank you so much, Kanos. I'm glad you're enjoying the stuff that I do. So, Kanos, are you a Wurm player as well? And Taiki, you've never been so chill. So I'm guessing that Wurm relaxes you as well. Oh, you've got a 5-year-old toddler, Ayla. Oh my goodness, that's a bunch to handle for sure. Thankfully, once the kids get to that 5-year mark, they start to somehow become a little bit more, that you can actually have a conversation with them about why they can't do certain things. You can actually discuss where, when they're like 2 and 3 and 4-year-olds, they're just so like, that's probably the most challenging time I've had with my kids, at least. My sons are now 22 and 28, so they're already adults, and it's here's all I can say is that they haven't started making grandchildren for me yet, but I'm in no hurry. I know a lot of times, like mothers of adult children, they're sort of like waiting for their own children to start making grandchildren, but I'm not in a hurry because I've just been enjoying being able to relax now after they grew up. Because man, it's like when you have a kid, it's like 20 years of like stressing and worrying, and you're always like sort of vigilant, and once they grow up, you finally like you can sort of like breathe out and relax, and I'm just enjoying this relaxing time right now, to be quite honest. Yes, that's right, Donut. Combat Overhaul. Yeah, we'll have a look, and we'll start having a look through the... We can... Let's do this, because I have to sort of focus so I don't make too many of these planters. So we just need 2 more, and then we'll start improving them, and we can... While I'm improving them, we can start looking through the thingamajig. The roadmap. Oh my gosh, docs, yes. Oh. So Ayla says, not sure if you're much for PvP, but he did a little in WoW, but not so great at it, right? And Taiki, you have friends going to do that. Oh, you mean that they go over to the PvP side? Oh, we got 30. We got 30. Okay, now What do we need? I think I already have the tools to improve clay stuff. So let's just check. Let's just check what we need. We need a clay shaper for sure. We're gonna need some clay, which I have here. Let's put this low quality clay. Well, we'll grab a little bit of the crappy clay, but also get some. I wonder, do I have any higher? I don't think I have any higher quality clay. Let's actually dig some. Yeah, let's dig some higher quality clay because I'm gonna need that for improving, right? Ooh, and I still have my. Let's turn off the sleep bonus as well. And I've got some clay handy over here. Let's just do some digging here. Let's go up here. Just get a few of those like higher quality bits and pieces. Put that over there. And I'll just check what else you guys were saying before we start looking at that roadmap. And Serotonin says, apparently they hook you up with nice gear on Defiance, though. Enchanted. So do you mean that, Serotonin, do you mean that once you walk through that portal, you get like a default set of, like just a newbie, like starter set of armor that has enchantments on it? Interesting. So Kanos, you just started Wurm because of my videos. Oh, that's lovely to hear, Kanos, because that's been the main reason that I have made those Wurm videos, is to and thank you so much for the follow, Keepy. Welcome to the stream. So that's been the main reason, Kanos, that I've been making those videos, is to spread the word about Wurm. You know, because I've loved this MMO for years now, and you know it's not like Wurm is perfect, but man, it really ticks a lot of the boxes that I'm looking for in an MMO, that's for sure. And you know, it's being improved actively. All kinds of new stuff coming every single year, so it never feels like it's one of those games that a company tried to make money off, and then when it didn't succeed, then they sort of just let it sit there. No. Wurm has never been like a huge, you know, mega success like World of Warcraft. So it's never risen up high enough to drop down from, you know. Instead, it is developed by a team that is just very passionate about the game. That is, you know, of course, it's nice to make money for the game as well, so they can actually keep this thing running, right? But that's not it doesn't seem like that's the main motivator. And hence it feels from year to year that they're just as passionate, just as active, like making new stuff for the game. And Limewood Gaming Redeemed, have Cats translate your sentence to finish, and you want me to translate first 5-speed horse. Now in Finnish that would be ensimmäinen viisi nopeuksinen hevonen. I'm not sure if that would be said correctly. Ensimmäinen would be first. Ensimmäinen hevonen, jolla on 5 nopeutta. Maybe like that instead. And Ayla, your son has been, oh my gosh. Your son has been a bit of a turd since he was 1.5. Yeah, that's when it starts. Around that time, when they can walk around and explore and get into all kinds of trouble. Joshua says, "You have been wormified. Welcome, welcome, Canis." Yes, indeed. Welcome to Wurm. That's true, Taiki. So I've heard that grandparents get the fun time with the grandkids, and then the parents have to deal with the annoying stuff of the kids. Yeah. Taiki says, you know, grandkids, you get the fun time, and then annoying times you hand them back, then walk out the door. Oh my gosh. Parsha says, you also sit back and watch the mama's curse at work. I hope you have children just like you. Oh yes, Viking. I think I do have a spatula. I have to dig it up. I got distracted by this whole clay business here, but I'll grab that in a bit. I do have a clay shaper as well. Hello, Ozbek. Welcome to the stream. And a good morning to you as well, Keepy. And Ayla, the last few days now has been yelling and arguing. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. My sympathies go out to you, Ayla. I remember that has been definitely the toughest time, at least for me. For some reason, my sons didn't have like a huge rebellious phase. Too much of one, at least when they were teenagers. So, at least for my kids, the worst time was definitely when they were 2 or 3 years old. That was just really 2, 3, and 4. But man, they were so cute, but so draining. They just drained every bit of energy out of me. Okay, did we get any high quality clay here? Let's have a look here and see what we have. 60 quality. Let's just put this in the order of quality. Yes, we have all this juicy, nice, high level. Let's just combine all of this stuff together. And that will be my high quality clay that I'll improve with. And then we can put this stuff over in my 40 BSB. Put that in the 30. Put that in the 20. And then we'll just combine the rest of this to be like the crappy improving stuff. And now let's just see, there was the spatula I also needed to grab from over here. Let's see where that is. Here's the spatula. Saf's icing liquor is what I've called it. So if you're new to Wurm, you've probably already noticed that you can actually rename things. And I've decided, so something that I always regretted, guys, from my first character is that I had never renamed my very first tools. Because, over the years you accumulate different types of tools and you lose track of which was your very, very first one. So I've given these quirky names for my first tools with this character. So my carving knife is Saf's pumpkin carver. Clay shaper is Saf's art thingy. What else do we have as far as names here on my tools? Let's see. We have... let's see, the twin hammers. Of course, you need 2 hammers to improve hammer. Like if you want to improve a hammer, you need another hammer. So you need to have 2 hammers. What else do we have here? My armor is called the cat suit. I thought, where's my, oh, here. One of my mallets is Antirg's Laggy Bonker, and so forth and so forth. But yeah, I need to add names actually for... So I have one for my spatula, but I have one then for my clay. Oh, I do. Saf's art thingy and Saf's icing liquor. Okay, good. Good that I do have names for those in the very least. So let's just start improving these. Where'd I put them? Here they are. Let's put that stuff. Let's put all this empty or this extra stuff away that I don't need. Put that one away as well. Put the grass away. Anything that I don't need, so it's not just like weighing me down there. Good. Okay, that looks pretty good. Tools. Let's get everything over here. Clay over here. And the healing cover should actually go into my backpack. Oh, the other one as well. Good. Full hide, 20 quality over there. meditation rug in there. Just make it nice and clean. Good. Okay, now we'll see what else we're going to need along the way. And now that we're going to start improving these, let's just bring up the roadmap, and we'll start having discussions about this roadmap. So let me just get the improving stuff underway first. Start using this, and we can. I guess we can turn on the sleep bonus as well. So let's just start reading through this here. So Samul, who is sort of the head honcho of the Wurm team these days, he has posted a roadmap, which I know is something that has been something that people have been anticipating and wanting and wishing for a long time. Now, the Wurm team doesn't really post roadmaps very often, and there's kind of a logical reason for that. And the reason for that is because a roadmap essentially is saying that, okay, these are our plans, this is what we're committing to, and this is our schedule for these things that we're going to do. That's what roadmaps usually are. But when you have a team that consists mainly of volunteers that can come and go at any time and that mainly work on their own passion projects, my goodness gracious, thank you so much for that raid, Napsor, and welcome on into the stream, Napsor, and everyone over from Napsor's stream. So what were you, Napsor, what were you streaming, and how did your stream go? And thank you so much for that. And Stoop Loops, hello there, I love your name. That is a really cute name. You were asking, how do you make categories in your inventory like tools? And can you do that in other storage units? They're folders, and you can make them by right-clicking. I think it was from here. No, it's from here. Inventory and add group. And then you can just give it a group name. You can also make subgroups within a group. However, they're buggy. They might disappear on you. Like I don't think the items would disappear. But sometimes the groups themselves, for instance, I made subgroups for the roulette folder, and for some reason they have stayed on my other character, but they have disappeared on this character. But in the very least, you can make these groups on the main level underneath inventory. And of course, you can remove them at any time, rename them, and it looks like you can access, of course, same stuff from right-clicking these that you access from here as well. It looks like, yeah. I always do it from here, though, for some reason. So we're just going to remove this one. Yeah, very handy. Very, very handy. So that's how you do it. And Holly, back from in real life gardening, what did you miss? You know what, I'm going to have to probably turn off my sleep bonus because we're going to be looking at the chat and the text once in a while. But yeah, let's continue improving these now. Just did a whole bunch of damage and hardly any improving. Let me just scroll back a bit. So what did you miss, Holly? Not much, really. We were just chatting about stuff. We're starting to now improve these clay planters. I just got all my tools ready and up and running here so we can start improving these before we burn them in the... And how is the forge doing, by the way? Still burned for a long time. I want to probably put some more... Let's put some more of that wood scraps in there so that it will stay nice and toasty. Just combine that wood scrap and burn it. There we go. And let's see what else you guys are saying here. Ooh, Parser, you have just received the title Infantry. What do you get that title from, Parser? And Napsar, you were playing Graveyard Keeper. Progressed very good today. I don't think I've ever seen Graveyard Keeper. Let me just have a very quick look at what that looks like, actually. Graveyard Keeper. This sort of looks like Terraria a bit. Is it not, not Terraria? No. The other one. The one that Retrograde likes to play. Stardew Valley, was it? Kind of reminds me of Stardew Valley in the graphics a little bit. Is it like that game? I haven't played either of these. Graveyard Keeper. And Viking, you get titles from reaching achievements in the game, and I think there's a whole list of all of the Wurm achievements and their titles over here. So you can just I'm just going to give you the link for that. And oh, by the way, let me just give the link also for the roadmap because I'm sure most of you have seen this this roadmap, but let's just link it for you guys as well. And also these cooking generators that I forgot to link those as well for you guys earlier on. So there's the links to those also. Okay, let's go back to the roadmap here. We haven't even gotten properly started. Oh, it's like Stardew Valley for pessimists. And it's pretty fun, says Reganation. From 50 normal fighting, you got that title Infantry Parser. Nice. Congratulations. And Holly, you played that game. You finished it as well. It was grindy but good. And so, Napster, you're just going to need one more stream to finish it. Nice. Okay, so let's get back to the roadmap here. Let's read this out. So yeah, Samul, the lead developer, I think his title is also producer, or is it project manager? Either of the two. Anyhow, yeah. So I was talking about why we don't usually see roadmaps from Wurm. And I was talking about how the team is mostly volunteers. They can come and they can go. And also, since they're volunteers and don't get paid a salary, most of them, they to keep them motivated, it's mainly that they're working on their own passion projects. So it's kind of hard to make like a dedicated roadmap for a game like Wurm. So I completely and fully understand why we haven't seen them very often. And you do notice that Samul also hasn't put like exact times. He sort of said like in what order they're going to be doing stuff. And he's giving like a rough idea of, coming weeks, coming months and so forth. But he's not putting anything, he's not tying anything down too much. And that is the smart way to go, I think, because of course of the nature of how Wurm is run. So I completely understand this, but yeah, let's just start reading this now. I can't even remember the last time I've seen a roadmap from Wurm. Does anyone remember the last time we've seen one be released? I can't remember. And I have kind of like a dry throat. Before I start reading this, I should definitely get that sorted first. Have a little drink of water there. Have a little cough. Okay, I think that's better now. So, Samul says, hello Wormians. As we haven't had a proper summary to the Steam launch yet, let's start with that. And you know what we'll do? I think we'll do this, guys. We're going to tile these, I think. I think it's better to tile them. So we can improve while we're reading this, right? Um, as we haven't had a proper summary to the Steam launch yet, let's start with that. The player counts since that time have been just unprecedented, and we are very excited to see how lively Wurm has become. Now that has also brought an extreme load to both our dev team as well as the entire staff, hence the initial hiccups, but it seems we're well past that point and almost back to normal. Almost, since we still have some unresolved things to handle. So I know some people have been saying that, man, we haven't heard anything from the Wurm team after the Steam release. And some people have assumed that they just like stopped doing anything, but that's not the case at all. I do know for a fact that the team has been, I think a couple people took maybe vacations, but I think most everyone has just continued working. I think they should have taken vacations though, because I know everyone was like just working night and day before the Steam launch. But yeah, of course, you know, after the Steam launch, there was a lot of stuff to still wrap up and fix. And of course, there was a lot of unexpected stuff that happened. Initially, there was only supposed to be, you know, just the 2 servers, the PvE and PvP server, Defiance and Harmony. And then suddenly they had to make another server and yet another server. So they've been scrambling to keep up with everything. So it's completely understandable. Let's see what he says next. The surge in popularity has definitely exceeded our expectations, and it seems like it can give us some headroom in expanding the development team, which should help us increase the development pace of both new features and bug fixing. Now, as some of you know, I am a volunteer art dev in the team, and just like recently joined the team just before the Steam launch. I was initially helping with the marketing stuff and then a little bit with the UI stuff, and also did the trailer, of course. But then when it was just supposed to be like a temporary 3-month thing. And then when the 3 months ended, so I got paid for 3 months. It was just supposed to be like a freelancer gig. And then when the 3 months ended, Samuel asked if I want to stay on as a volunteer dev. He couldn't like offer me at that point yet like a proper job, a paid job, but he did ask if I want to stay on as a volunteer, and I said sure. But as far as what he's mentioning here, with adding, you know, more paid positions, I don't think we'll be seeing me turn into like a paid employee anytime soon. I think the first priority is to get salaries for some of the programmers, because the bottleneck in the team is actually the programmers, because we artists can make, you know, stuff until we're blue in the face, all kinds of beautiful graphics for the team. However, if there aren't any programmers to actually put that stuff in, then it's kind of useless to be making the graphics, right? So that is the first thing that needs to be taken care of, getting some more programmers and getting salaries for the ones that have been, you know, working hard for the Wurm team for a very, very long time. So I completely understand that. We'll see what happens in the future. And let's see what else it says here. He says, most of you might not know this, but we've had very few hired or contracted developers for quite a while now, much fewer than you would expect from a game of this scale, but we're well on the way to fixing that. And if you're interested yourself in becoming either a volunteer developer or a contractor, feel free to contact me with the relevant details at samuelwurmonline.com. And I know that you can also contact Samuel right here in the forums. You can just, you know, send him a message as well here in the forums if you want, if you prefer, if you're interested in helping out with the team as well. He says, I ask for your patience in this part, as it might take us a while to actually get to that point, and the recruitment and training itself might be taking some time away from the direct development in the meanwhile. But after that's sorted out, we will be going ahead faster than ever. And obviously, any new developers will be put on the mandatory bug duty first, fixing those pesky recurring bugs. That all sounds very good. In addition to expanding the dev team, we're expanding our marketing efforts as well, which we've already started on. We haven't been great about that before, but we have had a lot of ideas in store for promoting the game now and in the future, and you might have already seen some Wurm ads around the web. And that's actually something I helped with. Let me just, I can share what I did for the marketing banners. Let me just make sure I don't show anything too secret here. I'm just going to browse over here in my other window and make sure I show the right thing. Let's just go to Wurm Dev and marketing banners. Yes. There's a good example. There we go. Yeah. So you might have seen in, like, for instance, Massively Overpowered, in their website, we had these banners up. And of course, you know, I was the one that did the key art for Wurm for the Steam launch. And so basically it's using the key art elements, you know, moved around a little bit for these. There's a whole bunch of banners that I did. So we had to do a whole, like, in many, many different sizes, really, really teensy ones, then really large ones. And I'm not going to show the other ones though, because just in case they're sort of unreleased, but those ones have been showing on some of the websites so far. So it's pretty cool. It was pretty cool to see those banners up on Massively, since I do visit the Massively website quite often. Now let's see, what else do we have here? Now, the thing you're most of you are here for, what are we doing next? While we're happy with how the improvements to the new player experience and the new tutorial have turned out, it's obvious from the feedback that there's still work to be done there. And actually, before we go forward here, let me just catch up with you guys first and just see what you guys are saying here. And so Wolfmare, you're saying that the previous roadmap might have been 2017. So it's been, yeah, it's been a while since I've last seen one. Oh, we're completely out of stamina. Completely out of stamina. Let's go and get a little drink here as well. Well, Parser, you were saying that you're very generous to have stayed, and they are very, very fortunate. Well, thank you very much, Parser. You know, as a obviously, if you're like a volunteer and you don't get paid a salary, there's only so much time you can contribute, because you have to pay your bills, right? You have to be using most of your time to actually do stuff that's going to pay the bills. So there's only so much time that I'm willing to sort of contribute. If I was like, if I was somebody who was, what's it called again? In Finnish, eläkkeellä. If I was retired, and I was getting like a steady income from like retirement money, then that would be a whole different thing. But unfortunately, there's still a long way to go before I get to that kind of point, right? So yeah. And Ayla, you've always been an artist, and eventually when stress goes down, you hope soon to do more with graphic design and photography you're interested in. Nice, Ayla. Do you have some sort of like portfolio up online? I'd love to check out your portfolio if you have one. Holly, stinking rich or retired. Yeah, well, stinking rich is never going to happen, that's for sure. But yeah, still a few more years to go. I think the retirement age in Finland is now 65, so there's still 13 more years to go before I reach that. Sure, Ayla, I'd love to see what you've worked on. And that reminds me, I need to add actually the Wurm stuff to my own portfolio as well. And Cats, you need to remember to let the stamina go up. Okay, now let's continue here. As we continue to have plenty of new players joining the game, that will be our focus in the upcoming weeks. The tutorial will be getting some polishing. And by the way, guys, I just have to say, I thought that I thought that the tutorial that they updated for the Steam launch was definitely a step in the right direction. It was more similar to the old tutorial we had way back in the day. I liked it, but definitely it does need some polish still for sure. And we'll be introducing additional in-game tips and tools to help the newer Wormians learn the ropes and perhaps not get too frustrated by constantly digging through the wiki. That sounds good, because I've heard a lot of comments saying that, what? You expect me to find this information from the Wormpedia? That's, you know, if it's a good game, you shouldn't have to be able to do that. Of course, Wurm being such a massive game that it is, such an old game with so much content, there's only so much you can cram into the interface and the game itself. It's just inevitable that there is some stuff that you're just going to have to find out from the wiki. But if you're new to Wurm, just a little tip here. Something that they added during the during the Steam launch is this new thing here. This button, if you right-click any item in the game, you'll see there's this Wormpedia button here, and it will just open Wormpedia for you automatically. So that's pretty cool, huh? And there's also other ways to open Wormpedia as well. I forget now. There was some kind of keybind, and there's no, that wasn't Wormpedia. Actually, come to think of it, you know what? That's kind of like, this is the journal. It's kind of like, I'm just realizing they're using the same icon for Wormpedia and for the journal. I think the journal should have J on it, with keeping the W for Wormpedia. What do you guys think? I'm going to have to suggest that to those guys, because this is kind of confusing. It's a conflict that they're taking you to two different places. Because that was what I was going to just go here for Wormpedia, but that's the journal, yeah. Yeah, that needs an improvement, I think. But there was some kind of keybind to open the Wormpedia as well. I'm sure some of you know what I'm talking about. Where did I leave off now? Here. We'll be introducing additional in-game tips and tools to help the newer Wormians learn the ropes and perhaps not get too frustrated by constantly digging through the wiki. Though we do acknowledge that at some point that might always be a requirement. Yeah. Let me just see what you guys are saying here. And Serotonin says tutorial was okay. Yeah, I think it was. I think it was definitely better than the one before that. Let's just have a look here at Ayla's link. And very beautiful photographs, Ayla. Very nice job with these photographs. And that must be your son. Very cute. Well, those eyes are going to break some girls' hearts when he gets a bit older. Beautiful job with these photographs. Like the depth of what's the term? Depth of field? I forget the right term, but you know, like the focusing, the sharpness on the foreground and the blurry background there. No, depth of field is not the right term, is it? Some very nice stuff. I'll definitely have a deeper dig into that later on. And I meant to actually open this one here. Midnight says, except the tutorial, it dumps you into an overworked player zone that is a mess no matter the world or shard. Once past that, it's a good game. Well, I would say, Midnight, you do have a very fair point there, but I think the whole Steam launch thing was kind of like a it was kind of like a strange time because, of course, it was a very special situation with, you know, everyone rushing in. I think your sort of normal everyday experience, though, like if we go like half a year from now, if somebody were to make a new character, I don't think it would be ransacked like it was during those first days. It was just because there was like, you know, literally hundreds, if not thousands of players all rushing in at the same time. So that's sort of like not your normal situation, right? And it was H for Wurmpedia search, says Scarred. Okay, let's try that. Oh, I've set my keybind H to something else, I'm afraid. So it's not working for me, but there is a keybind for that, yeah. Or like that's the default. And that's very true, Achaicus. Achaicus was saying that there's the crafting window and recipe window, and not a problem to use the wiki simply because there is a large variety of things. After a while, you'll use the wiki less and less once you memorize more stuff. That's true. Let's just have a look here at your Facebook link, Ayla. Silver Light Studios. And let's just have a look at the photos here. So you got the same photographs here as well, right? And I guess those are family photos and stuff. But I'll have a look through those later on. And that was your son, right? You can see the onery. Akeka says, so it's really is the nature of a complex game. I think it may be better for a wiki to have and to use rather than add so much stuff that a programmer has to take time to code. Rather have the programming team doing something else more substantial with their finite time, you think, right? Midnight, the last 3 times you went back, the start zones were very messy and a lot of effort to get over farmed mats. Right. So Midnight, are you new to Wurm after the Steam launch, or are you an older player? And you think that they might lose players because of it? Yeah, I mean, it is true that you come into the game and all you see is all this mess all over the place, and you know, fallen trees and like dug up ditches, and it's not the best first impression, that's for sure. Yeah, but I'm not sure like what you can really do about that though, because that is the nature of the beast with Wurm, is that it's all based on the fact that players are able to shape and change the lands as they see fit, right? So where there might be players that might have their first reaction as being a negative one from seeing all that mess, I think there will also be players who will look at that mess and go like, wow, players are able to change the lands like that. Players can actually destroy things, and it will, instill this kind of thing into their imagination that, man, if those players were able to do that, that must mean that I also have like freedoms to do a lot of things in the game that you couldn't just do in any other. I mean, imagine ransacking like an area of World of Warcraft. You just couldn't do it, could you? Parser. Kats is very knowledgeable about what will break hearts. I don't break anyone's hearts, Parser. What are you talking about? Oh, Ayla, the pictures also found epoxy resin, new obsession. Oh, I've been interested in, so that's like the clear plastic, isn't it? To and you know those layered things where they put layer upon layer of epoxy to make a sort of 3D kind of like fish or something in a bowl, or else to put photos in. That's really cool stuff. I would love to try something like that one day. So Ayla, you were saying that you find the wiki overwhelming. So here's a suggestion for you. or rather like something that might be useful for you. So I have this fan page here. It's just my own like Wurm. It's nothing official, just my own Wurm like fan page, and I've done this item list where all of the items in Wurm that have like a 3D model, I've taken screenshots of them and listed them here, sort of categorizing them. So you've got like, you know, tools, you've got foods, you've got resources, indoor furnishing with all the different like furniture and storage and the different machines in the game, carpets and so forth, statues. You got the outdoor decorating stuff with bridges and flags and statues here as well, like outdoor statues, colossus, gardening stuff, all related to all the different plants, the different trees, their heights at full like age. You can see, you can look at this meter and figure out like which ones are the highest trees. I've put them in the order of height. And then you've got the different lighting sources, the different building materials, what types of walls are in the game, guard towers, fences, pavement, and then taxidermy can be ignored except those who play Wurm Unlimited. Themed items, I've also gathered like into different themes, like everything you might want to have like in a stable, for instance. Then everything you might want to have like in a sort of fisherman's area, everything like fishing related and boat related. Dungeon items if you wanted to make some kind of dungeon in the game, like decorate something like a dungeon. All different types of like themes. And then there's like the equipment, player equipment. So if this is of any use to sort of get an idea of what kind of things are in Wurm, and all of these, then the link here takes you directly to the page in Wurmpedia, where you can browse through here, but then you can just click the link to go to the Wurmpedia page. And Wurmpedia, for anyone who's overwhelmed by Wurmpedia, all you really need to know is that the recipe to make stuff is always here on the right-hand side. And to make one thing, you usually have to make another thing. So for instance, in this case, you would have to make a tapestry stand. So what I like to do is I open that in a new tab so I don't lose the original recipe. And then here, to make a tapestry stand, I need a plank. And then I open that in a new tab. And, you know, just keep them all open, then go backwards. That's how I like to do it myself. So I don't know if that was of any use to you, but hopefully it was. How are we doing with the improvement stuff here so far? We haven't gotten very far, that's for sure. My skills are so low with pottery, but it's gonna take a while anyhow. Oh, I see, Midnight. So you played Wurm years ago and a few years, then Steam for a day. Right. Serotonin, you thought the tutorial was cool in that regard. The debris from the other players was what reminded you about digging, etc. Right. Oh, Joshua, you need 1,000 clay. Good luck with that. So Ayla, you have resin molds, and your favorite mold is a dragon. Ooh, sounds nice. And thank you, Midnight. Ayla, you want to dye your character's hair purple. Yeah, unfortunately that can't be done right now in the game, but that's the characters is something we're going to come across here in the roadmap in a bit, and we can talk about that a little bit. And you just bookmarked it? Great. Parser, you would say that Wurmpedia isn't a good resource for guiding you through what to do next or what area to focus on, but it tells you how to do something once you've decided what you want to do. Absolutely, Parser, that's right. The whole reason I made that item list to begin with was because what overwhelmed me about Wurmpedia was being able to find everything. To, like, if you didn't already know that something existed, how would you know how to search for it? So let's say you're new to Wurm and you had absolutely no idea. Let's just find some random thing that you just never know that you can make in the game. So for instance, a small bell. So if I were to go to Wurmpedia and the small bell wasn't already in my brain, but I would still like to browse everything that you could make in the game, I would never know that you can make a small bell that you can actually ring, right? So that's the reason I wanted to make this, is so that you could casually just browse through and you'd be like, wow, you can make tackle boxes? Really? Oh, you can make water skins? What the heck? And so forth. And that was the main purpose with that. And I hope that has been useful for people. It's possible that a person with purple hair in a medieval setting could be burned at the stake for witchcraft. Yeah, I bet. Okay, now getting back to the roadmap here. Where did we leave off? Okay, so this will also include further UI improvements which should make the UI more comfortable to use for everyone and bring some of the requested features and tweaks. Yeah, for sure. For sure there was some things in the UI that were clearly you know, hadn't been quite finished in time for the Steam launch, but it's good that those are going to be finished off. And then Samul says, I'm sure that's boring stuff to most of you reading through. Worry not. During that time, we'll also be working on finishing up a large combat overhaul. This was something that was meant to be there for Steam launch, but we have decided to postpone it to give it the attention and polish it deserves. The goal of the combat update will be to increase the interactivity and engagement of combat by both providing much better visual feedback, significantly reducing the need to read combat chat, and changing certain mechanics like making special moves more prominent and useful in PvE. This will be put to public testing before it goes live. We have done decent progress on this up to this point, but it still needs a good bit of work to be ready for us to show it to you in full. And of course, I know some people would have liked to hear about this earlier on and would like to be able to give their ideas and feedback. So this is the place, by replying to this thread, guys. If you have thoughts about the combat system, this is the place to now give your feelings and ideas and ask your questions about what it's going to be like. I haven't actually had a chance to read through the comments yet that have been in this thread, to be honest, so there probably are a lot of questions already there. And also, remember, guys, how when after the Steam launch, the fight window was missing the special moves, so there was the little panel of buttons at the bottom, and everyone was wondering what those were for. We finally got those special moves in there, so those are now working, and that's exactly one of the things, for instance, that had not been finished yet, and it was like it was redesigned to sort of more support these future plans with the combat window. And I'm really happy about this, because I think combat in Wurm is just definitely one of the like if I'm talking about Wurm to somebody that I'm trying to advertise the game to, and they ask me, okay, so you've told me all about the good stuff about Wurm, so what are the downsides in your opinion? I would have definitely said that combat would have been one of the downsides for me, because I've always felt that Wurm combat is a bit on the boring side. And especially when you come from a game such as World of Warcraft, where combat is so much more, thrilling. And then there's this slow-paced Wurm combat where you don't really do very much anyhow. it is a huge difference for sure. So I'm really glad that this is being worked on. And also, you know, the special moves, like if you look here at the special moves, they are currently, they have only been really used for PvP. I think it was called special moves. Yes, here. So you can see there's like, what did I count? 77 or something like that of them? Look at all of these different moves that there are. And these are the ones that appear on those bottom slots. And you only see that full fight window if you have auto fight turned off, by the way, guys. I think auto fight might be turned on by default when you first start the game, but if you want to see the full fight window with all the different options, make sure to turn off auto fight so you can see those. But yeah, I'm so glad that those are gonna actually be more useful for the PvE side as well. Then he says that once we're done with those first two focuses of ours, well, actually, let me just see what you guys have to say about the combat before we go forward. Hello, Zevis. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? And Parser is showing the decoration category. So why did you want to share that, Parser? Was that to share the different furniture decorations, or do you mean like if you're trying to browse through? Was that your sort of response to when I was saying it's hard to browse through all the stuff you can decorate with? Now, of course, sure, these are like the bigger things, like, you know, pieces of furniture and stuff, but still there's stuff that you might want to put onto tables and things, which this item list serves that purpose, right? Because you don't see all of these many tens if not hundreds of items. You don't see those in this list. This is just you know, mainly furniture and tapestries and stuff like that. And it's nice to see the visual, I think. What else do we have here? We can just shut these ones down. Let's go back here. Hello, Grinning Hound. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Scarred Vulcan says, I really hope they don't attempt to bring in Twitch or reaction-based combat. It just wouldn't work with how the server architecture is set up. That kind of combat only works when you have regional servers where ping is mitigated. With all of our servers located in Germany, anyone outside of Europe would see a major disadvantage due to higher ping. That's a very good point, Scarred, and I have to say it's so wonderful that we're all, you know, players from all over the world. We're all playing together here in the same servers. We don't have European and American servers, and I think that's one of the beauties of Wurm. But that's a very, very good point, that the ping would be a problem if it was like faster paced, the combat. I don't necessarily want it faster paced. I just want more to do. Something so it's not just like sort of standing there and just auto fighting almost, that you hardly have to do anything. And Zev, it's 2 years anniversary of your follow in less than 2 months. Ah, you remember when 10 months ago you were talking about 1 year anniversary? I know time goes by so fast, doesn't it? It has. Yeah, there's the pictures. Of course, with that list you can go to these, and there are the pictures here in Wurmpedia as well. But still, it's much more casual to just like scroll by and check them from here instead. Okay, let's see what else it says here. So what about you? Before we go forward, let's just discuss the combat a little bit. So, well, what kinds of concerns do you guys have about what Samul said about the combat system? I know the Factional Fight Brothers, they had some concerns, which they will probably talk about in their stream tomorrow. So they're going to be having their Sunday stream, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be one of the topics they're going to talk about. And Holly says, we've nearly arrived at the second Wormian winter as well. Oh, hello, Factional Fight. You guys are, I'm not sure which of you, I'm assuming that's Farron there behind the Factional Fight name. So you guys are going to be talking about that, or is that Adam this time? And that doesn't help. Yeah, that could mean either of you guys. Okay, let's see what else we have here, because I know you guys are going to talk all about that. So maybe more discussion can be revolving around the combat tomorrow on the Factional Fight stream. Let's see, where's the next part here? Yes, here. So once we're done with those first two focuses of ours, we have multiple major content updates planned out for the upcoming months. Those will be released along large marketing pushes to bring even more players to the lands of Wurm, and should bring a lot of content for both newer and older players. That sounds good. And this is really exciting what they say in the next part here. Included in those updates will be a large exploration-focused update intended to make the wilderness of Wurm more interesting to explore, with different random encounters to be had around the world. Something we are looking at. Okay, before we go forward with that one, now that's super exciting, because I remember in Ultima Online and many other MMOs, you would randomly run into these camps of not trolls, but orcs, at least in Ultima Online. And that was really, really exciting to encounter one of those. And, you know, then it would spawn somewhere else in a different part of the world. I'm not sure if it's going to be in that kind of format. And of course, you know, speaking of Factional Fight Brothers, I know you guys have been wishing for something like that forever. So you guys must be super happy to see this. Something we are looking at as well is a unique creatures rework, as well as some more chances to brush up on less used skills. This update overall should provide a less grindy alternative to other features of Wurm, and in general make PvE gameplay more varied. I mean, that all sounds fantastic. And Zevis, I remember when, like over a year ago, my friend, she was also streaming, had a nickname and emotes related to cats. Don't remember exactly the name. Catnip. Yeah, Catnip. Yeah, that's right. And you were so excited about that she was going to go and kill a dragon in Wurm for the first time, but she didn't stream again. So here comes your question. Do I know if she killed that dragon? I don't know. I'm presuming she did kill that dragon, Zevis. Yeah. I think Catnip has been, I spoke to her just recently, well, not super recently, about a couple of months ago, actually. I do believe she did roll a character on the new servers, so she is active in Wurm, but I think she's been having some real life stuff that has kept her busy from streaming, but I really do miss Catnip's streams. She's one of my favorite Wurm streamers. Would love to see her back streaming again. But yeah, I mean, Zevis, dragon fights happen all the time in Wurm. I think there was a dragon fight just only last week. Was it on Deliverance, or what server was it on? I can't remember now. Let's see what else we have here. This is a good part. This is something that really excites me. We also intend to expand further on construction features. Adding both new building elements and decorative items and features. One of our desired features that we've been playing with are docks, which would allow you to create structures on water. Can you imagine, guys? Finally, we're going to have proper docks. Instead of having to make just like docks from from dirt. That is going to be so good. So good. I just hope. Now, here's one of my gripes, guys. One of my gripes is the fact that wood wood styles don't match each other in this game. I really hope that the dock wood style is going to somehow match with either the wooden plank pavement or with the bridges or something, because now the wooden plank pavement, the wooden boards or whatever they're called, floorboards, they don't match the wooden bridges. And then if the docks also have a mismatching style, I hope there's some more consistency with the wooden styles in this game. That's one of my biggest gripes, actually. But otherwise, yeah, that sounds really juicy. I can imagine that's going to be a lot of work to get that system up and running. On the decoration side, a popular suggestion as well as something we want to see in the game is hanging items on walls. We'll be looking at how we can do that. And that is also something that so many people have been wishing for so many years. Imagine having like paintings and hanging like all kinds of stuff like up on the walls. Maybe we're gonna, I don't know if taxidermy, we've talked about taxidermy. Many people have been talking about taxidermy in their streams recently, actually. How nice it would be to be able to put a bear's head or a stag's head up on the wall. But paintings, in the very least, would be so cool. I really miss having paintings from games like Ultima Online and Legends of Arya, where you could put paintings up on the wall. So that's really nice. And before we go forward, let me just see what you guys are saying here. And so, Holly, you're going to actually hold off making your dock because of this this bit of news. Yeah, I don't know how long it's going to take, though, Holly. So, what I can say is that I know that, I do know that Saruman has been working on the docks for a while. So I don't actually know what stage of progress the docks are in, and it's not something I would even really be comfortable sharing anyhow, just so it doesn't build up any picture in players' minds about a timeline with that either. But yeah, it's probably going to be a very complex thing to be until they because here's a word of warning, Holly, is that bridges was something that they started working on, and I think somebody probably older in the game would be able to say, but wasn't it so that bridges were something that was promised like years and years and years until it was finally released? So all I'm saying, Holly, is don't hold your breath. It might be worth your while to just make, well, I don't know. I have actually no idea what the timeline is for those docks. All I can say is it's probably a complex system to get it working. So it might be a while until we see those. And Ayla, you're glad I'm going over the roadmap? Lots to read, yeah. And it's also you're bothered as well, Holly, by the mismatched wood types. Yeah, it really bothers me to get everything nicely matched. It's such a challenge in Wurm for sure. I know what you're gonna say, Parser. I know. And Ayla, a Discord, you can send me your newest resin mold you got. Nice, please do that, yes. Scard says, I imagine docks might be using a similar system to bridges. Yeah, it's probably going to be a similar type of, or I don't know, actually. I don't honestly know. But it would sound kind of reasonable that it would be a similar type, at least as complex, that's for sure. Scar de Vulcan says, bridges were promised by Christmas 2006. And what was the year that they came out? I mean, they came out a couple of years after, maybe 2014, 2015 that they came, finally. And you have plenty of other things to do first anyhow, says Holly. So you can wait. Oh, Grinning says, same with stairs. How long the game went without those. Always had to use ladders. Yeah, true. Scar says, comparatively not long on the stairs. We'd only had multi-story housing for a short time at that point, right? So let's see what else we have here. Animal keeping is another future that we feel has much more potential to be realized. And of course, this is a topic that comes up all the time as well, how the whole animal taming and animal husbandry could use some sweet, sweet lovin', because man, the animal taming, like guys, you know, in all other MMOs, usually my main character is an animal tamer, and I have not felt motivated or inspired or interested to make an animal tamer or to like work on my animal taming skill at all in a Wurm. And it just feels like the system isn't quite there to, because even if you tame, say, like in other games, tame a bear and train it up and you can actually use it as like a fighting buddy. But in Wurm, if you tame a bear and you use it for fighting, which you can technically, every time it gets damaged, it loses its devotion to you. I'm not using the correct terminology, but pretty much means the same. So you have to keep feeding it to sort of keep the taming. What's the word I'm looking for? Loyalty. Yes, thank you, Scarred. The loyalty goes down, so you have to keep on improving the loyalty, and then they don't stay very easily alive in a fight. Whereas in other games, you tame like a, you know, some kind of predator, and you can actually use it to fight with. So that's definitely one thing. And then one thing that's super broken about animal husbandry, of course, there's a couple things, two like bigger things come to mind. First of all, the fact that horse breeders, they have to stop their skein gill. If they want to have 5-speed horses, and only 5-speed horses, they have to stop gaining skills at 50, or between 50 and 60. Now, I intentionally got my animal husbandry up to over 60 because I wanted to be able to have 5 speeds plus spark in its eyes. But that's a problem. And then what ends up happening is these horse breeders have to then make many alts if their skills start to go up too high. That is broken. And another thing that comes to mind from animal husbandry, of course, is the fact that, you know, that has been discussed many, many times, is that the traits don't really cater to anything much else than the horses. It's the same set of traits for all animals, yet there's nothing that sort of caters to cows or pigs or sheep. Like, for instance, that sheep could get, you know, if you had like a high wool producing sheep, you could get a little bit more wool from them, or high milk producing quality. Imagine that on like a cow or a sheep or a bison. You know, there's so many things you could do with the traits. So those are just a couple of things that come to mind that definitely need fixing in this game. So I'm really, 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 really happy to see that this is going to be a priority in the near future. Really, really good. So he says here, we'll be working on expanding that part and keeping different animals a more varied and in-depth future, with perhaps a new animal or two thrown into the mix. So that's always cool. It's always cool to have new animal types in the game. What animals would you guys like to see added to Wurm? I mean, if I think about that myself, let me just have a look here. If we put farm animals, let's just have a look here. Let's have a look here. Get all these kitty pictures here. And this is one of my things that I'd like to see. You know how we have baby sheep for the lambs for the sheep? We need to have baby pigs and baby versions. I've talked about this recently. We need to have baby versions for a lot of the animals in the game. Let's just see. How come there's just like this kitty stuff all over the place? How about turkeys, guys? Would it be fun to have turkeys in the game? We should have different types of dogs as well, not just the one, and then make it more, have it so that you can actually have dogs and cats as pets that sort of wander around your deed, and that you could, like, imagine if you could play fetch with your dog, and then it would stay tame. Man. Are we really, really not going to get any better images than these ones? Well, rabbits is one thing that would be nice to see in Wurm. Goats, I guess. But they're kind of very, very similar to... I'm trying to think about what would be the use of rabbits as a farm animal. How... Maybe, like, for fur and for meat? I'm not sure. And of course, I know somebody's going to say ducks because we have the duck sounds in the game. So what about wild animals? I have no idea what's... I don't think they've even started, like, planning yet. As far as wild animals, of course, there's always this problem that we have the different biomes kind of mixed together. You have hyenas wandering around in the forests that don't really match anything except the sandy areas. You know what's... I was gonna say that mice kind of, you know, the little tiny little mice that scuttle around along the edges of buildings is kind of missing, but we do have the giant rats, but that's kind of a different thing, of course. Foxes might be, well, that's probably an African wolf. Let's see. Let's put this image like higher size. Hold on. Size large. And you know, it's the whole problem with, I mean, you don't want to have like things like zebras walking around or giraffes because that just doesn't feel right? But then again, there's like hyenas, which is crazy in itself that we have hyenas walking around. Hedgehogs might be quite cute because if you were to kill a hedgehog, you could get quills that you could maybe use for... It could be like a, you know, you have needles, maybe a crude needle could be a quill from a hedgehog or something like that. Or to be able to write with. I'm not sure if you could even use like hedgehog quill to write with, to be honest. I guess they're like empty inside, aren't they? Hollow? Yeah, foxes would be pretty cool to see. Of course, it's very close to the wolves. But yeah, let's see what you guys are saying. What animals you guys would like to see in the game? Let me scroll back here a little bit. And Holly, you would like to see the black sheep produce black wool. That would be super cool, yeah. I would love to see that. And Scarred says bridges were October 2014. So that would have been about a year after I started playing Wurm. Yeah, that sounds about right. So Holly, why do you need alts if your breeding skill is too high? The reason for that, Holly, is because the higher your animal husbandry, the more traits fit into the animal. And most people, when they want a 5-speed horse, they just want a 5-speed horse. They don't want all these extra traits because they will often want to be breeding 5 speeds themselves. And then when you're trying to breed the 5 speeds, then you get, if you have like, say 8 traits, you're much more likely it gets messy with trying to keep it a nice, neat pack of 5 speeds. Like, it gets more jarbled in a way. I'm not sure if you I guess I'm not sure if I'm like explaining that very clearly, but Nice guy. Hello, welcome to the stream. You would like to see squirrels. Starry-eyed says alpacas. Oh my god, alpacas are so cute. What about bats, guys? Bats that would I've been so obsessed with watching bat videos lately. The flying foxes from Australia. I've been watching these channels on YouTube where these Australian ladies, like they specialize in saving bats that have been and you know, they have all their shots and stuff. I wonder now with the whole corona thing if they've had to change things up at all, because I guess it's the bats over in Asia that are more the problem, not the ones in Australia. But man, the flying foxes are so adorable. It would be cool if bats were like flying around just only at nighttime. And I'm not sure what would be. Of course, they would not be something you could, unless you threw something at a bat. I'm just trying to think, like, all animals you're able to harvest for something, so I guess bats wouldn't be such an easy thing because they're never really crawling along the ground unless they sort of crash landed. Scar de Vulcan says goats, different dog breeds, alpacas. Serena would like to see goats. Tuxie would like to see house cats. Oh my gosh, yes, it would be so lovely. Starry-eyed. You feel like we should all be starting to sing Old MacDonald Had a Farm. I know, right? All those kitty pictures. And Scarred sounds like Kat's son is having fun. Yeah, they're playing online games. He's been so addicted to what was it called again, guys? One of Us or Among Us or whatever it was called. Emus, says Scarred. You would like to see emus. Ayla would like to see turkeys for Thanksgiving. Oh man, that would be... And just, you know, the whole turkey sound is so adorable, isn't it? I would love to be able to hear that in Wurm. Oh, Tuxie, good one. Moose. Yeah. Because we only have one sort of deer type animal in the game, don't we? We have just the normal deer, but moose would be pretty cool. And rabbits would be great, says Tuxie. And Ayla also says pelts and meat they could provide. Reindeer, says Holly. Yeah, reindeer could definitely be one. And maybe reindeer, since they're more like northern animal, maybe they would only sort of hang out on higher altitudes or something where it's colder. Drogo says sloths, nice and calm animals. Sloths are so cute, aren't they? Creepy and cute. Tuxie says porcupines. Yeah, I wonder. Of course, the porcupines have even longer quills than the hedgehogs. And Seren would like to see donkeys as a rideable. That would be very cool, yeah, just to give a little bit more variation. So everyone's not just riding around on the horses. And Tuxie, oh, good one. Tuxie says porcupine quills could make knitting needles. That's something we don't have yet, actually, for the wool items. Oh my gosh, Tuxie, I love that idea. I literally have, like, look at this. I literally have, I have here, where is all my wool, actually? Did I put... I know I have tons and tons of wool in one of these. Is it the highest one that I have the wool in? 743 wool in that one. 94 wool in that one. I have all this wool, and I don't even know what the heck to do with it. I know you can make the tapestries from wool, and the woolen hats, right? But I don't... Yeah, that would be so cool if you could knit in Wurm. I would love it. A knitting skill, that would be so cool. Holly says, cats has gone bats. Oh, Scarred, good one. Yeah, actual birds instead of just 2D flying effects might be fun. Yeah, and imagine, oh, you know, Scarred, what would be so cool? You know what would be so cool? I know you guys, some of you probably already know what I'm going to say here. But this, This is something I've complained about before. Where is it? Not here. Do I have it over here? Decorative. Here. The bird cage. So I know I've said this in one of my streams before. I still haven't made a bird cage simply because I am too annoyed by the fact that there's a bloody chicken in there. I would love to be able to make a bird cage, and imagine if you could catch the wild birds. Maybe there was like, say, 5 to 10 different sorts that fly around, and you could maybe use a net to catch one, and you could put them into the bird cage, and they would have different songs that you could that could be part of your ambience, like experience when you're hanging around at home. That would be cool. And then this would finally get some kind of use, this bird cage, because right now, I don't know, like, is there anyone like me who is just like a chicken in a cage? No, no thanks. That has refused to make one of these just because it has a chicken in there. I don't know whose bright idea that was to put a chicken in there, but I'm not a fan at all. Limewood, you love the idea of knitting skill to use with wool, though needles could be made from wood or metal too. Yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure. Tuxie says, oh yeah, donkeys, what a great idea. Would be cool if they could pull the small cart. Oh, what a great idea, Tuxie, again. To have, of course, the small cart currently cannot be pulled by anything, but that would be a pretty fun addition. Yotonobis, hello, welcome to the stream. Yotonobis is saying doves, those who can send messages between claims. Ooh, I like that idea as well. So let's say that you didn't have the skills needed to make a mailbox that actually works because it needs a priest to cast courier on it for it to actually work. But then you'd have this sort of alternative to that. To tame some doves that could send the messages. I like that idea. Keepy says their droppings could be used for fertilizer for crops. Oh, that'd be fun, yeah. Among Us, yes, that was the game I was thinking of. Yeah, they're completely addicted to that game. They play it every single night. We'll see how long that lasts. Limewood says ravens that caw ominously and blackbirds that sing in the evening, maybe parrots that could repeat some preset messages. That would be fun. Great ideas, guys. You know what I'm gonna do? You guys have had such great ideas. I'm gonna collect all these ideas up and just present them to the team later on and just say that we had many great ideas here in the stream from various people. And Duja says, hello, welcome to the stream. Reindeer like Yule goats. Scarred Vulcan, if we had emus, then we could send them at Bloody Drongo and see emu fight emus. And Holly, you have about 400 wool by now. Right, and have you figured out anything to do with them yet? Tuxie, once you start using wool, it goes super fast, so really good to have a big stash saved up. It's like it evaporates once you start spinning it. Oh, I see. It's one of those materials. I know. Like some of the lighter metals, like gold and silver, you mine and you mine and you mine, and then you end up with just a small amount at the end of the day. Oh, the wool bedroll is nice and uses ton of it. Oh, I see. Yeah, I just have the one that we got as a gift, so I've never actually made a bedroll by crafting it in the game. Hello there, Raid Viper. Welcome to the stream. Yotonobis, Ladybug helps you make a wish and increase your deity skill. Scarred Vulcan, the birdcage, but no birds to put it in. To put into it. Yeah, I know, right? Holly Dragon, bird catching would go well with your butterfly catching skill thought. Oh yeah, I remember you mentioning that one time. Reganation, and make bird houses to put on trees or posts. Oh, that would be so charming, Reganation. I mean, technically, they've already they've already implemented, you know, the wild beehives. So why not? Why not? That would be so cute. That would be so, so cute. I would love it. And maybe in the spring you could hear like baby birds chirping in there. And Tuxie, you haven't made a bird cage because that cage is so cruel and tiny. You can't handle it. Yeah, for a chicken, exactly. That's too much, too cramped for a chicken. Sonoka, better, more robust dogs and pet cats would be nice. And hello, Sonoka, good to see you with breads and play. Late to the conversation, maybe someone suggested this. Dogs and cats were mentioned a little bit earlier, but yeah, that's definitely one of those things that I think we would all love to see for sure. And even a pheasant would be better in the bird cage than the chicken, says Sonoka. Yeah. Keepy says, well, who would want to keep a chicken in a bird cage? No thanks, exactly. Limewood, maybe woolen clothes could have your food bar reduce slower or something in winter. Oh, I like that idea. That's a cool idea. Perhaps combined with layered clothing system so you could use armor on top. And hello, Vergent. It's been a while. How have you been? Vergent says, until proven otherwise, you will assume Retro put the chicken in there to annoy me. Yeah, I think at the time that the chicken cage came, I think I was very much like, I don't think anyone really knew of me, and Retro didn't know of me. I think I was just being like a complete hermit in Wurm at that point still. Holly says reindeer could maybe pull small carts too, like there could be a sled also. Scarred says, oh, you could use parrots like we did in Ultima Online. Thank you so much for the follow there, Kitty Kiboosh, and that is a very cute name you've got there. Kitty Cats Unite, right? And welcome on into the stream. And Scarred says, you could use parrots like we did in Ultima Online when they introduced them. Oh man, that was fun. I loved the parrots in UO. As AFK messengers and announcers in rune libraries and markets. That was a cool system. Yeah, thanks for reminding me of that, Scarred. That was a very cool system in Wurm, indeed. So it would like read out this like message that you could sort of, I forget like what was the mechanic to get the parrot to say that. Did you have to use some kind of function, or did it just, I forget. But yeah, that was cool. And good morning, factional fight. This must be then the other factional fight brother here, if they're greeting us, because the other factional fight brother was here already earlier on. And Holly, your fine carpentry is 3 away from being able to spin. So you need fine carpentry to be able to spin with the spinning wheel? Or do you mean to make the spinning wheel? Sonoka says, ponies would be nice to pull small carts, fluffy Shetland pony-like, and they could be bred to horses, but you get a 50-50 chance to get another pony or horse. And Yotanobis, what about giant worms or moles to mess up with our crops? Oh my gosh. I have to say that I don't know how about like just thinking about, you know, natural disasters and, you know, things, animals that sort of ruin the work that you do. How do you guys feel about that? Like, would you like to see something like that that sort of destroys your work in a way and gives a little bit more challenge, or would it just be purely annoying to you? Like, for instance, in the winter time, would you like that there was sometimes, what's it called when there's like when there's a really, really, really icy phase where all the crops die, or like a real heat wave in the summer that, or would that just be super annoying? Because of course in some other games, like if we think about a game like RimWorld, you are posed with these challenges of the natural disasters once in a while, and you have to scramble to sort of fix the situation. Would you guys like to see something like that in Wurm or not? I'm on the fence myself about that. Like I mean, it's a fun part of playing RimWorld to have those. Of course, considering how slow it takes to make stuff in Wurm, maybe it's not so well suited to a game like Wurm, because you'd have to have a chance to be able to do something about it, right? And Scarred says, you had to, with the parrots in Ultima Online, you had to talk within a range of the parrot. They would then listen and repeat some of the stuff near them, right? Oh yeah, it was something like that. That's right. And Holly says, no, I think natural disasters would cause too much rage. Yeah, it could be. Sanoka, oh, ponies could have their own traits, and you could breed those traits into your horse herd through careful breeding. And Scarred asks, like a drought in summer? Yeah. Vergant says, random disasters would be annoying. Yotanopis says, that would be so nice to have disasters or just immersive sounds like strong winds, water floods, etc. Scarred says, I think there's a couple of Wurm Unlimited mods that simulate a harsher survival experience. It might work better in Wurm Unlimited than in Wurm Online. Of course, we have talked about this before, but for instance, in Mystic Highlands, the RP server, they have winters that actually, I think you start to freeze if you don't have like warm clothes on, and it affects your health bar, if I remember correctly. I've never played, but I've watched the streams. And Sanoka says, no crops in the winter would be good, in your opinion. You could still grow them inside, though, or in caves. Oh, now that we have the cave crops. That's true, Sanoka, actually. I mean, it would make it more immersive, wouldn't it? And it gives a kind of like pacing to your game. So that when I was watching those Mystic Highlands streams, the thing I kind of liked about the fact that the winters were more harsh was that everyone, it could be that actually their crops didn't grow during the winter, and everyone had to store their food and prepare for the winters to come, and that just is so much more immersive. Thank you so much for the follow, KP, and welcome to the stream. And Factional says, how about Ambi's idea about opt-in village invasions? Oh, the one we were discussing in the Alliance chat. Yeah, that would be very cool. So we have an Alliance member that was talking about how cool it would be that you could build, you know, the same things that the PvPers use to defend their forts, you know, like archery towers and stuff like that, but that we could do that on the PvE servers to defend against NPC mobs. Well, not NPC, but like just monsters in general that came to try and invade your alliance or deed. I do like that idea a lot. Seren, you would like to have an event kind of thing that forces us to sit in houses for a while. Could be a weather event or a mob event, but something where you would need to search shelter. Yeah, Seren, I would like that as well. I mean, all of these things that we're talking about do make life harder, but I think that they would add so much immersion. And I think it was like that with the role-playing server, Mystic Highlands. I think that was it, that during the winter time, so everyone did everything outside during the summers and the falls and the spring, and then they saved up their inside crafting stuff for the winters because their stamina and health would go down outside. So they would, you know, they would be doing outdoor stuff during the summers, and then when the winter started, they would all get cozy inside and do all their like inside crafting stuff. And I really like the pacing of that. It's not like you're having to do everything at the same time all the time, but you have to patiently wait. Just like it's a similar feeling to us waiting for certain fruits to be in season, for instance. It's fun because imagine if all of the fruits were in season around the entire calendar, right? Imagine if you could just go and harvest cherries or apples or pine nuts at any time. that wouldn't be any fun, right? So it's like an equivalent thing. And you like the idea of preparing for winter, says Sonoka. And Seren says, people could even meet together through tough, hard times. Yeah, I like it. Donut says, the problem with those influencing random events is that casual players will have bigger problems with it if their playtime falls into those periods. That is a fair point for sure. But maybe there just needs to be, you know, some tools or some mechanisms that if you're that kind of player, there would be certain things that you could do to alleviate the harshness of those so that even you could manage with those times. And Scard says something like the Ultima Online random camps that occurred in the wilderness. Well, of course, Scard, what is mentioned here in the roadmap is kind of similar to that already. This thing about random encounters to be had around the world. But yeah, it does tie in kind of to Ambi's suggestion in a way. Although I think with Ambi's suggestion, it was more about them the mobs purposely trying to invade your deed. Whereas these are just random encounters that, and also the Ultima Online ones. I guess there was the invasions once in a while in Ultima Online, that's right, to the cities. I remember now, especially during Halloween, they would have those invasions. That's true. I think that's what you're probably actually referring to more like. Donut says, immersion is great. Too much immersion and realism can make games annoying very quickly. You can see that in many survival games. That's true. Yeah, I see your point for sure. It does have to be balanced so that it doesn't just become like I mean, Wurm is already super tedious as is. So you would definitely have to be careful with that kind of thing for sure. And hello there, Kiggles TV. Welcome to the stream. That's a very cute name you've got there. Kiggles says, curious how it would work for new players. Creating a new character in the middle of winter might not be the best experience. Yeah, that's a very fair point there. Seren says, that sounds cool, the Mystic Highlands server, but seasons should be longer then. Otherwise you cannot prepare if you log in not every day. Yeah, I don't know how they have it timed, the seasons over on Mystic Highlands. And I always kind of regret that I never went to give it a try. I mean, it's still up and running, but I think this would have interested me more back in the old days before all of the improvements that they've done to Wurm Online. Like, seriously, with how Wurm looks now, I can't really find myself playing Wurm Unlimited with how much more beautiful Wurm Online is now. Sonoka says, real storms would be nice. They wouldn't destroy stuff, but there would be a bit more difficulty if you choose to carry on working outside them. Yeah, exactly. So it wouldn't actually stop you. It would just become more difficult. I think that's a pretty good balance there. The storms could be pretty short, but you love a good thunderstorm. Absolutely. Donut, you love random encounters. In another Sandbox MMO, there were chaos chests, which spawned randomly all over the world. You love treasure hunting. Oh man. Treasure hunting was one of my favorite things to do in Ultima Online. I wish we had something like that in Wurm as well. And Holly asks, can anyone help me figure out how to make raw bacon? Yes, Holly. So you have to fillet a pork meat with your butchering knife. You have to use the butchering knife for it, and then you have to double click a salt and then apply it to the pork fillet. And the only reason I know that, I would not have known that a week ago, but I only know that now because I started to really get into the affinity cooking stuff with Milena on Xanadu. So yeah, give that a try. And we can actually show it right here in the game as well. I do believe I have both pork and salt, so let's just go and see if I remembered this correctly. Let's have a look here. I think I saved my pork over here. Let's grab one of these. And then salt, I think I also have over here as well. Yeah, I think I'm going to be training, even though we do have some cooks here in the Alliance, I think I want to start also training some cooking myself. It's always good to have some overlap anyhow. I really sort of fell in love with it now that I figured out how to do it with Milena. So, butchering knife over here. So you grab that and you fillet the pork. And then you use the salt on the fillet and you get raw bacon that way. And there we go. Recipe bacon added to your cookbook. Let's just see what happens if I stick this. Does it just fry it? I don't know if I have to put it into a frying pan. But let's put it into a frying pan and see what happens. Is this still up and running? Glowing coals. Okay, we're gonna have to put some... Oh, it's just about to go out. Quick, quick, cats. Wood scraps. Combine. Do we have time yet? Yes, just in time. Oof. It was just about to go out. Let's see what else. We still have stuff to go through here. Where did we leave off? Here. Okay, so other than regular content updates, we plan to... Oh, let me just get the improvement stuff going on here first. So I'm not just standing here. That one, yes. So, other than regular content updates, we plan to continue improving the visual side of the game as well. Certain elements of Wurm look aged compared to others, and we want to fix that soon. One of our desired upgrades has always been an overhaul to how characters look. While it might be a bit far off right now, we will be looking at improving the character's appearance along with better customization options. And of course, many of you know that the characters, if somebody were to ask me what is my #1 gripe with Wurm, it would actually be the characters. I feel that they are very, very outdated, very clunky, very robotic, silly animations, very rigid. I mean, even when you like ride a horse, if I were to just grab one of these horses here, I mean, one of the things that I most dislike about the way the characters move is when you ride a horse and you just let me just actually take off her backpack to really emphasize how that looks. It's hidden here somewhere. There. Let's take that off. So it annoys me to no end that when you're riding, the arms are just like, especially if you don't have any, also if you don't have like any weapons in the hands, it looks even sillier. So we take those weapons off and the hands are just like sticking out like that. And that really annoys me. So yeah, and just the anatomy in general is just so... I mean, it's kind of like okay-ish with the female, but the male character especially looks... the male character anatomy is so badly off. So I'm really glad that this is being made a priority. And hopefully that's something I'm going to be able to help with as well. So we'll see what happens with that. Now, getting back to what we were working on here. Let me see what you guys are saying as well before I get too far behind. So, Holly, here's an easy way to make salt. Oh, Scard was saying it already. So, as Scard was saying here, you can make salt with salt water and a cauldron in an oven. And actually, you don't even need a cauldron. Scard, I'm not sure if it's like any flammable proof. I've made salt water with the measuring jugs. Oh, no, amphoras. I've made it with amphoras. I do believe probably any flame-proof. Let me just try with a measuring jug and let's see what happens. I'm pretty sure you could use a measuring jug for it as well. So we have some salty water here actually. I have a measuring jug with salty water, and since it is this will not be ruined in the heat, let's just fill that. Let's just put this to set volume to 10 kilograms and just fill it up. And it has 10 kilograms now, and let's see how much salt we get from this. I've only tested with a cauldron and an amphora, and I believe actually with the amphora you can get a crap load. Let's do an amphora as well. I have some small amphoras here. Let's just test this. So if we do a small amphora that I think it holds 100 fill. Yeah, 107 kilograms. So let's see if we can, how much salt we get from both of these. So what it will do is it will, in a while you'll have both salt and fresh water in these containers. So let's just see what happens. We could also use, I want to see what happens also with some of the other. Could you do it basically with a frying pan? We've got our cooked bacon, by the way, now. So let's put the measuring jug in there, the small pottery amphora. Let's try what happens with a frying pan, whether you can get salt with just a frying pan as well. Oh, you can't fill. Huh, interesting. I guess you could pour from the measuring jug into the frying pan, right? Yes, you can. Okay. So you can't fill a frying pan per se. Now let's go just refill that measuring jug to the fullest brim and just see what happens. There. And let's just let those, let the salt water start to cook. And let's see what we actually get from eating this. Do I want to, maybe I want to just save the bacon. Well, maybe we'll just eat it. So this would give me insight about beverages, would it? So let's just chomp on that. Just for 36 seconds. Okay, now, let me see what else you guys were saying. Nice guy says, bacon. Oh, Holly, right. So you live far from the sea. You'll have to make a trip someday. Currently roasting bear meals for archaeology practice. Hello, Michio. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Yeah, Holly, not enough skin tones either. Yeah, there's so many improvements. Definitely it should be much more inclusive, the worm characters for sure. Different skin tones, and also, of course, you know, the gender fluidity as well is something that in modern times we should probably take more into consideration as well, I think. Parser, #1 cat scribe, no skirts. Yeah, we need skirts and dresses. Donut says, just play in first person so you won't notice as much. I know, right? Oh, so Donut says it needs at least 10 kilograms of salt per salt. Oh, I see, right. So we're not going to get anything from the frying pan basically then, right. Okay. So Holly, you have 2 large amphora full of water stuck on your cart at the moment. Turns out you can't unload them, so they are too heavy to move. Couldn't you just remove the water then, like move the water over to another container and then pour it on the ground? Donut says, just drink the water, for maybe just dump it onto other barrels, etc. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you could just, so you can move water from one jar to another just by dragging it, Holly. So just have like a large barrel or something in your inventory, drag the water over, and then just you can pour it right onto the ground if it's in your inventory. And Scard says something a little more advanced for character models would be nice. Different body types too. Absolutely, absolutely, yes. Okay, let's continue improving. I'm getting to the point where this crappy clay is not so useful anymore for improving. It's taking a long time to improve this stuff. How much is my skill now for pottery? 16. Now, how much was it when we started? That's the question. Where did we start the pottery stuff? Here? Ooh, so our pottery, when we started, guys, it was 9.4. And we're now at 16.2 pottery. Nice. Good stuff. I don't know how far I should really improve these for the herb or for the pottery pots, really. But moving on, let's see what else we have here. Along with any visual upgrades, we'll be working further on optimizing the game's client, as we have identified some causes for the high memory and GPU usage issues that some of you may encounter. Oh my god, that sounds so good. Oh my gosh. Wurm is such a resource guzzler for sure. Okay, we got some salt in the measuring jug. So it's just one little salt. We got 10 salt in the pottery amphora, guys. Look at that. Juicy, juicy. Well, salt isn't really juicy, is it? Tasty, then. Nice. Let's see what else it says here. Since we're now talking about the client side of the game, another thing we want to tackle is the sound design. This is music to my ears, guys, and pun intended. Sound design, which is something we have to admit is quite lacking at this point. That will include adding more sound effects to creatures, as right now your farm animals are a bit too creepily silent, but we also plan to have another pass at the general action sounds. Now, as many of you know, I have been complaining about the fact that animals don't make any sounds for years and years. I even made that one video on YouTube showing how much nicer it would be if the animals actually had sounds. And we've been talking about the animal sounds quite a bit in my recent streams as we set up those animal sounds with Wurm Assistant, and thanks with the help from the parser. So it is so cool to see that this is going to be finally a priority, and that's going to finally be fixed to make the world much more immersive. I have to say, having those sounds through Wurm Assistant has been a real joy. I've really loved having them. So for them to just be like naturally in the game would be awesome. And then in general, you know, the audio design of the game, it just needs love on so many levels. I mean, where do I even start? Okay, animal sounds, 1. 2, the soundtracks, songs. I'm not sure. They're probably not going to be touching those, I don't think. But you never know. But the soundtrack, like songs for Wurm, I mean, guys, I'm just face palming, like literally here. You might even hear me kind of face palming, like the songs for Wurm. I'm not a fan. I just am not a fan. Then, of course, you know, a lot of sounds are missing from the emotes. A lot of sounds are missing from just various functions that you do. For instance, when you're shearing a sheep, I added a sound in Wurm Assistant for the little snipping sound of the... well, I can just show you guys, because I do have Wurm Assistant up and running. So let's just grab my scissors here. Let's grab the scissors over here. Oh, not there. Here. And let's mosey on over to the 2 sheep. I got rid of all my sheep now that I reached 60 animal husbandry, and I gave my sheep away to Alliance members. But I kept 2 sheep that I actually I branded them and I cared for them. So it's like a female and a male that will live forever and ever and ever. And I can then milk them and cut wool from them at any time. Well, it's 1 female, so it's going to be a slow progress of accumulating milk from the female. But yeah, I have to keep a vigilant eye on the animal ratio, so I got rid of all of those sheep because I don't need them for animal husbandry anymore. But if we just go over here, and I do believe, yeah, Wurm Assistant is up and running, so so now I'm just going to display to you the little snipping sound I added. It's just like an example of like sounds that are missing from Wurm. Do you guys hear that? Snip, snip, snip. And then over here. Oh, you did that as well, Tuxie. Nice. Yeah, it's so much more satisfying, isn't it? But I mean, those types of sounds are missing so badly from the game in all respects. And then what else was I going to say about the sounds? Oh, yes, we were, of course, talking. We were talking with Farron just the other day that about the emote sounds, how Farron originally, of course, Farron's voice is the one that is used for the male voice in the emotes in Wurm. And Farron, you originally, if that's, I'm not sure which of you is now there this time, but Farron from Factional Fight, he would have wished that there would have been different voices for different types of personalities and ages and stuff. And it's so silly to have, like, if you want to have an old wrinkly character, then you have this very, very young voice. And that the fact that all of our characters in Wurm, we all share the same voices is also kind of weird. So it'd be very nice if there was like you could select the voice for your character. So, you know, like the audio stuff needs some tender loving on so many levels. So I'm really glad to see that this is finally going to be a priority for the game. We'll see what happens with that. I don't think it's anything that's going to be happening soon, so I don't know any more about that than you guys do. Let me just see what you guys are saying here. And Holly says you're going to have to build some barrels for transfer. You were hoping to fill them with dye, and you cannot make dye if you cannot carry the amphora right. Donut says overall audio levels are so random. Some imping actions are so loud. Some pretty much are not there or too late. Yeah, that's true as well. And Tuxie, you wouldn't mind if they got rid of the eating noise? I don't mind the eating noise myself. I have to say I'm not that kind of person who gets... Like, I only get bothered by eating noises if somebody is, like, blatantly smacking and keeping their mouth open while they're eating next to you. But I don't mind the eating sound myself so much in Wurm. But I know a lot of people are very bothered by those. Parser changes the shearing sound to electric clippers. So, oh my goodness. And Ivy Song, hello Ivy, welcome to the stream. And Ivy Song says you completely agree there are different voice options. Ivy, did you have a look at the tunnel system at all, or was it is it just one of those things that, like, because at first, you know, I didn't realize. So Ivy is in our alliance, and she lives way up there somewhere. And she's done a beautiful, beautiful map system for our alliance, showing the tunnels and the different ores, and we were sort of looking at that last night. At first, Ivy, I actually thought that it's not like following the grid. Then I realized that you actually did make it follow the grid, so that's why I had it kind of like just like randomly in the beginning, the left part, and then That's why I fixed it later on. I think you were also doing some editing to it at the same time. So you might have noticed that I had like a small squigglier part in Antirg's area and then fixed it later on. Once I realized that you were actually making it exactly like it is in the grid. And let's continue here with roadmap. What do we have next? So there's about the PvP stuff. Then it says, there have been quite a few questions. Oh, let me just read this out. I realize this post is a bit short on the PvP side of the game. For more information on that part, you can see Dark Lord's newest thread on our plans and ideas for the Defiance going forward. So, but we're not going to go into that right now, but you guys can read it there. And then there have been quite a few questions and suggestions regarding the future of Jackal. So for those of you who are new to Wurm, you might be wondering, you might hear the mention of Jackal from time to time, and you might be wondering to yourselves, what the heck is Jackal? And to be quite honest, I'm probably not even the best person to describe what Jackal is, but it basically, and please guys, just correct me if I'm describing this incorrectly, but Jackal was this kind of temporary server that was set up that had, where everyone tried to survive, and what did it last for? Half a year? And then it was shut down, like intentionally. That was the plan from the beginning. And then any skills that you accumulated there, was it higher skill gain on Jackal? I can't remember. And the skies were yellow in Jackal, and I think it had special types of vegetation there as well. But it was basically something to give the veteran players something to do, I think, basically. And then you could make these like Jackal portal stone thingamajigs, so you could go to and fro from Jackal from the normal servers. And I think the original plan was that this sort of Jackal thing would open up from time to time and then be shut down, and then you could accumulate these Jackal points that you could spend at deed tokens. I don't really know much more about Jackal than that. But anyhow, what is he saying here is that while the first iteration of that has been quite fun, it does require a ton of work and changes to make it worthwhile to run another edition of it. So it's only been done once so far, and that is not something we're interested in. We feel that work is currently much better directed at improving the base game and not the extending episodic content. Generally, you should not expect another Jackal run for quite some time, as we prefer to focus on the other things we have planned, but never say never. Yeah, I think it was kind of like one of those things that they tried out. Maybe it didn't serve the purpose as perfectly and as well as they had hoped for, and so it's just not worth putting the resources into so much right now. Let's see what else he says. Since the questions about the status of the Northern and Southern Freedom Isles clusters keeps appearing, we do want to reiterate that at this point we do not plan on a merge, and it will be a long time before we will start considering one. It is not guaranteed in any case. We're happy with how both of the clusters are working out, and there seems to be a healthy population on both of them. Joo. Joo, Karilan piirakat on kaupassakin. Ihan vaan siellä, jos sä mietit, ne on siellä ihan huoneen lämmössä. So I made this morning, guys, I made these Finnish Karilan piirakka. I can just show you guys. Just completely random thing here. Piirakka. Holly knows what I'm talking about. So there are these Finnish like pasties in a way. Let me see here. Here's a good picture. So basically this is rye dough that is rolled to a very thin kind of a crust. And then you make rice porridge that doesn't have any, it's not sweet, it's like a salty thing. This is rice porridge, so it's basically like rice and milk and a little bit of salt. And you make this thick porridge from it. You put it inside of the rye dough. Then you bake it at a very, very high temperature. And so I made those this morning. And so my son, he was just asking because they've been sitting out on the counter today. He was asking, can they still be eaten? I said, sure, because at the grocery stores, you will actually see these karilampiirakka, these pasties being sold just in the room temperature all day long. So I would imagine that they should be just fine. But he put them in the fridge now anyhow. So he was just asking me about that. If you heard me talking Finnish there. I hope so, at least. Otherwise, we're gonna get sick. Hello, Funk, and welcome to the stream. Good to see you back. And Roly Poly, hello, and Drogos. And Drogos was saying, if you sit in a chair, you get fatter, and if you fight a target dummy, you get slimmer. That way you can adjust body size over time. That's a cool idea. Right, Ivy, so you just, you tried to make as it is in the game, you still need to size Pyro's deed properly, right? What was I gonna do next? Oh yes, we're still in the midst of improving this. Let's move on to using the spatula. So let's just order this in regards to what stuff needs spatula improvement. Let's see what else you guys are saying. Scarred Vulcan says, I guess the best description would be temporary challenge server for the Jackal stuff. Yeah, temporary challenge server. And Roly Poly says the skill transfer was low enough so as not to be a real consideration. And Taxi says that looks good, the karilampiirakka. And Donut Kebab is like, oh. And Joshua is also drooling. So here's something. So this is something I also did today. So what they also do, so you can just eat these as is, and they're very tasty. But they're even better if you make this kind of like, it's sort of like an egg salad in a way. So you boil some eggs, make hard-boiled eggs, you chop them up, put a little bit of margarine, a little bit of parsley, some salt and pepper. What I like to put is I put some of the smoked paprika kind of, that kind of has a smoky kind of taste to it. I also put a little bit of, how would you say, cayenne pepper into it. So but the main base is a little bit of salt, some margarine or butter, and then the egg. And then you just spread it onto the, it's at its very best if these are still warm out of the oven. But yeah, we had all of this today. And they're very, very tasty indeed. Let me just see, where were we? Over here. That's right here. Let's see what else you guys are saying. They are carbolicious, says Holly. That's a good way of putting it for sure. And Ivy Song, you guys were looking at those the other day. They look amazing. So Ivy, let me get this straight now. Do you live in Finland? What was your link to Finland again? I thought you were in the UK. Maybe I'm completely wrong now. And hello there, Red Sight. Welcome to the stream. Parser experiences small heart palpitations. And Ivy Song, you'd like to try mustikkapiirakka someday. It looks amazing too. So mustikkapiirakka is another Finnish. So it's like basically like a berry pie, but not quite. It's and you can have different types. You can have like a berry pie where you have this little bit of cake batter on top that gets all crispy. It's different though than like an American blueberry pie. So in America, if you have a blueberry pie, the crust is like this flaky, salty crust. But in Finland, this is more like a cake batter. It's like a sweet one. And then you just sort of, with a spatula, you just sort of like shape it with a spatula. It's very soft. And then you sprinkle the blueberries on top, and either a little bit of this cake batter on top, and they also like to put, not even sure what rahka is in let's see, rahka in England, let's see. Quark, curd. Quark, okay, maybe it's quark then. Huh. But it's almost like the end result is almost like cheesecake, kind of. It has that kind of cheesecakey element to it. It's not quite as rich and thick as cheesecake, but it's very similar, and it's so good. And here's another option as well. Sometimes you can really see the cake batter there, and then they've just pressed the blueberries right into the cake batter. So this one has lots of blueberries, whereas this one they've just sprinkled a few on and just pressed them right in. Yeah, this version is definitely my favorite, the one that, because I love cheesecake. I love cheesecake, so that's more similar to that one. Limewood Gaming, you like those, you like to make those pierogies sometimes with different fillings. Yeah, pierogies are a different thing than the karjalanpiirakka though. In Finnish, I think the pierogies they're probably called like some kind of nuutti, or I forget what the name is. It's more like a dumpling, the pierogi, isn't it? It's not, it's a little bit of a different thing. Joshua's like, oh boy. And Donut is like, oh god, no, stop. It's evening after dinner. You still want that cake right now. Oh, I see, Ivy. So you're stuck in the US and your ex has Finnish heritage. I see, right. So that's your link to Finland. I'm pretty sure you've probably talked about it at some point, but I forgot. So Holly says that rahka would be curd. Okay. And Holly Dragon says, I guess quark makes sense, but in the UK you never heard the term quark used, and in Finland quark is used for yogurt mousse, right? Right. And Ivy, Finland is one of the countries you dream of escaping to. Yeah, I have to say I've been pretty happy living in Finland all these years, that's for sure. Parster, welcome to Cooking with Cats. Oh, really, Limewood? In Sweden, you guys call them pierogies. Really, though? Huh. But aren't pierogies the kind of like, they're sealed, and it's like this, this kind of like, it's made from this kind of, because if I put like in Finnish nuutti, this is what I get. Hold on. So aren't pierogies more close to these types of dumplings, right? Pierogi. Yeah, these are like the half moon shaped ones, and they're filled with meat and stuff like that. So they're a completely different thing from the karjalanpiirakka, complete different like experience. But yeah, interesting that they call them that in Sweden, because I don't think of karjalanpiirakka as being anything close to a pierogi myself. Clay shaper, let's use that for a change. And let's get back to the old roadmap. We're almost done. Let's see what it says. Yeah, so it was talking about whether the new and the old servers are ever going to be connected. And of course it does say here that there are no plans if they will ever be connected. That's not even guaranteed, but it's not something to even think about for a very, very, very long time, which I think is a good thing. I felt differently before, but now I feel I like that it's not anything happening soon. And let's see what else we have here. While our promotion of the game with the launch focused on the new Northern Freedom Isles cluster, the future promotion we do will most likely focus on all of Wurm, so that all servers should have new players joining them, depending on each of the server's qualities rather than our own recommendations. Yes, that sounds good, because of course the old servers have definitely need a little bit of love as well. The final thing that I want to announce today is that we are also currently working on a long desired and requested feature, which is a complete account system, the main purpose of which is to consolidate character ownership into a single account, improve the security of your accounts, and ease the management of them. This will also help us with adding some more features that you could manage about your characters without logging into the game, improve account recovery methods, and more. We'll reveal more details on this soon. Now, what I would really like to see is some kind of authenticator system for Wurm accounts, because it would not be fun to lose one's account, that is for sure. But that sounds good. I think that sounds very good. So he ends off with saying, this should cover some of our plans for Wurm and hopefully makes things a little bit more clear. I want to mention, though, that this is not an exhaustive list of the things we have in store, and there are plenty of other features and changes coming to the game soon, many of which stem from your suggestions, so make sure to keep those coming. Oh, by the way, guys, there was the part about the buildings. Hold on. Where was it? I think we didn't go into that yet. Here. I think we... Oh yeah, we did read through this, but I just wanted to say about the new building elements and decorative items. New building elements, oh my god. That makes me so happy. And you know, I was saying to Samuel the other day that, you know, a lot of our already existing wood, a lot of our already existing wall types could already be quite easily just, you know, recolored to make different colored versions of them as well. Of course, we do have the dyes in the game, but that only takes you so far, right? But yeah, that's really, really cool to see even more like diversity in people's buildings and cool ideas. Because, you know, even though when I first started Wurm, all we had was, I think we can just go to full screen now. When I started Wurm, all we had was the wood and then the stone walls. And so I remember that moment when we started to get all of those other wood wall types. What a thrill it was. So even more makes it even better. So really glad to see that that's going to be a priority as well. So we got through the entire thing, guys. How are you guys feeling about the roadmap? Are you all as excited as I am about that? And did you feel like there was anything like really, really huge, that anything that blatantly is missing that should have been there? And let me just see what you guys are saying here. Joshua, this reminds me of Nigella Lawson. Red Sight, you live in Sweden, have a lot of friends here that are from Finland. You've never been on the Finland's mainland, but at least visited Åland. Don't know if there's a Finnish name for it. Yeah, so in Finnish that would be Ahvenanmaa. I've been there once myself, just as a kid. Limewood, how did this become a desert stream? Dessert stream, rather, not desert. Drogos, is like reindeer common to eat in Finland? Well, Drogos, I think it's probably common to eat over in Lapland. You certainly can get it here in the southern parts of Finland, but it's more of a kind of speciality. I think most people just eat, you know, beef and pork and chicken, like, you know, the most common ones. But you certainly can get it at the shops, I'm sure. But it's probably pretty expensive here in southern Finland because it is kind of a speciality thing. And Scarred Vulcan says pierogi are usually filled dumplings, often pan-fried. Yeah, that's my vision of how I envision pierogies myself. Holly Dragon says account consolidation is really nice. If later it has deed overview tools added to it, it would be perfect. Absolutely, Holly, absolutely. Ivy says the only issue you'd have with consolidation of characters would be if they prevent us from logging them in simultaneously. Oh, I don't think that's probably not going to go anywhere, Ivy. I am absolutely sure the team certainly know that a lot of people love to multitask with their characters and do a lot of stuff at the same time, so I don't think that's going to go anywhere. And Scarred might be a job for an artist, new wall types. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of art stuff for sure coming along for sure. And Roly Poly, why back in your day, you'd walk barefoot up a hill to build a house on a slope with an auto-generating roof. Oh my goodness, yeah. Thankfully, when I started Wurm, I do believe I'm trying to remember now whether the roofs were auto-generated when I started. So I started at the end of 2013. It kind of sounds familiar, but at the same time it doesn't. No, I do think you had to build them by hand, the roofs, when I started, yeah. Parser says, I'm sorry, Cats, but you're required to use your granny voice when you utter the phrase, when I started Wurm. There you go, Parser, just for you. So Scarred says, auto roof generation went away when we got multi-story buildings. Right, yeah, multi-story buildings were, I think they were already in the game when I started. So how is this stuff coming along now? Let's just, in general, how about we do this? Let's see just how much we can improve one, to see like where the golden, line is where it's not worth improving anymore. So we'll take our better clay here and we'll try improving this as much as we can. And that will be our, what's it called? A threshold, or there's a word I'm looking for here. The sort of a level that you should aim for. There's a word for that. It was perfect. Parser, good. Benchmark, that's the word. Thank you, Rixif. Exactly. Benchmark was the word I was looking for. So we'll improve this one clay planter and just see when it becomes kind of impossible to improve it anymore. So it seems like already now it's sort of getting stuck at 15. Our pottery skill is 17. So according to that, it should raise a little bit more, probably up to 17. And Joshua, you've been watching me while you're digging and not paying attention, and now you're in a hole. Oh, I'm sorry, Joshua. Oh, no. Oh, we got it up to 17. Okay, so let's see if we can take it any farther than that. Okay, it's still going up. Just put this over here, actually. You guys can probably hear my son in the background there. Maybe we can get it. Maybe 20 would be suitable for now. It is such a shame that you can't improve once they're burned, that you can't improve them later. But yeah, I think, yeah, let's do this. Let's get them up to 20, and I'll sort of keep that as like the line after which I won't improve them any further. So if you're new to Wurm, you might have seen that sometimes when you're trying to improve something, it has this little hand. If you are crafting something and it requires the hand, you can just put it into the crafting window from this button. But if you have to improve something, you might be wondering, how do I get the hand there? So you just open your character window, activate the hands from here. I mean, it's not very evident, is it? It's kind of like a hidden thing. And now we have the hand activated. You can see here, activated right hand, and then you can improve it here. You can mold it and shape it with your hands. It is very fun, says Holly. Holly, have you done any streaming with that game? My son was trying to convince me to do that for streaming, and I watched a few. I didn't watch Among Us streams. I think I watched some videos on YouTube of people playing that, and I'm not sure if it would be quite my thing. And Du Johnson says, or put your hand on your tool belt. Hey, that's a good idea. Let's do that then. That's a perfect idea. I didn't even think of doing that. Let's actually get all of our clay shaping stuff here into the tool belt while we're at it. There we go. Oh, it wants some water, does it? Okay. Well, we'll just grab some water from here. And let's put the water in there as well. Good. And you have streamed it, Holly. You have your best game clipped and pinned on Twitter. Oh, I'll have to go and have a look later on. Now we got this to 20. Should we still push further? Let's see. If it's like too hard, I'm not sure. No, we'll keep it at 20. You know why, guys? Because we have to... I want to get to the actual, like, planting this stuff. Otherwise, it's going to just take all night, isn't it? I can make better planters later on if these guys decay. And they probably will. It'll just be, you know, I remember my opinion. We were just talking about this with Kalos last night. He's an old veteran of the game, and we were talking about how funny it was when we first started Wurm many years ago, about how, you know, if you lost something, if something decayed, if something broke on you, it felt like because it was so hard and so tedious to make everything, that if something broke, it was like the end of the world. And now, after many years of playing the game, you realize that it's not the end of the world, because the most valuable thing, like the Factional Fight brothers like to say as well, is actually the most valuable asset you have in the game is not the items you make or the houses you build. It's actually the skills that you have got up over the years. So that's why my attitude towards these clay planters is that even if they decay, that's fine, because you know, I've gotten like pottery skills making these, and then I can just make a new batch, and it's not the end of the world. And it takes a while to actually, if you're a new player, it takes a while to sort of realize this. So if you're new to Wurm and you sort of got heartbroken by losing or breaking something, do not worry. It's actually it's actually kind of a blessing in disguise, because the fact that you broke it or lost it means you have an opportunity. You have to see them as opportunities to make a replacement and gain some more skill. That's never going to go away. You're never going to lose that skill. And Joshua, you learn something new every time in here. Good. Yeah, I'm still learning new things about Wurm all the time. For instance, here's something, guys. Did you guys know, and I've said this I think recently in one of my other streams, did you guys know, I never knew this, but did you guys know that the newbie leather armor that you get when you start it cannot be improved, or it can be repaired, but it cannot be improved. It's just like all the other newbie stuff. But you can actually apply the whatchamacallits, the rivets, these things. Apply rivets to the newbie armor, which is just leather armor, and it turns into proper studded armor that can be improved and can be, you can keep that forever and ever. So that I never knew before. Like, that's a really super hidden thing that I think a lot of people were not aware of. And Joshua's like, what? What? I know, right? I never knew that either. And Boogard is what? Let me just scroll back a bit. And Parser, you've watched people stream Among Us, and you don't think I'd enjoy it, right? Holly says, I bet Cats would make an excellent evil imposter, though. I don't know. Parser, if she let dark cats out, she would, but she keeps her locked up so much. Plus, she can be shy about interactively talking with others. That is very true, Parser. I mean, there's been a lot of times where other streamers have invited me to come onto their streams, and I don't do it very often. I've only done it twice, once with Holly and once with Factional Fight. And for instance, Retrograde, now he was inviting the Valray Entertainment Network streamers to come as a guest onto the official Wurm streams. So he has this kind of thing where people can go and like sign up for it. I haven't signed up for being a guest on the official Wurm streams because I don't know, I feel kind of shy about that, I have to say. Like, if I'm just chit-chatting here with you guys just on my own, you know, I can reply to you guys in my own pace. I have time to read your texts and kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Digest and think about a response. But when you're in a situation where you're chatting with another person live, and especially if they're a very sort of like quick witted person, I don't think that I'm very quick-witted. I'm kind of slow, like a sloth. So it gets kind of intimidating, actually, those kind of situations. So yeah. Oh, that reached 20. We can go on to the next one now. Yeah, I think that is a pretty good sort of threshold, the 20 there. And Holly says Among Us is very mood dependent. Hide and seek modes are really fun but very fast paced, right? So Viking, you lost your rope and backpack at the start. Yeah, the rope. I wonder, guys. What do you guys think? Do you think that newbie rope should be one of the items that is like a no-drop item that you can't lose? And maybe it could be like the starter pelt that it does take, but then it wouldn't be consistent with the other ropes. Yeah, it shouldn't be taking damage because you're not using it to improve something. So that's probably why they made it that it does actually drop if you die, but it is pretty harsh if you lose that as a new player. Same goes for the backpack. Getting a backpack, if you lose that, is not fun either. And Vergant didn't know that either. And Boogard runs to the forge to make rivets. So here's one disclaimer about turning the newbie leather armor into studded improvable armor. It can't have very much damage on it because actually one of our alliance members who just joined, he had his newbie armor and I offered to improve it to turn it into studded, but the most damaged parts could not. They didn't have it. It gave that message about not having enough material. So the best thing to do is to turn it into studded armor immediately after creating the character. Now, of course, new players would never know that, right? By the time a new player realizes that, they will have already probably gotten some damage to it. Vergent, that information is riveting. Bugard says, Cat, you're great. You should do it. Worm is not worm without cat. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm a bit shy, I have to say. Like, you would never believe it, but I'm actually pretty shy in real life. I'm the person at a party who, well, it depends. Like, if I'm with a group of my friends that I know and I feel comfortable and I feel confident with, I can be the life of a party. I really can. But put me into a setting where I don't really know anyone, and I'm the kind of person who is sort of like in the corner, just sort of observing everyone very quietly. So, yeah. Scarred says, with basic items being made 100% creation chance, you think ropes dropping when you die is okay? Is it 100% though with like one skill with rope making? I don't think it's 100% yet at that point. And Vergent says, well, at least you would show up to the party. Well, Vergent, I have to say that when I was younger, I did show up to parties, and I was much more sociable back then. But the older I've gotten, the more introverted I've gotten. So I don't really enjoy going to parties so much anymore. Now, granted, if I, as a single person, I wouldn't go to parties. Now, granted, if I had a partner and it was like us together, then that would be a whole different thing. I wouldn't have to feel so orphaned, going to a party in that way, because it'd be like a unit, us against the world kind of mentality. Then I would probably be much more confident about going to parties. But no, yeah, I'm very much a homebody these days, unlike what I used to be when I was young. Scarred. So for basic rope, it is 100%, is it though? Because I've been doing a lot of rope making skill lately, and I could swear that it wasn't. I remember it was easy to reach 100, but I'm not sure if it is. But you're saying that it is 100% creation chance. Maybe it is then. Maybe I just was looking at another one of the other rope types then. Parser. Dark Cats was the party girl, but you see, you've locked her up. Hello there, Arna. Welcome to the stream. So, Arno, are you the same one that's here in Wurm that lives close by? Or is this another Arno? The same one. So how's things going with the evil black silver horse? Did you guys keep the? I think it had fight fiercely. No, it was the one where they bite. That's not fight fiercely. That's aggressive or something, isn't it? So did you guys decide to keep it intentionally, the bad trait, or to give it some like personality, or did you guys get a priest to heal it from the bad trait? Oh, and by the way, Arno, guess what? So today, the very first 5-speed horse was born of mine. So I reached like animal husbandry over 60 about a week ago. But it's only now that I've gotten my very first 5-speed, and try and guess who's the grandfather of this horse. So you guys got a priest to bless the possessed foal, right? Yeah, so cool, huh? Yeah, I do believe Mocha is the grandfather of that foal. That it is a skewbald pinto. That's the 5-speed. And I do think your beautiful Mocha stallion is the grandfather, I believe. So that's pretty cool. So for those of you who've joined the stream here in the past hour or so, what we've been doing today is, well, there's a couple things that I want to do today that I've never done before in Wurm, which is learn how to start growing spices and herbs. So I made one of these planter racks. I've never done that before. I've definitely saved them from decaying deeds, but I've never built one before. And planters. I'm making some planters now. We're gonna burn these once they've all reached level 20 or quality 20, and we'll try the whole planting business. I do have some herbs and spices in my food BSB for that. And if we have time later on, we'll try making a fishing net, and we'll go try and do some cave fishing. Because a little birdie told me that fishing with a net in caves is really productive, and you get a lot of clams that way. And I've never gotten a clam in Wurm, so I would really love to try that as well. But let's do things in order here. So let's handle this herb thing first. So we're gonna get all of these to level 20, and of course, you know what we could do, of course. I mean, we've been streaming now for 4.5 hours. So let's actually do this. Let's get 10 of these to level 20, and I'll do the rest off stream because otherwise this is just going to take all day long. So we can get to the actual meat and gravy of this experience here. Because otherwise it's just going to be, the whole stream is just going to be me improving these things. And Arno says, little Eckerpick got his first son today, also a black silver. Oh, that's wonderful to hear, Arno. So for those who don't know, Arno has a skewbald pinto stallion, and he was so kind to lend his stallion to me, knowing that I didn't have skewbald pinto horses yet. And in exchange, he got a black silver foal from me to keep for his own later on after that. And so that's what we're talking about here. Now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 5 more. Oh, you have a child of Mocha as well, Holly. That's cool. So Mocha the stallion, the skewbald stallion, is like famous in this server then. He's been spreading his seed all over the server, it seems. And I know that sounds super like, that sounds seedy. And Viking, you just want a pearl necklace. Well, that would be cool. I wouldn't mind a pearl necklace. And we've also, during this stream, we've been talking about all kinds of things. And mostly about the roadmap. There is so much to discuss with that. But yeah, I have to say, like, just generally, I'm really, really happy to see the direction that Wurm is going in. I have very sort of hopeful feelings. I mean, you look at some of the comments on the Wurm forums and you're just like, man, there's so much negativity. You wouldn't believe, actually, I mean, it can be quite depressing to actually read through some of those comments. And there's a lot of people who you're just never going to make happy that will just grumble and complain no matter what you do. So yeah, I tried to avoid reading the forum discussions more than I need to. It's a little bit of a downer to read those discussions sometimes, because it's almost like some people just want to be negative about everything. But personally, if I just ignore all that, how I feel about the game, I feel very positive about the game and about everything that's been going on this past year. Yeah, nice guy. They're pretty toxic over there for sure. And Holly, you got them from me. Oh, like some of the babies. Right, they must have been some of the horses that didn't have any traits then, I think, when I was like getting rid of the extras in the beginning. That's probably what it was. And Joshua says, yeah, it's not great in there nowadays. So I would just be curious to hear, actually, like for those of you who have been playing Wurm for many, many years. I mean, I don't know how long the Wurm forums have been around, but have the Wurm forums always been like that? Or were they more positive back in the day? Was there more a feeling of unity back in the day? Oh, right, Holly. So one with no trait, one with fierce, right. But they're producing great offspring with the ebonies you got from Greys. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, you had really good luck. Didn't you get more than one ebony black horse? I believe, if I remember correctly. You had at least 2 of them. That's really amazing luck. Scard says, honestly, I think they've always been a bit off, but that's because the minority are usually the loudest. Yeah. Yeah. And those are the kind of people, the ones that are grumbling there and complaining. No matter what game that they would go to, they would probably do the same type of complaining, regardless of what game it is. They're just that kind of personality type. So you got 2 ebony blacks from the same gray mare, different gray fathers. Nice. Very, very nice. That was excellent luck. So it seems like there was some kind of magic formula with that particular mare. And the same could be said for the IRC channels too. So, Scard, do you mean in particular the Wurm IRC channels, or just in general IRC? How's the forge doing, by the way? Wild flames. Okay, we're gonna have to put some more wood in there. I mean, I could just let it cool down, but I kind of like that nice, cozy crackling sound from the forge. It gives a nice, cozy feeling, and it makes no sense to just have the forge going there for nothing, but I don't know. Does anyone else do that? Keep the forge going just for the fun of it? Or am I just nuts? And let's actually nibble a little bit on our food. And Joshua, apart from the screenshots thread and some other threads you keep away these days, right? Yeah, the screenshots thread is always good fun. You don't see much negativity in that one, that's for sure. Okay, let's get a little drink as well. We have water here. And we're almost done with this one. And Scard says, especially in Wurm, when people are happy in Wurm, we're a quiet bunch, just all busy grinding. That's true, isn't it? It's like when there is nothing to complain about, when people are happy, you won't really see like forum posts that, oh my gosh, I'm loving this game. I'm so happy about this. I'm so happy about that. It's only when people have something to complain about that people speak up, right? If everything's going hunky-dory, you're just too busy playing the game. It's so true, isn't it? Holly, you might have to care for that horse when she gets older. She's aging, so she might have she's aging so slow that you think she might have longevity. Well, the spark in its eye is the one that gives twice the age. I believe it just means that the venerable stage lasts twice as long. I don't think it has any effect on the earlier age stages. I might be wrong, but I believe that's how it works. So that effect doesn't really show itself until she will be venerable, if she had that one. So Scard says, yeah, the Wurm IRC channels, people used to ambush Rolf all the time to complain about X, Y, and Z. And Joshua, you tend to post on the Wurm Online unofficial pages and thalls now. So when you say the Wurm unofficial pages, so which one do you mean by that? Maybe there's a website I don't know about. Or do you just mean like generic, like Facebook groups and stuff like that? So we have 6 now, 4 more to go. Oh, the Facebook one's right. There's also some interesting conversations going on in the Steam community hub as well. I peek in there once in a while. Just interesting to see what these completely new players are saying about the game and what kind of problems they're sort of struggling with over there. Retro does quite a good job of replying to those threads as well, which is really nice. $400 clay. Oh yeah, you had like 1,000 you had to dig. So what's the 1,000 clay for, Joshua? And what are the rest of you guys doing in Wurm right now? I'm assuming most of you are also playing Wurm and listening to me here in the background. Oh, it's a new project. Is it a top secret project, Joshua? Top secret. So here's something, guys. If we were to oh, you're working on archaeology, Holly. How are you liking that? Man, I need to get back into archaeology. I've heard that it's improved a lot from the early days. I only tried it out in the early days of archaeology, but I've heard that it's much better now. And Vergant, oh, you're playing Baldur's Gate 3. Nice. How is that good? I know a lot of anticipation has been going on for Baldur's Gate 3. I'm embarrassed to say that I have never played any of the Baldur's Gates myself, which is a real crying shame because I've been told that I would really enjoy that game. Oh, you're not revealing it yet. Oh, there is some pictures on the Facebook page, Joshua. Oh, okay. I'll have to go and have a look later on. And Parser, you're surface mining and you have no idea why. That's nuts, Parser. Why would you do that? Why would you torture yourself for nothing? Holly, lots of fragments and different materials, no idea how to combine them. So you simply, Holly, you double click one and you just target the other one that is a same type. So it has to be the same metal, same type, and you just combine them like you would combine any items in Wurm. But you have to use like the metal brush to clean away the until it's like revealed what it actually is. So first the fragments don't actually say like what it is, and then you have to use the metal brush to brush away like the dirt or whatever is on them, and then it's revealed like what it is, whether it's like a, you know, silver shield blade or something like that. And Kamano, you're upgrading your leather armor. Oh, was it because of the thing that are you doing it to the newbie armor right now? Scarred Vulcan, you're actually playing RimWorld. Your colony of tribespeople now has electricity and guns, up from 5 members to 15. Nice. Nice. I love the atmosphere of playing RimWorld. Like the music really has a... Sometimes I just want to play RimWorld just for the music alone. Like that atmosphere is very special in RimWorld, isn't it? And Vergant, you're down to only about 3 buckets of unidentified fragments to clean, no count of identified fragments to combine. And you got it to work now, Holly? You swear you tried that before and it didn't work. Maybe, Holly, you were trying to combine the unidentified ones before. So yeah, they have to be identified first. Maybe your skill was too low? I don't think... Does the skill affect being able to combine them, guys? I'm not sure. Maybe. Viking is cutting down trees to get better quality logs. What's your wood cutting at now, Viking? So you can combine at any skill. Scarred asks Holly, is it possible you were trying to combine a lump and an ore fragment? Yeah, I've certainly made that mistake. And Bugard is doing the same as Kamano. So you guys are improving you're doing now the newbie armor thing. So pretty cool, huh? Scarred says, RimWorld's music gives me a very Firefly-esque feel. Very space western, that's so true. And it might have been a different material, offers Vergent. Yeah, that could be something as well. Man, I gotta get back into archaeology, guys. I do. And what I think is so cool about archaeology is that... Do I remember correctly that you have a chance to discover like an item that actually has an enchantment on it already? I mean, how cool is that? Items that have enchantments on them. Was that correct, guys? So Viking, your woodcutting is now 14.5. Nice. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we need 2 more. Okay. Let's do this one right here, since it's already a little bit more improved. Scarred says enchantments and runes. Oh yeah, the runes as well, because considering that we don't yet have the whatchamacallits going on in the new servers. The rifts we don't have going on yet, so that would be basically the only way to get rune items with runes on them through archaeology right now. That's so cool. And even multiple runes, says Vergent. And enchantments like COC. And Vergent, you think you have a pickaxe with bloodthirst in a giveaway box. Nice. Joshua shows off a copper rune of Magrenon has been attached, so it will have a higher chance to be successfully improved 5% and increase the chance of increasing rarity when improved 5%. Your gold chisel from Arch. Ooh, nice. That sounds delicious. That's really nice. Man, I gotta get back to archaeology. Viking, you need good wood to make wine barrels for the beer and alcohol. So Viking, one other option is to just go sailing around. That's what I've done to get my high quality wood. I have some 45 quality wood, like a few logs, just from sailing around and looking for abandoned wood that's just like sitting around. That's an option as well. The speed runes are nice, yeah. And Holly, you find archaeology very addicting. You meant to be mining, wood chopping, making planters, etc., but treasure hunting is so much fun. Yeah. Man, I gotta get back to that. You guys, you're distracting me now. You're making me want to just drop everything and go do some archaeology. I did do some bit of archaeology with Milena on Xanadu, and she has a whole bunch of like of the fragments of the statues. She's got tons and tons of them, but she has not yet managed to get enough to make a single archaeology statue yet. And that would be cool to do, so she needs to get back to that. Ivy says, whenever you get around to archaeology, you're hoping to uncover a pair of unicorn statues. Oh, that would be perfect. That would be perfect, because of course Ivy's place is called, what was it, Unicorn Ridge, or what was it called? Let's just check here from our alliance map. Oh, it's hidden under there. Let me just zoom in a bit here. Unicorn Peak, that's right. Unicorn Peak. So that would be perfect if you got that. And Ivy, you could also make, so one of the water fountains also has unicorns on it. So if we just look here, outdoor decorating and structures, I think, yeah. So you've got the normal fountains, but you also have ornate fountains that have a unicorn. So you got to make one of those for your deed. Oh, Ivy. Well, hopefully we'll be seeing the spawn like fix itself a little bit, because you, of course, named your deed because you had a lot of, based on the fact that you had a lot of unicorns hanging around, and now with the animal spawn. And speaking of the animal spawn, well, let me just finish that thought. So now, since the animal spawn has been kind of like all messed up, you haven't seen any unicorns there anymore. So my question to you guys is now that they again like did a fix to the animal spawn, have you guys how has the animal spawn felt for all of you now on the various servers that you're playing on? Does it feel like it's better now? And Holly says, if I get unicorn statues, I will let Ivy know it then if she likes. Aw, that's very kind of you, Holly. You're such a sweetie pie. You've noticed a lot of lava spiders today, which you haven't seen since the first weeks. Oh, that sounds hopeful. And Viking asks, what? Trees laying around? Well, Viking, yeah. So let me show you something, Viking. So I want to show you something here. 95% of all of these logs I have are from have just been collected from the ground. So some of these have 150 in them, and as you can see, like the quality is really crap, right? 7, 28, 24, 9, 1, 13. But once in a while, you have the luck of finding higher quality ones. So I found a pile of 42, so it was actually 42 quality. I have 16 of those. I use these only for improvement. And I found all of those just lying around on the ground because people, see, the thing is, Viking, that people chop down the trees to improve their wood cutting skills, and they'll just leave them laying there. So sometimes I go around on my boat and I just like collect a whole bunch of trees, or like the logs for myself. So that's just an option that you might want to consider versus getting your woodcutting up. Although it is always good to have better woodcutting skill for sure. It's in the long run it's better, but it's just a real tedious to get it up. That's the only problem, and it's such a pain in the butt to get it up high. And Scarred, you logged into Independence to do some archaeology, found a cache on your first pullout because you finished a report. Very nice. So do the caches give anything? So they give the little token, right? The little deed token, the miniature deed token. And was it so that they give some fragments as well? Do they give anything else these days? Vergent, that's how you got a lot of your archaeology fragments, cleaning up while traveling. And Holly, yes. Once you have sort of fully discovered all of the information about a deed, so you have to keep going back to it and learn more and more about an old deed, you will eventually be able to dig up treasure, so like a little cache. You literally dig it up. So Scarred says, token and fragments, a higher proportion of statue fragments. Oh yes, now I remember you guys actually talking about this one time when I was asking about it on stream. You need a journal and reports inside of it though, for the cache. That's true. That's true, yeah. So you're gonna have to make yourself, have you made yourself an archaeology journal yet, Holly? Oh, and by the way, I have completely forgotten to add the miniature deed tokens to the item list. I totally need to do that, by the way. How have I forgotten to add that? Yeah, you need to make one of those. Okay, hold on. Where are we now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we need 2 more. Okay. That one's done. Now we just finish this one off, and then we'll heat them up in the forge. And Holly says, wow, 2 more lava spiders and now a troll being fought by guards. Definitely more spawns today. Yeah, we've had more mobs spawn in our alliance area, that's for sure. We've noticed a difference at least. Almost there. Just we'll finish off this one. We'll shove them into the forge until they turn to pottery versions. Then we'll look into the whole process of planting the spices and the herbs and see how that whole thing works. And we'll put them into the rack. By the way, guys, I've been talking over these past streams about how my son got sick, but he got sick kind of in a weird way. So he had his tonsils were kind of red and inflamed. Then he had kind of like a weird little cough. And he's been now away from work for 2 weeks. I never got anything myself, but it probably isn't anything corona related. It's probably just one of those like generic viruses or bugs that goes around in the fall. But it's kind of a weird one because he felt like he's been having symptoms that he's never experienced before. That it's not like a normal flu for him. And we're kind of like on the fence on whether he should go and get tested or not before he goes back to work. He's going to be away for this next week as well because they have this kind of thing called like the fall It's called Syysloma here in Finland. It's like a fall holiday. It's like a 1 week holiday for everyone. So he's pretty much already gotten better by now, but just wondering whether he should go and get himself the test or not, just for the sake of like going back to work. So Holly says that the news said that Finland are seeking joint flu corona tests because there's so much of both going around, right? And Bogart says he should probably test if he wants to be around people. In case it's true, people might not be very forgiving. Yeah. So what I advised him to do is to let his boss know what the situation is. And I suggested to him to ask his boss whether his boss would like him to go get tested. Now, we don't have a very big corona problem here in Finland, thankfully. And what his boss answered to him is that he doesn't feel it's necessary to go get tested, but we're still thinking about whether he should or not. So he basically works at this very small mixing studio. It's just basically him and his boss for the most part. Okay, now we're going to pop these planters here into the forge. But yeah, he never had any like symptoms like, you know, the taste and the smell thing. He never had any headaches, which is supposed to be one of the bigger symptoms. I never got anything. Like, I'm pretty sure that if our family got corona, it would probably fall really hard on me. Because he's healthy as a horse and very sporty and in really good condition, unlike myself. So it's kind of makes me feel like it probably can't be, because it's kind of weird that I wouldn't have gotten it then. But yeah, we'll have to see what happens. So while these are heating up, I think I'm going to take a little bathroom break. I'll be right back, and we'll see what happens after that. Okie dokie. We are back. And it looks like when I was walking over to my computer, I saw somebody walking around. So was that Viking, Holly? I wonder. He's always slithering and sneaking around our alliance. So it looks like the pottery planters are ready to go, and I wonder if there's this kind of like hidden thing where if you try to plant an herb into a pottery planter that is... You know what we're going to do? We're going to do the factional fight trick. The thing that I learned on their stream. So I knew that stuff cools down faster if you put it into a cold like oven or forge, but it cools down even faster if you actually put it into a container. I'm not sure if it's like any container. They were using a backpack, so let's do this. Let's put those all into a backpack just in case it's something that will not fit into the oven. Let's see if we put it like this. Oh, it's not going to fit into an oven in general. Okay. Well, let's see if we can even plant stuff into the pottery planter. So let's see if I can figure out how this is done just without looking at the instructions on Wurmpedia. But I would imagine that the way it works is that we have to grab... Oh, that's the wrong one. We have to grab some herbs. So let's start with the basil. And I'm not going to look at the chat yet. I'm going to see if I can figure it out just on my own. Let's see, if I double click this basil, right click, plant. Okay, it's pretty straightforward. So now we have... Okay, so it loses the pottery image. You plant the pottery planter, Let's see what it says in the examine text. This plant has light green leaves and small white flowers. This has a very low nutrition value. So let's just have a look at, let's compare and see what these look like side by side. So if we put this here, hey, what the heck? Hold on. What? I think I did something wrong, didn't I, guys? There's the pottery planter. No, okay, I'm not gonna look at the chat yet. I'm sure you guys are shouting that cats, no. So it plonked it down onto the ground. Oh, because of course plant. I was just like literally planting it like on the ground. Okay, so maybe it... Hold on. I know you guys are trying to tell me. Oh, it's here. So can I do that when it's plant basil? Okay. Can I do that here in my inventory? Okay. I was just looking at the first option, which of course meant to just like plant the whole pot on the ground. Okay, now we're talking. Here we go. So now let's compare how this looks compared to an empty one. So there we go, guys. We now have some basil growing. Let's just examine that. A planter with something growing in it. You can barely make out the signature of its maker, blah, blah, blah. And so is this something I have to water? I'm going to have a look on the Wurmpedia. I'm guessing that these need to be watered just like the flowers do, don't they? But let's just plant some other things as well. We'll do them in alphabetical order just to keep things organized. Let's see what else we have here. So the next one in order would be belladonna. Then we have cumin. Oh, sadly the fragile belladonna did not survive. That's bad grammar, by the way. Look at that, guys. Sadly, the fragile belladonna do not survive despite your... Oh, it's talking about like in plural then. Because somehow it feels like it should be, sadly, the fragile belladonna did not survive despite your best efforts. But it's talking about plural in that case. I don't know, that feels weird to me. It looks like it's a grammatical error to me when it's like that. That was my only belladonna, so we're going to have to do some foraging or botanizing. I'll have to check on Wurmpedia which one we need. So that one and only belladonna I had died on us. Or was lost, rather. We did manage to plant the cumin, though. Was fennel something that we can plant? Let's see. Let's try planting this fennel. No, that's not something we can... But wasn't there like fennel seeds? Hold on. Pick seeds. Can that be planted? Plant fennel seeds, yes. Okay, see, I'm figuring it out, guys. I know you guys are shouting there in the background. No, cats, you need to turn it into seeds. So now we have fennel plant and we have cumin, okay. Garlic, of course, is just planted out in the crops. Ginger. I can't remember if ginger was one of the ones that couldn't be planted. But it looks like the heat of the planter has no effect, so they didn't have to be cooled down in the forge. Because I was expecting there to be some kind of message like, this is too hot to plant in or something like that, right? Lovage, I'm not quite sure how you pronounce that. Is that something you can plant? You can, okay. What else do we have? Mint. Then there is... What was the nettles? Was one of the ones that couldn't be. I'm just going to double check this. I think nettles was one of the ones that could not be planted, and it has also no like seed option. So we're just, that was one of the ones you had to forage or botanize. Nutmeg. That one, I think we, oh, that was another one that you could not plant. Okay, that's right. Oregano. Then we have, what about the paprika? Pick seeds. Oh, it looks like I had paprika seeds here. Parsley. And we have 2 empty ones still. Rosemary. And what skill is this using now? Gardening and nature. Okay. Thankfully my gardening is actually pretty... Both nature and gardening are really high, probably due to the farming stuff, so... That's probably helping a bit. Sage. Now I'm almost tempted, guys, to improve 5 more of these. Was it 15 the total amount? I think it was, wasn't it? Let's see what's left after this. Oh, that one didn't survive, I don't think. Yeah. Okay, let's try that again. Sage, was it? Let's try that one again. So what's left after... Belladonna we're going to have to forage for. So we're still missing... Okay, now we got that one. Good. Oh, the rest of the sage can go back. We still need... we still need sassafras. Or was that one of the ones that couldn't be planted? I can't remember. And thyme. And turmeric. And that's all we can do. And we're going to need to look for the belladonna as well. Thank you so much for the follow. Taskster, welcome to the stream. So actually, let's just improve 3 more clay planters and get these guys up. Was there the empty one here? No. Okay. And I want to just arrange all of these on the ground. And I want to, let's just take this for now. And we're gonna improve actually 4 more. And I want to see all of the herbs, how they all look. We'll do some foraging as well if we can find another belladonna somewhere. So let's get the 3 highest quality ones, just improve these a little bit more. And I'll check what you guys are saying. So, Viking, you were talking about kissing sickness, mononucleosis. I haven't heard of that one. So, are you saying that his symptoms sounded like that? And Parser says, symptoms that feel different from the usual flu are a classic description from people who've gotten COVID-19. Yeah, that's the thing, Parser, exactly. It's like something that they've never experienced before. And it's so scary because, did you guys know, It was news to me when Trump got corona and they started talking about this, you know, how like he was feeling so healthy and blah, 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 or at least claiming that he was. I was seeing articles about this kind of happy corona where I forget the phrase, what it was called, but it was something like that, where you are able to breathe normally, but you're not getting enough oxygen. Your oxygen levels are low, and it's very dangerous because you feel great. You feel like you're getting enough oxygen, you're breathing normally, you're not coughing, and yet you're not getting enough oxygen. And they were, in this article, they were talking about maybe he had that. And that's pretty scary to think that you could actually be literally dying from COVID without any idea that your oxygen levels are low. I mean, how scary is that? Yotanobis, when the mouse is away, the cats are playing. And kind of the opposite in this case, when Cats is away, Vikings will play. Yeah, let's just get a few more of these done. So I'm missing something. Let me just check here from Wurmpedia what we're missing. Let's see. What was it? Planter. Let's put them in the same order that we have them here. Let's just do this for a second. So let's see what we're missing. So basil, let's put this up here. Basil belladonna is the one we're missing. And let's improve as we're doing this actually, just to save some time. So belladonna is missing. Fennel we got. Lovage we got. Mint. Oregano. Oh! It looks like I could swear that I tried to plant an oregano. Maybe it was one of the ones that failed. Let me just go and see if I'm pretty sure I have some oregano here. Oregano. Yeah, I do have oregano here. Okay. So that one is still missing. Then parsley after mint. Then rosemary after parsley. Then sage and thyme. Sage and thyme is what we have down here. Then cumin, ginger, paprika, and turmeric. Okay. And woad was also something that you could plant. That's right. The woad, I guess, would be over here. Let's see. Woad, yes. Okay. Now, so we're missing 5 more planters. So let's get those finished as well, because I just want to see what they all look like next to one another, and see the visuals of those. I mean, I do have them. To be quite honest, I do have them over here. Over here, I have seen them when I was getting the screenshots. I have them over here as well. But I just would like to see them here in the game as well. Let's just look at this view for a change instead of the sea. And just improve these further while I check what you guys have been chit-chatting about here. Viking, I would never ever. That's true, Holly. Somebody has to fill in for Untirk while he's away. And Hertz, hello, welcome to the stream. You don't need water. You don't need to water planters. Oh, I see. So you just basically plant them and let them be? Really? Huh, interesting. But I guess you have to wait for them to grow, right? Do they have different growth stages, or how do you harvest those? We're gonna have to look on Wurmpedia, I think. Holly Dragons is or does not when we were talking about Belladonna, although Belladonna can be plural too, so technically it's correct. And Viking, you have some Belladonna I could plant, do you? Nettles cannot. Don't forget, woad, says Holly Dragon. And mint is good for tea, says Viking. Yeah, looks like the oregano didn't survive when I planted it. That's right, Rixif. Nice guy. Corona. So, oh, I see, Viking. So mononucleosis has a very diffuse symptom picture, right? I might have to Google that, Viking. Holly, you actually get half a day of being energetic and feeling great before you get a normal cold or flu, or if you have a flu jab, right? Yeah, I get symptoms from flu jabs as well, actually. And improving these is going pretty fast. Hertz, it will say harvestable next to the planter when it's ready. I see, right, this thing that we were talking about earlier on. So how long does it take for these to become harvestable then? Are we talking about days or weeks, or is it sort of like the same pace as the crops? And that sure makes it easy. I was so sure that you would have to... The only reason, guys, believe it or not, but the only reason I haven't done these... Oh, looks like Cat's avatar is completely stuck again. So the only reason why I haven't done these spices and stuff is because all this time I imagined, like I'd never looked into it to be fair, but I was just imagining, because I probably had in my memory how much work it was to take care of the plants in Ultima Online. You had to water them, and you had to put fertilizer, and you had to cure them of their bugs. There was many different kinds of ailments that the plants could have, and you had to really take care of the plants there. And I was just assuming that taking care of these would be something equivalent, but that's all you have to do is just plant them and wait for them to become harvestable. So about every other real day. So once it becomes harvestable, is that it then? That then you just have to replant it just like the crops? Or is it so that you can pick a little bit and the rest stays? Or does it harvest like the whole batch in one go, just like a crop? And also, here's a dumb question, but does it make any difference whether whether they are on the ground or whether they are in the rack? Viking says, oh, hold on. Hertz says they last about 10 rounds of harvest. Ooh, so they're super convenient. And to think that all this time I've avoided planting them because I just imagined they'd be so much work. Really? That's super handy. 10 rounds, no watering, no debugging, no weed gathering. Just plant and harvest to your heart's content. What the heck? And to think that I've been avoiding them all this time for absolutely nothing. Huh. Viking says, over time, the ones you've planted will die and you will have to replant. But just the fact that you... So here's a question about the rounds. So you say about 10 rounds, Hertz. Do you get just one per round? Or do you harvest I guess, is this related to your skill in gardening that you get more yield. Do you yield more harvest the higher your skill, or how does that work? I mean, I could just look this all up on Wurmpedia, of course, as well, but it does make for a great conversation as well. Limewood says that you can harvest them every day when they have grown up. They die off after a while, and you have to replant again, but they last for a while. Hertz says that ground versus rack, no real difference. Okay, that's good to know. I wonder about the decay of the pottery itself. I wonder if that takes less decay if it is in the rack. And Holly, you made your first archaeology item. Nice, an arrow shaft. Congratulations. Yay. Hertz, you harvest one if you have 26 or lower gardening. Right. So it does like, you get more harvest, just like with picking the fruit and just like harvesting the crops. Okay, that's very cool. Man, I wonder if I'm the only dummy around that has been avoiding those just because they assumed it would be so much more work. And Limewood says that one per planter regardless of skill. Oh. Holly says your neighbor reports 10 bears, 2 wolves, a croc, 8 scorpions, 2 champion lava spiders, and 15 regular lava spiders in 1 hour. Oh my goodness. That is a lot of mobs. Right, Limewood. So you at least you don't get more than 1 per planter at 31 gardening. Well, I'll tell you what. This is a moment to check on Wurmpedia. We'll see what it says. Let's see. Oh, interesting. So frequent harvesting helps them last longer. So in that sense, it is kind of like you do have to kind of take care of them in a way if you want to get as much as possible. Okay. The quality of the picked product is determined by your gardening skill, but uses the harvester formula, whatever that means. Cannot be watered. Can be planted or secured if the pottery planter is above 10 effective quality. That's just like the jar itself, or like the planter. Plants have approximately 1 month lifespan, real time, affected by the following lines. You successfully picked X, it now looks healthier, adds a bit to the lifespan. You broke off more than needed and damaged the plant, but still managed to get X, lowers the lifespan a bit. Aha! Okay, so you have to sort of pick the optimal amount. So when does this happen then? You broke off more than needed and damaged the plant. Does that happen if you try to harvest something that is not harvestable yet? Or how does that even happen? Or is it just like a random, like, random chance thing so that it's not always just like successful one time after another? It must be, yeah. It's not anything you control, right? Let's see. That one's already ready. Let's improve this one as well. So actually we need 6 more pottery planters to be ready. And if Viking has a belladonna, we can go get that in a bit. So it's basically just like it represents a fail when picking right, Rixif, okay. Hertz says a very good way to level hot food cooking is to put 1 herb in a pottery bowl, do that with a bunch of bowls, and turn on the oven. That's a good tip. I'll definitely have to keep that in mind. So just a herb in a pottery bowl, do that with a bunch of bowls, and turn on the oven. I would have never thought to do that. So actually, I'm not sure, of course, how long, just put this old clay over here away so it's not weighing me down. This one we're going to put away. And put the wool away as well. Let's just grab this horsey and we're going to go visit Viking. And see if he has a belladonna he can give us. I don't know if... I wonder if he's around. Are you around, Viking, if I come and get a belladonna from you? There's his horses. It's pretty easy to get from foraging and botanizing, though. So it's no problem. Looks like Viking's got a little baby horse over there. Let's just see what the the description is here. If it has any traits, it has strong body, it has lightning movement. That's a good horse right there, Viking, that you have. Can I get into your food thing? Let's see. So this one over here, let's see if there's belladonna in here. I can open it. I'm not sure if I'm able to get anything out of here. Ooh, you have 98 belladonna. Let's see if we can get one of these. I can. Okay. I think it's due to the... It could be due to Antirg's permissions, since you're here in the same deed. He probably has pickup permissions for me. But if you wanted to, Antirg, if you wanted to actually shelter your food BSB from other Alliance members picking up stuff, I'm not sure if who has those permissions. It could be that Antirg just gave them to me. I'm not sure if the others have it or not, but you can always put a padlock as well on your food BSB if you want to. And if you have a padlock, then you can actually set the permissions as well, like who you want to allow to go in there as well. Just something to know. But thank you very much for that, belladonna. And Scarred, you do something similar. You have 20 golden frying pans liberated from a fallen deed. So what's the special thing about the gold, them being made from gold, Scarred? I know the different metals have the different qualities. Of course, I could just look here as well, couldn't I? Let's see. Gold. There was the list sort of explaining the different... Here, list of... No, metal products list. No, where was it? There was this one where you could see all the qualities of the different... here, properties. So gold... minus 1% damage reduction, minus 5% movement. Glance, whatever glance means. What the heck is glance? Oh, that's armor, weapon, and general. Here we go. Price modifier, damage taken, decay, minus 60% decay damage. Ooh, that would be a nice to be on frying pans, because the frying pans are always decaying in the oven, aren't they? Huh. Decay damage minus 60%. Well, well, well. Look at that. That looks handy. Let's see. Let's get this one also done. And Holly Dragon, you're on 2% health, worsening burn, foraging for cotton desperately. You got a rare silver coin. Oh my gosh. One of those moments where you would have preferred to get cotton versus money, right? Oh, I see, Scarred. You have no idea. They're just what was in the oven when you found it. Oh, right. Oh, it's one of my foals, Viking, right. And Scarred Vulcan says, attacks can glance off your armor and do no damage. That's what it is then. And DS says, golden frying pans, that's some posh restaurant. Absolutely. Sounds pretty cool too. And they do actually, I have tested it. You can, it actually changes the visual as well to golden and other like metal types. It's pretty cool, that update when they did that. So for those who don't know, who are like rather new to Wurm, back when I started Wurm 7 years ago, there were only a few items in the game, like I think it was shields and weapons, maybe armor, maybe metal armor also. You could do the different metals, like use different metals for those. It was only in recent years where they made it so that you can make various metal items from any type of metal, and that they had their specific qualities. That's a rather recent thing, actually. This one is almost done. So is there anyone there in the chat who through me and my experience here with this pottery, with the planter stuff, also realized that, man, that doesn't look as bad as you thought, and rushed out to make get into the whole herb and spice growing business as well? I wonder if I'm literally the last person in Wurm to do this, like, out of the older players. And Joshua, you tend to use it for woad, right? Oh god, I already forgot what woad does. I have to check here. What is woad used for? Oh, it was the dye. That's right. That's right. I remember now. Hello, Metza. Welcome to the stream. What happened with traders in Wurm? Well, they changed the way they work. Now, traders, you can't use them to make money anymore. Instead, you can only have one per deed. And I'm not sure, maybe that you can only have one per deed before. I'm not sure about that. Anyhow, now instead, they just sell the normal trader stuff, and you can't sell them anything yourself. But they give you 20% reduction to your deed upkeep. So I have a trader actually on my deed because I wanted to have cheaper like rent for my deed. Oh, right, Dujans. And so woad being plantable is a pretty new thing. Ah. Ah, Verkent. You know, woad as in woad is me. Oh, did you mean merchants, Metza? So, of course, merchants and traders are two completely different things. So did you mean merchants instead of traders? And Scarred summed it up pretty nicely there for the traders. And with Joshua, 900 clay. Only 100 more to go until you make 1,000. Okay, just a little bit more for this one. And then we'll just need 2 more planters and we're done. You meant merchant, right? Like you have 31 items in the mailbox. So, Metza, what's your question about merchants? I'm not quite understanding. Scarred says, if merchant doesn't sell in a while, they can pack up and leave, and they mail... Oh, I see. Then they mail your items back to you when they go. Right. Yeah, you have to actually... this is just for anyone who's rather new to Wurm and doesn't know. You have to keep your merchants refreshed, so even... it's actually... They don't have to sell anything. You have to just physically check your merchants. It's not enough to just check the... it's not enough to just check the... I mean, you can check from the Manage Merchant pop-up here. So Personal Merchant Contract. You can Manage Trader, and it will tell you when it's last sold something. That's how I quickly check to see whether any of my horses have been sold on Xanadu. But that's not enough for keeping the merchant refreshed. You actually have to go physically open the merchant to keep it refreshed. It doesn't have to sell anything though, so there's no panic about that. You just have to physically interact with it once in a while. I'm not sure how often you have to do that. It's probably says on Wurmpedia. Let's just actually check that. I think it's like every few months or so. Let's see what it says here. Not seeing anything at first glance, at least. Oh, here it is. If you don't log in to the same server as the merchant for 3 months, the merchant may leave or be forced to leave with all the items and coins in his or her inventory. Ah, if the merchant has been empty of inventory for 3 months, it will disband. Okay, that's good to know. I didn't actually know that they can't ever be empty. Thankfully, I do have one rare item or a couple of rare items on this one, just like at high prices, just for my own like storage. That's good to know. If the owner of a merchant is no longer registered in the Wurm system, it will disband. That makes sense. A disbanded merchant will leave behind a sign stating they have moved on due to poor business, and all items and coins will be returned to the contract owner inside a backpack through the mail that has an expiry time of 6 months. If an item doesn't fit into the backpack, the contract owner will receive it separately in the mail. Huh, okay. Well, there you go. There is, I guess, all the information you needed there. Smetsa. So let's see, we have 3 down, 2 more to go. And let's check what the situation is with the forge as well. Starting to fade, okay. Let's get some of that wood scrap again. There we go. Good. I guess we could start like heating these ones up since they're already ready to go. So maybe it's not linked to refreshing the merchants after all. Maybe it's just enough to have logged on within the last 3 months. Because somebody told me that you have to physically interact with them once in a while. I'm not sure if that still holds true or not. Oh, that's so true, Vergent. Vergent said something very poignant here. They should probably rename traders to something else, as they don't actually trade anymore. That's such a good point. That is a very good point indeed. Right, so your merchant is gone, Metsa, and the items went to the mail, right? So, well, I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you. That must have been quite shocking when it did. I know, if I were to log on and not see my merchant there anymore, I would be pretty, like, shocked, like, where the heck has it gone? So, out of those things that we were listing from the Wurmpedia, Metsa, what was the most probable reason that you had your merchant packed up and left? Wasn't it doing any business, or didn't you log on for a while, or... Oh, I should drink and eat a little bit. Stamina's not doing very well. And of course I do have water right here. No need to go to the sea's edge there. Let's also eat a little bit. And I should be, of course, heating up that food in the forge. So, of course, new players might not know, but the efficiency of the food will actually be a bit higher if you warm it up to hot in a furnace of some kind. I just can't be bothered to wait for that, so I'm just gonna chew on that. Let's see. We have... Oh, and that backpack was taking damage, was it? So we just need, was it 2 more, I think? Yeah, 2 more. Oh, you hadn't logged on, Metsa. Right. What a shame. What a shame. I mean, 8 silver, that is, that's quite a bit of money at the end of the day in Wurm terms. Hello, Museworm. Good to see you. Muse says somewhere in your inventory you should still have the merchant contract, which may be used again. So if you lose your merchant, you'll still have the contract left, even if it dismissed itself. Oh, well, have you checked for that, Metsa, yet? That's good that you don't then lose it completely. I mean, I've dismissed merchants before and then I just planted them in new spots. So I knew that it will like convert itself to a contract, or rather that you have that contract that you can control it from. I just didn't know that the ones that you sort of lost in the way that Metsa did, that you don't completely lose them. So yeah, check Metsa to see if you have this kind of personal merchant contract in your inventory still. I hope you do. In that case, then you will not have lost anything at all. Now, while we're improving these, you know what we need to start doing is we need to start looking at the second thing that I wanted to try today, which was the fishing in a mine. So we need the fishing net. We're gonna need to make one of these. Let's see what you need. You need string of cloth, shaft, rope. Looks pretty easy. Okay, we'll start making one of those in a bit, once we get all of this planter stuff taken care of. Metsa, you have the contract, but now it says you need a market stall or finished building. Right, yeah. You might need one of those, that's right. So where was your merchant before, Metsa? Was it not in a market stall before? Or how did you have it set up before then? Yeah, my merchant is nice and cozy over there, waiting to serve people in their market stall over here. I just am not using the merchant for anything other than storage right now. Okay, let's see, what else do we need? Holly, you just got ganked by a scorpion twice. Now there are 2 of them. Oh no! Oh, right, you had it inside the house standing freely, right. So can't you just plant it back into the same spot? And we got 3 of these pottery planters. Well, let's get these guys finished first. Joshua, job done, 1,000 clay, time to chill at Tranquility House. Well done, Joshua, well done. That's a lot of work getting 1,000 clay dug up. So what's your digging at, Joshua? I imagine it must be quite high by now. I think Malena, for her very highest skill is actually digging, which is at 99.5 or something like that. So you have 98.67 digging, so you're pretty up there as well. And what is our... I haven't checked the skill gain for a while. So pottery is now at over 20. Very nice. I mean, when we started this stuff today, our pottery skill was about 9. So we've gained over 10 full points now in just a few hours, which is really cool. Of course, the skill gain is very, very fast in these first 10 or 20, 30 levels, so it doesn't really surprise me. I could swear that somehow improving these guys is going a little bit slower than it was with previous ones. Or am I just imagining things? Maybe it was that we were sort of multitasking at the time. We were looking at the roadmap, and so it just felt like time was flying by faster. And another thing I need to check, because I have not really looked into the fishing stuff at all. Let's just see how that net is used in general. So what does it say here? Let's just put this into this mode here. So, fishing net. A net that can be used to catch small fish in shallows. It can be improved with a string of cloth. The fishing net can be used to catch small fish in shallow waters. Small fish may be used directly or turned into bait to use on larger fish. The fishing net is the only fishing method capable of yielding sardines. Aha! Players can also catch clams, perch, and roach with it. Well, a lot of those cooking recipes use the roach and the perch, so that sounds very good. Use of the net utilizes the fishing skill, which I have absolutely zero of right now. At the time of a successful catch, the caught fish or clam will remain contained in the net. Further use of the net then requires removal of that fish from the net. Several minnows can be held before a required emptying, while just one clam then calls for emptying in order to continue fishing. Okay. Fishing using the fishing net does not require any clicking or active participation from the player, as do other fishing methods. Oh, in order to make a catch. Aha. So you just use it on the shore or the water or something like that. The fishing net only takes damage on actions in which it successfully makes a catch. So it's worth improving the net then, I guess. Would that be carpentry or would that be rope making? The fishing net takes a large amount of decay damage outside the player's inventory. Oh. So it's one of those things that you might want to either keep in a magical chest or else in your inventory at all times. Okay. We're almost done here. Almost done. Oh, I don't want to improve that one at this point. Let's improve this. And as for the rest of them, I'm just going to pop them here into the storage unit. And I will improve those ones later. There. And Griff says, bring a fish keep net along. Oh, and that's the one that I did make. I do have one over here. So that's where you would like store them, is it? Okay, I'm glad I made one then. Where did I put it though? Or do I actually have it in my storage right now? Because I think I was... Oh, I think I put it actually over into the wagon. That's right. I think I have it right over here. Yes, I do. Let's actually grab that into my inventory before I completely forget. Right, so the fish keep net. So this is just for storage, is it? Let's see what it says here. While we just finish off this improving here, we're almost done. So fish keep net. A net that is used to hold fish caught whilst fishing to keep them fresh. Oh, that's nice. A keep net may be attached to a boat and is used to preserve freshly caught fish. So, What if, Griff, if you're actually fishing in a mine that is not like a, it's not like a boat mine, you're just like, can you do it on the, can you do it just in like shallow puddles in the mine or not? I wonder. I guess I could, I guess with Antirg's mine, we could get into the first tile, which would be submerge in the water. I'm guessing we could do it right from there. We'll give it a try. We'll go over with my rowing boat and we'll see if that's enough. So right, I would have to be in a boat. Must be planted in water to act as a container. The water must be shallow, 2 to 30 depth, okay. Dropping it will not allow fish to be kept inside. Dropping it will not allow fish to be kept inside. Aha. The fish keep net will not actually catch fish. No, must be empty to pick up, okay. The fish keep net will not actually catch fish and is sometimes confused with its counterpart that does catch fish, the fishing net. Okay. Because of course, you know, in real life you do place these in the water and you hope that fish like find their way in, right? I think is used more for that than it is actually keeping the... Well, then again, it's called a fish keep net, so I'm not sure. I've only used these to catch the fish myself. Okay, I think we got them both over to 20. Good. So we'll just pop these into the forge and we can start already planting the rest of these over here. So sassafras plant. Oh, don't do it that way. So sassafras was one of the ones I guess that we could not. Does it have seeds? No. So that one you cannot actually plant into the planter. Okay, but thyme or thyme, that one can be planted. So here's a question, Griff. Since you're our like alliance cook, are you growing the herbs? Because I'm basically doing this for you, you know. So turmeric, must pick the seeds. Or are you already growing your own herbs? Plant turmeric seeds. Hello, McCoofer. How has life been treating you? Actually, of course, we just saw you like a week ago, so it makes it almost sound like I haven't seen you in forever, but actually you were just here like a while ago. We were talking all about your visit to your friend. I forget his name now. Al Wood was his name, that's right. Sadly, the fragile oregano did not survive. Okay, let's go grab another oregano over here. Oh, so Willow, in other words, Willow has been doing the herbs. Okay. Well, this is good for me too, because I'm definitely going to be doing a little bit of cooking myself as well. So I've sort of set apart like some materials for myself as well here. What was it? It was oregano. Oregano. Because I'm not sure if you were here earlier on, Griff, but I actually finally understand now. So Milena has been cooking up a storm over on Xanadu, and she managed to make some affinity. Oh yeah, we were talking about the whole bugged like character thing. I was showing that earlier in the stream. So yeah, I sort of got the cooking bug now, I have to say. Right, so you have a few days off, McCoofer. Very nice, very nice. And let me just see what else you guys are saying. Just gonna scroll up a bit. And did we get the oregano? We sure did. Good, good, good. And we're still missing the 2, and I guess they have, I guess they're finished now. Here in the forge. Let's see if they've cooked already, the 2. No, not quite. Searing hot, almost there. So belladonna and a woad. So the sassafras cannot actually be planted. Okay, that was one of the ones you'd have to go foraging for, etc. Let's just stick that back. And while we're waiting for those last two potteries to finalize, how about we start placing these, and we can just like open this full screen now. So we can see what they all look like, right? Oh, interesting, by the way. Interesting. Look at that, guys. So there's not a place option here. What the heck? That seems like an oversight. So I bet you I can plant it and then I can place it after that. That definitely feels like a bug. So let me just try planting this. And I can, yeah, exactly. See, now I can place it. Oh, that's weird. That seems like that definitely needs to be fixed. Okay. So just have to plant all of these, do I? Oh, you keep your you keep it in the bank. Yeah, that's a good option as well, Scarred. I do have a magic chest, so I can just keep it there as well, I guess. I wonder if it, hopefully at least it fits there. Okay, now. And are these ones ready now? Let's see. They are. Okay. Now, fingers crossed that we don't lose this belladonna. Oh no, Holly, third death, and it wouldn't let you respawn. It wouldn't let you respawn. Why wouldn't it let you respawn? That doesn't seem right. We got the belladonna. Just place that there. And woad is the final one. Done. Good. Plant. And place. And let's just to be super OCD here, let's just place that there as well. Okay, now let's just have a look at this, why don't we? We just go into first person view. So we have, of course, just remove all of these little UI elements here. So we have basil, cumin, rosemary, parsley, thyme, oregano, turmeric, paprika, ginger, mint, lovage, sage, belladonna, woad, which looks pretty nice actually. You could have this like as a house plant almost, and fennel. Very, very juicy. I'm very, very satisfied with these. So, of course, we're going to now just collect these up and we're going to put them into that handy dandy rack that we made. And I'm assuming, let's make a keybind for this. So I'm assuming that the rack, since it is like a decoration, right? It is one of those items that will not decay on a deed, right? So I don't have to improve the rack, I'm guessing. I don't have to stress about it. Of course, the potteries themselves probably take decay. And now, of course, the visual changed. And I'm going to have to think of a nice spot to put this as well. Let's see. Can I actually just lift this whole thing up? I can. Let's see if we can find a nice spot for this. It's getting a little bit cramped here. Maybe we'll put it over here. Let's put it over here. I have to say that I've gotten kind of addicted to using the Control and the Alt to place the items. Yeah, that'll do for now. I'm sure we'll think of a better spot later on. Good! Mission 1 has been accomplished. I'm so proud. After all that work. Let me just check what else we have there in the chat before we go forward, and I'll just put this clay away. I guess we don't need that anymore. And we'll also put the spatula, Saf's icing liquor, and Saf's art thingy into the magic chest and start thinking about this fishing stuff. And it looks like the backpack indeed took a lot of damage here in the large storage unit, which is kind of unfortunate because I could swear that when I just had it, you know, I'm going to test this because I had it just laying on the ground as a decoration for the longest time. Is it really so that it's going to take more damage in the storage unit than it would just sitting on the ground? I'm going to do a test of this. This is just one of the newbie backpacks, to be quite honest. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Let's just put it over... We'll repair it, and I'm going to put it on the ground and just see whether or not, in a week's time, whether it's taken any damage. Let's put it here where I had it before, actually. Here next to the chair. Like somebody would have, you know, laid it down there. And now, let's work on the fishing net. But before we do that, let's just check what you guys are saying here. Bogart says, though the net fishing in the open world, you have to find the right spot. Not sure in a cave unless you just want the clams. Those you can find at any open square, it seems. And Griff says that you can plant it in the water. You planted yours in the shallow water and it worked. Okay. So, I mean, it doesn't even have to be on the boat, right? That's good to know. And if the floor is low enough, you can sail a boat into a mine. Yes, Hertz. That I am aware of. The problem is that the mine that we have, it is meant, it's going to be for boats in the future, but the only tile that is like below water is the entrance right now. And Limewood is asking Holly if she has any neighbors around that could help rid of the scorpions. So Mukufra, what am I up to? So what we've been doing today is I've been... Mukufra, I never got around to making the planters before. This is the first time. So I actually made planters, and we just planted one of each of the different herbs and of the different spices as well. So there they all are, happily growing together. So this is a completely new experience for me, and what we're going to try next is net fishing, which I've never done either. Oh, it was in the drop menu. Really? Ha. Am I just being silly then? Let me just try this again. Of course. That's like, of course, like just a standard. I don't know why I didn't realize before. So Cats is just being silly, it seems. And you guys are dropping like flies, so there's a whole bunch of you over there trying to kill them? Oh no. And Du says, ideally you would have a full rack of each herb and spice. Yeah, so are you saying Du Jensen basically? And thank you so much for the follow, Orlando the Rockbreaker. That's quite a name you have there. Welcome on into the stream, Orlando. So, Du Jensen, do you mean that you would, optimally, you would want to have one rack per different herb or spice? I think that's what you meant, right? So you would have like a whole bunch of them. Or did you simply mean one of each in the... I think you meant one rack per spice and then have them all full of like 30 basils, 30 oreganos and so forth, right? Okay, but let's get on to this fishing net stuff. So we need 2 strings of cloth. I'm not sure if I have any higher quality strings. We'll see here. Bowstrings I do have. Not there either. It could be that I've just been keeping them in the strings of cloth. There we go, a little bit higher quality. Let's just take the whole batch. I only have 3 there. Let's see what happens. I'm not sure what skill it's actually using. Is it tailoring skill or what skill this is requiring? 66% chance to succeed. That doesn't seem too hard. So, Du Jensen, it's still unclear. So when you say yes, that was what you meant. That could be either of the 2 things that I suggested, but I'm assuming you meant 1 rack per herb and spice. Yeah, that sounds like some lots and lots of harvesting. Now, with it doesn't matter what wood type. I mean, I'm not sure whether this ends up being like a wood or a cloth item or a rope item. It doesn't matter what wood type I use for this thing. Should I be using oak for this? It's a tailoring item. Okay, so then the wood doesn't actually matter whatsoever in that case. So we'll just use a random shaft. It comes out of cotton. Okay. And then now, finally, a chance to actually use all of these random ropes that I have from my rope making training. Never thought I'd actually have any use for them, to be honest. Ugh, why did I take all 26? So Maku, for planting 30 of each herb in all the planters is a bit of work. Harvesting them later, though, is very fast. Yeah, I can imagine. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that here with this character at this point, at least. But for Malena, I might just do that, actually. Yeah, that does sound juicy. Oh, we got our fishing net, guys. That was fast. That was pretty painless. So we do have 1 higher quality string that we can, I guess we can make some more. I do have lots and lots of cotton, so we'll just do some improving of this. It's a 13 quality right now. And we don't want to be taking this with us because that's just going to weigh us down, so let's just place that. And how is it that I remembered the place thing through drop with any other item? How is it that I forgot it with the planter? I don't understand. Silly cats. Okay. And what is my skill at for... Where's the skill? Here. So, cloth tailoring is 12, tailoring is 11. And you know what I'm gonna do, guys? I'm gonna be a little bit evil here. Dark Cats is coming out. So, Casto, who lives over in Antyrg's Deed, we haven't been seeing him for a few weeks now. I know he's he kind of burnt himself out on Wurm, making the caravel. And he has some affinity foods in Antyrg's larder, and he is not around to use them. And one of them actually gives me tailoring skills, so I'm just going to take a very quick nibble. Just a teensy weensy little nibble. Just a teensy one. I'm sure nobody's going to even notice. And my secret is safe with you guys, right? You guys aren't going to tell anyone? Because I think he has several of them as well. Let's just see here. Reserved food. Casto. I think it was the woodcutting one that gave me the tailoring. Yes, he has 3 of them. And they're going to start decaying sooner or later. And we haven't been seeing him around. So I'm just going to take just a teensy little fraction second nibble there. And I got 1 hour of 1 hour of tailoring. So we're going to do that. Joshua. Hell no, get the megaphone out. So does planter quality affect anything? I would imagine that in the very least, Griff, it would affect the decay, because don't those planters start to decay just like in any other items in the racks? I don't know. Do they decay or not? Now, what were we gonna do? Yes, we're gonna improve the fishing net. Now we have a little bit of tailoring. And I guess we could turn on... How much do we have sleep bonus? Just a smidgen. I guess we could turn that on as well. The dark side is strong in this one, says Makufar. And let me just see what you guys are saying here. I'm going to scrolling back a little bit because I know I missed some stuff here earlier on. Yes, Makufra, another new thing after 7 years of Wurm. That's right. So Makufra, how are your own adventures going in Wurm? So Makufar was saying you can end up with hundreds of each herb and spice in a matter of a few weeks. Oh, that sounds delicious. Yeah. So if you can yield so much though, do you really then need so many racks? If it's so easy to then get them, right? Okay, scissors. What we need next? You have, Dujansen, you have 30 planters in a rack. First day you might plant 2 or 3 of them. Next day you plant a few more. Third day even more. And after some days you have a full rack. And Dujansen figures that the planter quality does not have an effect, except maybe to have it above 10 to use. So they don't decay, Dujansen? Seren, actually, I did a taste on all of them. I've also been doing a taste on just like the consumption foods as well. But yeah, I will admit, Seren, that I did do a little bit of a nibbling before as well, after Casto became like inactive. Because those are eventually gonna decay away, right? So I don't feel too guilty. I mean, if that would have been, I would never have taken, I would have never nibbled at the ones that were for active players. Never, ever, ever. That's what she does at night, guys. Lock your larders. Makufar, not much adventure being going on lately due to your work. However, you're now grinding up some skills and literally making tens of thousands of parts so you can continue on your city this winter. Nice. I'm not sure, Makufar, have I ever asked you this? Let's see what Griff is saying. So Griff, here's the thing. So I separated the stuff that I want to keep for myself into these food BSBs. Everything in these is for you. So feel free to take everything we have here. So I'll be stocking these with, those are the low quality ones, of course, but I'll be stocking these with the crops that I harvest. Let's just have a look at the volume now. Got lots and lots of horse meat. Getting quite a bit of lettuce, pumpkin, and I know you want some more tomatoes. I have 54 tomatoes over there, and I have 30 tomatoes over here, and I'm growing some more as well. So yeah, those are all for you, actually. I wanted to separate them so that you wouldn't have to feel, well, not only because I want to work a little bit on my own cooking, but I also wanted you to feel like safe that you can just take whatever you want from those. Let's see. Let's get this. Oh, we need some water now. So actually we need that barrel again. And so Dujensen says that the planters do decay and they cannot be repaired. Yeah. Okay, so I thought so, yeah. Servan, that's what I always say to that you needed to taste it to see if it's still eatable. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Like, quite honestly, if we don't see much of Casto, it might be worth your guys' while to also check what affinities those have for you, because by the time we have Casto back, I'm pretty sure that Griff's like affinity food making is going to be so high that he's going to be able to actually replace any of those anyhow. Let's see. Water. Gotta keep an eye on this. I want to keep enough of the sleep bonus for the meditation. And by the way, my meditation is, oh, I think I did mention that already. So I'm now at level 5. And in about a week's time, I can go to level 6. And then starts the long wait to get to level 7, and then enchanted grass time. I can hardly wait for that. But mend can remove the damage. Yeah, some people were debating that a little bit, Du Johnson, here earlier in the chat, whether or not you can actually mend those pottery planters. But I guess you can then. And mend is, of course, a priest ability, or spell rather. Do all priests have the mend ability? Or is that a particular... oh, what's the word I'm looking for? You know, a particular type of priest that can only do it. What was it that I wanted to ask you, says Makufer. Oh, yes. I'm sorry about that, Makufer. I meant to ask you if, I mean, since you're like a hardcore Wormian, do you have any skills that are already at 100, or is it like 99.9 the top that you can get in Wurm? I always forget this. Because I would imagine, I'm not sure if I've asked you that before, but I would not be surprised if you have a few skills that are already at 100. So none at 100 yet, right? I was absolutely sure you'd have a few. Oh, I see, Du Johnson. So only Venora priest can do mend, right? Okay. But some are getting very close. Which ones do you have that are like the highest right now? Let me just get some stamina up, actually. You hit jewel smithing 99 yesterday. What the heck, Maku, for jewel smithing? Isn't that relatively hard to actually grind up? Whoa, that's really impressive. Blacksmithing 99.91. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. Let's get this up to 20 and then we'll go fishing. Huge axe 99.95. Oh my goodness. You just must like, you must like just swipe through those mobs like a knife through butter with those skills. My goodness gracious. No wonder you enjoy the rifts. To name a few. Yeah, my goodness. That's crazy. Okay, we're almost there. At least we'll do it until this string cloth runs out. Or cloth string, rather. You're a decent fighter, you guess. I can imagine. I can imagine you have like just like the mega gear of everything as well. And what are you guys talking about? Are you talking about hell horses here in the Alliance chat? Oh, that looks like a longer conversation. I'll have to check later on. Something about hell horses, though. Somebody needed some hell horses. Yeah, I'm not at the stage yet where I can give away any of the hell horses, to be honest. My stock is too small with the hell horses to be able to give any away. But I will definitely, once I start to get some speed hell horses, I'll start giving away the ones that, just like I did with the horses, the ones that don't have any traits. I certainly have some of those. And then we'll upgrade from there. Good. Now we got this to 20 quality. Perfect. Let's then mosey on over to the... We've got our fish keep net. We've got our fishing net. Is there anything else I need, guys, for doing a little bit of fishing? I guess not. Let's just make sure the... Let's also make sure that our lantern is lit as well. So let's just put some tar in there. I think I have some tar here, actually. Fill. And is this already lit? Light. There we go. That's better. And we'll just grab this little boat over here. And I don't know, do we even need the boat? Well, we could do it just to travel over there. I mean, it's right beside us, but we might as well. And that all took you... Hold on. Seren says to Makufra, okay, I'm hiding behind you during the next fights. Yeah, absolutely. And you also hit level 15 meditation at 93.32. My goodness, Makufra. It took you years, I can imagine. But everyone can get there eventually if you're willing to stick around in dedication long enough. Absolutely. Absolutely. So this is the place I'm talking about here. We have this boat mine, but it's still a work in progress, and I believe only the entrance is underwater. And hello, Blue Forest. Good to see you. Glad you could catch the stream. Yeah, we've been streaming now for 6.5 hours. So we're just going to do the last thing for today, which is to try this net fishing, which I've not really done. I think I tried it very, very quickly, just like, you know, like in 5 minutes or something with Malena one time when the new fishing update came out. But I have not like properly tried to fish. Oh, there's a little bit of water actually here. So let's just see how this goes. How about we do that? So let's see now. First of all, so the fish keep net. Do we just plant it in the water? Uh-oh. Oh, there is a greenish mountain lion. I don't have my armor with me, but I'm kind of feeling like we can take this guy down. Ooh, we're not actually doing very well. Okay, I better go get my armor. Okay, we did a... Actually, we did a little bit of... Maybe we'll be okay. I don't know. Maybe we'll be okay. I think we will. We got it. Okay. Let's just check and see if any of these are like healing, 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 and healing. Okay. I'm not going to worry about it then. And let's also butcher this guy. Yeah, it's a bit bigger, isn't it? I guess it's because it's a greenish one. And I still have my sleep bonus on. Let's turn that off as well. So the fish keep net. Let's just go back to that quickly. Attached to a boat, but can also be planted in the water. So dropping it will not allow fish to be kept inside. Must be planted in the water. Okay, so you have to plant it. Okay. We shall then plant it. Plant. The water is not deep enough. Okay, let's go over here. Plant. There we go. And now the fishing net. There's our nice little fish keep net. And now let's try fish. The water is too shallow. Okay, this one is working. Unfortunately, we just can't see because of course the mine entrance is kind of causing this. Maybe I can try and go sideways in a bit. So let's see if we get anything here into our inventory. Let's follow the text, what it says here. You throw out the net and start slowly pulling it in, hoping to catch some fish. You catch a minnow in the fishing net. Nice. Okay. There's a minnow, and I guess I can, if I just open this, and I guess I can just push or pull the minnow right in there. Perfect. Looks pretty, there's another, no. Let's see, and how's our skill increase going? I guess it comes at the very end, doesn't it? We didn't get any fishing skill. What? Huh. So you finish pulling in the net. It took just a teensy bit of damage. Okay. I should probably make a keybind for this. So here we go. I wonder if it has the same message every single time. So the reason that we're doing this in a mine, guys, is because a little birdie told me that you have a very good probability of getting lots of clams and getting a good yield of fish if you do it inside of a mine. So that's why we specifically wanted to come to a mine to do this. Now, I don't know if this is true or not. Do you have any experience, Griff, of fishing above water versus doing it in a mine with a net? And the person said specifically using one of these nets. So specifically with a net. And does anyone else know about that either? We didn't get anything this time. Let's just queue up a few of these. Hello, Perry Hellion. Welcome to the stream. And Jack is super drunk on... Is he streaming right now? And Makufer says, and this is one of the best things of Wurm, even after 7 years of hard work. You can still get excited like a 10-year-old about a new perk you gained. Ah. So, are you talking about the affinities, Makufur? How many affinities do you have by now, by the way? And I wonder, I haven't checked for a while whether Safarina has any new perks or rather affinities. Malena has managed to get a few. Oh, we got another minnow. So I just want to check and see if we've gotten any new affinities with Safarina or not. Let's see. So her initial one is body strength. But I'm not seeing any other stars here. No. No, she has not gotten any other affinities. But yeah, Malena has a few though. Okay, let's keep on fishing. 2 minnows so far. And have we still gotten any skill gain in fishing? So this is strange, guys. We haven't gotten any fishing skill. How is that possible? Do you not get fishing skill from doing this at all? That's really weird. Soul depth, nature, just no fishing skill. And Blue Forest, you've never tried it either. We'll have to rewatch the stream to see all the things that you've never tried. Well, the only thing that we had not tried before was the planter stuff with the herbs and the spices. So this is the second thing that I haven't really tried before. Blue Forest asks, does the fish keep net allow someone to passively catch fish almost like crops? Ooh, the net is too unwieldy for you to cast. Please empty it first. Okay. So that was the error message that you get. So according to Wurmpedia, no, Blue Forest. That's what I was also thinking, because of course that's how you can just plonk this into the water in real life, and fish will go through that hole and get trapped inside, but apparently this is only for storage of fish, which is a bit strange. What? Makufur? Oh, you're kidding me now. You're kidding. Are you telling me, Makufur? Are you telling me that you have 56 affinities? 56 affinities, 56 little stars in your skill list. What? That is insane. I think Malena has maybe something like 5. But your foe priest just got his 70 Path of Love perk, healing hands, 590% extra healing. Oh my god. Gonna come as very welcome at Rifts. I can imagine. My good, 590% extra healing. Goodness gracious. And Scarred Vulcan says, possibly due to low stamina from damage. Hello, Denali. Good to see you. How are you doing this Saturday? And happy Saturday to you as well. Makufur says, as far as I can recall, fishing nets fishing only really gives skill at very low fishing skill. Not sure what skill you're at now. I don't have any fishing skill at all, Makufur. Like none. None whatsoever. I haven't done any fishing with this character yet. Yeah, it would make sense, wouldn't it, Blue Forest? Yeah. And Blue Forest is like, Joshua's like, what? Blue Forest is like, how do you get that many affinities? That's what I want to know. Well, of course, Makufur does do a lot of crafting in this game. And also, Holly, you also only have your initial affinity as well. Oh, right, 50%. Yeah, I was like, 590%? What the heck? Okay, I guess one guy in your alliance just started fishing 2 weeks ago. Got it to something like 50 in 2 days. Wow. In a week's time sold enough from his fishing that his profit was at least 20 silver. Wow, nice. The number are actually much more, but we'll say the amount you just mentioned, just because you forgot this certain amount that he what he was saying. Ooh, we got some minnows. And it looks like we're healing up nicely here. Holly says lake fishing with a new improved my skill, you think? You've got 7 affinities, Joshua. And Scarred hasn't gained any extra affinities either. Oh, that's a nice one to have. Long spear, Blue Forests. McCoofer says, so for some that got curious, you got... Oh, we got a clam, guys. Oh, we got a clam. We got a clam. We got a clam. Look at this, guys. Oh my gosh, we're going to actually have a look at this, like the 3D model in a bit. I used it actually, I think the clam I used in the trailer. I'm not sure if it shows there or not, but in that fishing scene, I did put a clam on the ground. I'm not sure if it shows though. So let's have a look at the 3D model of this. You're too... Oh yeah, because it's of course in here. What are you doing, cats? Let's take it from here and let's see. I don't know. This is literally the first time getting a clam in Wurm online. Oh, look at this. Oh, hold on. Let's put it in a spot that doesn't get stuck there. Let's just go zoom in a bit. There it is. My very first clam. And let's just see how this is used. Maybe you need to have... Maybe, is it a butchering knife? Or what do you use to actually open it? Let's see if we can open it with a carving knife, just out of curiosity. Pry open. You start prying open a clam. And I got some meat seafood, nice. No pearls yet, but we'll keep on trying. Now that was exciting, guys. I was genuinely excited to get that clam now, I have to say. Okay, let's continue fishing. So Makufer, you were saying that for those who are curious, you got some affinities from Chaos years ago. You got a lot gained simply by making and improving stuff. And quite a few lately through the Mark shop. Right. So they weren't all like naturally acquired, right? Gotcha. Okay. Holly Dragon asks Mark shop. So Holly, from every month that you pay for premium, you gain these marks that you can spend at your settlement token. It will open a little pop-up and you have all these different things that you can buy from there. For instance, I've used my marks for buying a magical chest. That anything that's in the magical chest doesn't decay at all. There's so many things to do still, says Holly. Yeah, and if it, if you're a new player to Wurm and you're seeing how excited I'm getting after playing this game for nearly 7 years, and I still have stuff that I've never experienced, places I've never been. That's just one of the most wondrous things about Wurm is that it has so much. It feels like you're never going to run out of things to do. And of course, there's always this stuff that keeps on getting introduced and added to the game, right? So that's definitely just one of the best sides of Wurm ever. And clam hype. Clamtastic, says Joshua. Dizzy Lurker clam hands hype. And let's just empty this and do some more. And Limewood Gaming, you got a large tin nail from a clam before. Oh my gosh, that's so random. And Blue Forest is always forever sidetracked. Yeah, it's kind of nice though to get sidetracked in Wurm. You'd rather have so much to do that you do get sidetracked, rather than this feeling that okay, once I get this done, I'll be sort of like done with this game. And McCoofer says, very true, Cats. You've at least next 5 years planned with stuff that you still want to do and build in Wurm and get to. Yeah, yeah. I only feel like I've scratched the surface with the stuff that I want to do myself. So getting a lot of minnows, it seems. So this is what we're going to do, guys. Once we get one more clam, we'll open that, see what's inside, and I think I'm going to wrap up the stream after that because we have been at this already for almost 7 hours and my tummy is getting very hungry indeed, and it's not very healthy to just sit here in one place for so many hours also. So I should try and keep my streams to a little bit of so that they be a little bit shorter, but it's hard. Like, you get into the stream, you get into the whole atmosphere, and it's very easy to suddenly find yourself having streamed for hours on end. But yeah, we shall wrap up after we get our next clam and see what's inside. And I wonder if the minnows, do you guys know if the minnows can actually be used for like recipes? And of course, I guess I could check the recipe list, but I would think so, right? Minnows are great bait for bigger fish later on. So to preserve them, McCoofer, do they keep very well in the tackle box? Or do they decay quite quickly in the tackle box? Would they be worth keeping in the magical chest instead? Hello, Reba. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, Joshua, 7 hours already. And you're off. Okay, thanks so much for hanging out with us, Joshua. Yeah, I mean, a lot of you guys have been watching the stream from the start, so you've been troopers. You've been just as nuts as I have. So you can keep them in FSB. Oh yeah, of course, McCoofer. How silly I am, of course. Of course, of course. But that's, of course, good to know that they can be used as bait. But can you actually use them for cooking recipes as well? And so, Reba, what we've been up to today is we learned how to make a planter rack and some planter, the pots. We also planted a whole bunch of herbs and spices. So that was the very first thing, first time that I've ever done that in Wurm. Then we made ourselves a fishing net, and we're learning all about the magical and wonderful world of... Oh, we're getting some fishing skill now, guys. We are getting some fishing skill now, because we didn't get any in the beginning. So yeah, learning how to fish with this net seems very, very simple, very relaxing. I could very easily see myself enjoying this quite a bit, actually. This is I mean, this is like the perfect thing to do while you're watching a movie, right? But here's my question, guys. Do the fish sort of run out from the one spot? Are you like forced to move on to another spot after a while? Because at least in Ultima Online, the fish would run out from one spot and you had to sort of move on to another area. And also, Reba, we were looking through we spent quite a lot of time reading the roadmap post that Samul did, and we were looking at all the stuff that's going to be coming in Wurm, and we were discussing those. McCoofer, you have no known recipe for minnow. There might be some that haven't been discovered, though. let's just have a look. Okay, if anyone doesn't want spoilers for cooking in Wurm, look away for a moment because I'm just going to check the recipe list here. Let's see, Wurm cooking recipes. And for anyone who wants this, again, this is a spoiler now, guys. So look away if you want to just discover these on your own. But if you're lazy like me, so let me just see. Do we see anything for minnow here? No, there's nothing for minnow. Okay. Okay, now it's safe to look again. So maybe they're just meant for bait only then. And Blue Forest, you ended up with 16 planter racks. The addiction is real. And Holly Dragon, the Finnish kalakukko bread would be a Finnish recipe for minnow. Oh, that's true. I have... Holly, have you ever eaten the kalakukko? So I can just show these guys what that is. It looks disgusting, though. It's a Finnish, traditional Finnish recipe that just sounds and looks disgusting. So it's like this kind of... It's like a rye bread filled with a whole bunch of fish. Ew. 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 I mean, that looks absolutely frickin' disgusting. Ew. Have you ever tasted that? You haven't, and you're not keen on fish with their heads intact. Yeah. Ugh. What were they thinking? Like, who ever thought to make that in the first place? Scandinavian haggis, yeah. Looks like a real medieval food, Reba. Yeah, that would actually be like a... that would be a perfect recipe for Wurm, wouldn't it? Because, of course, Wurm being more kind of like a Nordic-themed game in general, being made originally in Sweden, and still being a Swedish game, regardless, and Finland being a neighbor of Sweden's, that would be kind of a cool recipe to have in there for sure. Scarred Vulcan says, I don't think there is anything... Oh, we have some minnows here. I don't think there's anything specifically for minnows, but they might be able to be used in a recipe that calls for any fish. Oh yeah, that's true, Scarred. There are some recipes like that. That's true. Jeez. Jeez is like, terrifying. I know, right? Can't be worse than cow's stomach, though. And the amount of damage the fishing net is taking is very minimal. I was kind of worried that it's actually going to take more damage, but it's not too bad at all. Holly Dragon says, minnow are usually too small for any fish recipes. Oh, I see. Right, so it's just pretty much for bait then. Okay. So, all we want is one more clam. So how often do you usually get clams from doing this, guys? We're getting lots of minnows, though, and that's all we're getting. Denali says, would Enchants, Wind of Ages, COC, BOTD make any difference for fishing nets, poles? I don't know. I would imagine. Oh, you can feed them to pigs, though, says Holly. You know, I've been meaning to actually, I've been meaning to catch some wild pigs over on Xanadu for the purpose of getting bacon for Melena's cooking stuff. And that's good to know. So if you have a whole bunch of, like, garbage minnow, you could just feed those to the pigs then. Huh. And hello there, Yevgenali. What is the difference between Wurm Online and Wurm Unlimited? So Wurm Online is the original OG 15-year-old MMO version, and at some point the Wurm team decided that it would be kind of cool to have a standalone version of Wurm where players could create their own servers, which they could modify, and they could make add-ons for, mods for rather, and they could go into the code, change the graphics, and customize their own servers. Oh, I'm sorry guys, I have a hiccup here. Let me just get a little bit of water. And Holly, now you got the chance to hear one of my hiccups. I don't have dainty little hiccups like you do. But anyhow, what was I gonna say? Yeah, and so Wurm Unlimited, none of the Wurm Unlimited servers are run by the Wurm Online team at all. They are all run by players that have to organize the hosting of those servers themselves. Whereas Wurm Online, of course, is, it's all, there are no mods in Wurm Online, and all the players are equal here, and, it's all run by the Wurm Online team. Holly Dragon, your hiccups are trademarked. And minnow is great to catch marlin, says Makufer. Man, I have never done any of that deep sea fishing yet. There's so many experiences to still be had. And you can fish for the sharks as well, can't you? Oh, we got another minnow in here. So yeah, I'm not having the best of luck getting so many clams. Well, I'm glad we got at least one though. And Yev, oh, that's a good point, Yev. So you were asking, do you need a subscription on Wurm Online? Yes. I completely forgot to mention that, and that is a very good thing that you brought up. So when you buy Wurm Unlimited, you and you play, if you play the game, so you just buy it once and then you don't ever have to pay for a subscription. In Wurm Online, however, it's kind of the opposite. So the game itself is free, and then you can play the game for free as much as you like, really. But if you want to get your skills over 20, so the maximum amount is 100 to get your skills. If you want to get them over 20, then you are going to have to pay for the subscription, yes. But there's absolutely nothing stopping you from living like the free life if you're happy with just living a very like a very humble life. Now, something that is pretty cool about Wurm is that most other MMOs require you to pay for your subscription, with a credit card. But you can also do that, of course, with Wurm. But it's not like an automatically. It doesn't like automatically take off your credit card. Instead, you buy the time like as a purchase. And the cool thing about Wurm is that you can actually earn in-game silver with which you can also buy your subscription. So essentially, you could play the game without paying a single dime if you made your money in the game. And Holly, you have a rare spear to sell at some point. You presume a spear fisher person would like it. And Achaicus says, eating a whole young animal head is not uncommon. The bones become soft when cooked. One of the weekends in your National Guard unit, one of the Filipino guys brought balut for everyone to try. It was somewhat like a dare to see who could handle eating it. Philippines balut is actually a fertilized 3-week-old chicken or duck egg. 2 of the people who tried it threw up. Oh my gosh. But a few people loved it and they finished it off. Holly Dragon says, my point being, I think spearfishing is popular. Yeah, I have no idea myself. Haven't really been following the fishing stuff so much. Yeah, the Kyrgyz has so many stories all the time. Yes, it is, Yevgeny. It is possible. Yeah, you can earn the silver without having to pay for a subscription. Absolutely. And there's many, many ways to earn the silver as well. So you can forage and botanize the ground, and you get a chance of getting some coins drop into your inventory. You can kill mobs, which will sometimes drop some coins into your inventory. When you also bury dead corpses, you have a chance to get some money. And the best way to make money in the game is to actually either sell things or provide services for other players. For instance, maybe a veteran player would like you to dig 1,000 dirt for them because they can't be bothered to dig it themselves and they want to do some terraforming. So they give you the task of digging 1,000 dirt, and then they'll give you a few silver for that. I'm not sure actually what 1,000 dirt is worth, but I would imagine you'd get a few silver for that. So you absolutely can make money in the game and pay for it right in the game. I think you do it from the settlement token. Oh. And Reba, you just got 2 coins in 2 minutes the other day. It was unreal. 21 copper. Later the day, you got another copper coin. That was rare. Nice. And sometimes you can even get 1 and 5 silver coins as well. Scarred Vulcan says, on the old servers, it's about 1 silver per 1,000 dirt. On the new servers, it's a bit more. Vergent says, I think price payment used to be based on 10 per action. Yeah, no problem, Yevgeny. And welcome to Wurm. It's a fantastic game. I've been playing this now for nearly 7 years, and no other MMO satisfies me like Wurm does. It's just foraging and not for long, says Reba. Oh, really? Are they removing it from foraging, Reba? Huh? I haven't heard that. What? Oh, 10 iron, Vergent. Okay. And hello there, Shiana. It's about 2 silver, says Shiana, on the new servers. Just bought a bunch last week, right? And Reba, no removing. Okay, I just misread then. I was just wondering what you meant when you said and not for long. So what's not for long? Do you mean that you just don't have to do it for very long before you get some coin? Perhaps maybe that's what you meant, that you don't have to do it for a long time. J-Popper long stream. Yeah, well, we're going to be wrapping up soon. We're now at 7 hours, 10 minutes. I'm just trying to get another clam. It would be kind of nice to end off the stream with another clam. But it could be that we're not going to have much luck because we got 1 clam almost right from the start, but then we haven't gotten any more. Either we'll stop either at the next clam or else when I'm assuming that the fish keep net fits 100, right? Once we either reach 100 or else we get another clam. Donut says, since the coffers were fixed, I didn't find a single coin, not even iron, and you raised your fighting skill from 20 to 42, foraged 4 hours, raised archaeology from 0 to 25, and so on. Yeah, it could be that it's not working perfectly on the new servers yet. On the old servers it works perfectly though. Right, so that's what you meant, that you hadn't foraged for long. Right. Okay. Just maybe 5 times, right? Yeah, I misunderstood. Sorry about that. Come on, Clam. Blue Forest wants the stream to end. Maybe Blue Forest just wants me to go and be able to get some dinner because I'm getting pretty hungry here. And Yevgeny, you were asking, what is better, Steam or online? So it's the same game, Yev. That's just a different launcher. You're accessing the same game, though. It's just your preference on how you want to launch the game, that's all. You're going to the same, like, servers and everything. However, something to know is that there are old servers and there are new servers. So the Northern Isles are the new servers and the Southern Isles are the old. So that's something you might want to consider. After the Steam launch, most new players have come to the new servers just because the land is still, you know, there's a lot of wild land that still hasn't been claimed or changed or you know, it's like pristine still. But there's a lot of pristine land still left on the old servers as well, especially on Xanadu. You don't want to see me suffer, Blue. Aww. Holly Dragon says, you two, rare coin and about 10 forages and burials. I haven't yet tried foraging for silver here on the new servers. And Yevgeny, if you have any other questions, or Yevgeny, I think, doesn't have an L there. If you have any other questions, just shoot away. We are absolutely happy to help here. Scarred says that the old servers have a lot of history too. Lots of abandoned places, long reclaimed by nature. Yeah. It's great for archaeology over on the old servers. And hello there, Smilo. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you back. How has your Saturday been going so far? Akeka says, seems like there is beginner's luck when you begin a skill in Wurm. So near the beginning you'll get, say, one clam or something relatively rare, kind of like a drug dealer who will give the first one free to someone who has never tried in order for them to form the habit. You know what I'm starting to think, Akekis, is that maybe this is one of those skills where you should, you need to kind of like move places to, I wonder if we should just mosey on over to this tile. I don't know if it's going to make any difference. Let's see what happens. Does moving tiles have any effect, guys, on getting the clams? And Reba, you got a pearl in your first clam. Ooh, nice. Smilo, as a Finn, you will take that literally and tell me that you have been doing some lumberjacking at your yard and playing UO. Nice. So I guess you've been lumberjacking in real life and playing and in UO, I'm sure, as well. Holly says, I think I got a pearl after 3 to 4 clams. So, Smilo, what's your favorite, what kind of, out of your characters that you have in UO, what's your favorite to do? Like, are you a animal tamer or a mage? Or what kind of combo do you have for your characters, for your favorite character, rather, in UO? My favorite back in the day when I was playing was animal tamer / provoking / musicianship / mage. So enough magery to, you know, portal around and cast a few e-bolts. But GM animal taming, and of course back then provocation actually worked differently when I was playing, so they changed the way provocation worked after that. Like back in the day, you could just, I forget like how it changed. I just remember like I would go into Destard and provoke 2 dragons against one another, and then help kill them off. I'm not sure. I remember it somehow that... Wasn't it so that the name of the skill changed as well to something else? I forget now. So you usually go... Oh, hold on. Smilo says, Mage Tamer, by far, the thing that attracted you to Ultima Online was commanding dragons. Yeah, so much fun. So much fun. You play a PvP-ready Tamer all the time. Right, yeah. That was definitely my favorite, this Tamer that I have as well. Or had. Well, I guess he's still there. That's a good thing about Ultima Online is they don't seem to delete the characters. When UO went free to play, I did check to see whether my characters were still there, and they still were. Scarred Vulcan, you usually go Mage, Treasure Hunter, Stealth in Ultima Online. Yeah, I had a different character for my treasure hunter who was like a... what was she? I forget now. I don't think I did that much of the treasure hunting. Like I got probably to mid-range. And I had my stealth on my thief, actually. Akekis is not certain. I think moving to a different tile to fish at is more related to time of day. If you fish into a tile that is a deep sea type, should examine to the water to see what it will tell you. Not certain about cave tiles. Wonder if you might try to make the water deeper by dredging a tile within a cave. Yeah, I'm not going to be dredging this just because... and you can't dredge stone anyhow. You have to just mine it down, but... this is not my land, so I don't want to be going to touch this. Yeah, Rayba, I'm fishing inside a cave. That's right, because I heard that you get many more clams if you fish inside a cave, and you get lots of fish that way. I don't know. You know what, guys? Maybe what we'll do is, was this so that can I take this with me? No. Needs to be empty, so let's just grab these minnows and grab the cage. And was it so that we can attach the cage to the boat, right? I want to just see how that works, actually, and it's daytime outside as well. I want to just go outside and we'll do some fishing from the shore. And let's see about attaching this. Attach keep net. Now, how does that look? I want to get out of the boat and see how that looks. There it is. How cool is that, guys? Can you attach several of these to one boat, or is it just one? That's so cool. How cool is that? And Smilo, you enjoy PvP as an anti-PK. You just can't be one of the bad guys, yeah. The only bad guy stuff I've really done is being a thief, and that was a lot of fun. But usually, if my target was like was like a good sport about it, I would usually give them everything back. I just loved doing the thievery stuff just because I loved being chased down. But yeah, murdering, I couldn't have really imagined murdering in in Ultima Online rather. Not in Wurm for that matter either. So let's just go over here and see about using the fishing net from over here. Can I actually fish from my boat? Let's see. And we'll put the minnow back into the... Oh. Huh. Keep net. There we go. Let's put these minnow back in there. And we'll try fishing with the net right here from the boat and see if it's possible. You cannot use a fishing net while on a vehicle. Oh, okay. Okie dokie. So we're just gonna go over here. And we'll try this again. And now we can actually zoom out and see. Like the zooming out wasn't working before because we were at the entrance of a mine. So it's kind of glitching out, but now we can actually watch her doing it. There we go. Is there PvP in Wurm? Asks Smilo. Yes, there is. And the way the PvP works is it's on its own server. And you can travel between the PvE and the PvP servers through a special portal. You can go back and forth as much as you like, but the skills are separate. So they're separated, so you can't bring them over, except the first time that you go from the PvE to the PvP server. Oh, we got a clam, guys! And we got a roach! So we got a roach here outside. Something other than the minnow. Interesting. So does the tile determine what kind of fish you're going to get? Or is it the fact that we were inside a mine before and now we're outside of a mine? But anyhow, I was going to say, Smelo, that the way that the PvP works in Wurm is that, you know how in Ultima Online, it's all about people are just like chasing each other around and, you know, hiding behind buildings and staking, you know, like they're sort of hiding out next to the gates and the bridges and stuff like that, and along the roads and the crossroads. Well, in Wurm, it's more, I think, a case like I haven't done PvP in Wurm, but my Gassidus assumption, what would Gassidus be in English? The way I've understood it is that the way they do it over here is they build forts, huge constructions that shelter them, and you know it's all about the designing of the fort, how they terraform the land. Like they will on the PvP servers, they're going to terraform a really high, because you can terraform the land here. So they make these really high bits of dirt, or else onto the top of like mountains and stuff. And they make really tall walls for their forts, and then they plant thorn bushes around so that somebody who is trying to climb up to their fort to infiltrate it gets damaged because of all the thorn bushes. And then they have, you know, catapults and trebuchets and archery towers and all this good stuff to defend their forts. And then they raid each other's forts. That's how I've understood how the PvP mainly works on the PvP side, but maybe some of you who have actually done PvP in Wurm can sort of elaborate further. So now, guys, let's pry open this clam and see what happens. Let's see what is inside. And looks like my son's like game over there is going nuts. Okay, pry open. What are we gonna find inside? You failed to find anything in the clam. Oh well. Well, at least we got another clam. Win some, lose some, right? Yeah, we're gonna wrap up the stream now. I'll still check what is the rest of the chat, but I'm gonna bring up now the ending screen, and I'll just catch up with. I'll catch up with what you guys are saying there. Let's just put the end credits up here. Roll those end credits there, and I'll check what you guys are saying here in the chat as we wrap up. So, and Holly, you have a spider leg poking through your cottage wall. Oh no. And Reba was asking Holly if there's any guards nearby with, or people with high fighting skill. And let's see what else we have. Yes, clam, Blue Forest. That's right. And Scard says Epic is accessed via portal from South Freedom. Chaos is accessed via boat from South Freedom. Defiance is through portal from Northern. Yeah, there's a little bit of different systems. That's right. It's better to call it Kingdom versus Kingdom rather than PvP, because people do it like in groups. That's right. And Donut asks, isn't Wurm PvP way more oriented towards group and Kingdom versus Kingdom? Yeah, I guess so, yeah. And Shiana says, much of it is Kingdom versus Kingdom. Yes, very team oriented. And I think people have very much like roles on the PvP side. You know, there's the Kingdom like chef, there's the Kingdom blacksmith, there's the fighters, there's the leather workers, and so forth. I could be wrong though. You could say it's a form of clamming, says Holly Dragon. Yeah. Okay, guys. Thank you all so very much for hanging out with me tonight. It was a very lovely stream. I think we had a good time, talked about so many things today, and I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. And of course, tomorrow is the Factional Fight stream, so I'm pretty sure the Factional Fight brothers are probably going to be talking also about the roadmap as well. I'm sure they have quite a lot of thoughts about those, so at least I will absolutely be tuning into the Factional Fight Brothers tomorrow. So yeah, have a good night, everyone, and talk to you guys very, very soon.